Chapter 1655. Gui Ting. At the sight of this person, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This person was less than 1.5 tall with hands almost touching the ground. With a sallow face, he was Gui Teng of Black Tortoise Clan in South Wilderness. Gu Fei. Gui Teng was extremely shocked at the sight of Gu Fei. When Gu Fei came to South Wilderness and fought the powerhouses of over 100 human clans, Gui Teng was defeated by Gu Fei. I was told that you appeared in the East Domain. I didn't believe it. It turns out that it's true. Gui Teng soon recovered his composure. As he had a special identity in Black Tortoise Clan, he knew a lot of news that others didn't. The return of Gu Fei was not a secret at all in front of these super forces. Humph! You're still alive, old tortoise. At the sight of Gui Teng, Gu Fei was very shocked. He had never imagined that he could meet his old friend the moment he came to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody could defeat him when he fought the young powerhouses of over 100 human clans in South Wilderness. He was unrivaled among the young powerhouses of South Wilderness. Such an achievement could hardly be seen even in South Wilderness in 1,000 years. Gu Fei left a deep impression on Gui Teng. He was unrivaled among the young powerhouses of South Wilderness. Even Gui Teng had to admit that. Do you dare to fight me? Gui Teng's body emitted a powerful battle intent. Back then he was defeated by Gu Fei, which made him work hard to become stronger. In addition, in the past 100 years, the world had started to change, and the Great Tao had become more approachable. This was definitely a good thing for cultivators. You want to fight me? Gu Fei took a look at Gui Teng with a faint smile. Of course. Gui Teng said in an extremely firm tone as his battle intent grew more intense. The defeat had become a knot in Gui Teng's heart. Now, he happened to meet his old opponent. Fine, as you wish. Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to see how much his old opponent had grown. The heavens and earth in the mortal realm had changed. It was more suitable for cultivators. To a certain extent, the mortal realm was more suitable for cultivators than the heavenly realm. Go! Gui Teng directly walked out of the hostel towards the outside of the city. It was the rule of Dragon Emperor City that nobody was allowed to fight in Dragon Emperor City. Gu Fei chased after him. Soon, the two people left Dragon Emperor City and rushed towards the depth of the mountain outside Dragon Emperor City, disappearing in the depth of the mountain. In the depth of a mountain over 600 miles away from Dragon Emperor City, two figures were standing on the top of two mountain peaks which were miles away from each other. Boom! Without any words, two shocking auras suddenly erupted. A huge shadow of a black tortoise rushed out from one of the mountain peaks. It emitted terrifying waves and pounced towards the figure on the opposite mountain peak. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards the black tortoise in the sky. The mountain-like black tortoise quickly became clearer, as if it could rush out from the void. This was the divine ability of the Black Tortoise Clan, divine form. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the black tortoise in the sky fiercely swooped down. The entire mountain peak was instantly shattered, and the entire region was shaking. This was simply a world-destroying beast. The ground within a radius of tens of miles was collapsing. Rumble! The ground undulated heavily like water waves. Bam! Gu Fei immediately struck out with the heaven-encompassing palm. The palm covered the sky and sealed the surroundings, slamming down on the black tortoise's celestial form below. The terrifying power destroyed the void. Gu Fei, I want you to know that I'm not the same Gui Teng 100 years ago anymore. Gui Teng roared as he released his immortal strength all over. Closely after that, Black Tortoise Clan's Tao marks appeared on his body and intertwined with a powerful Tao strength. As a result, the huge shadow of Black Tortoise became more solid. Boom! The shadow of Black Tortoise rushed into the sky and collided with the descending heavens covering hand. As the Tao marks intertwined, the heavens covering hand became dim. Open for me! Gui Teng roared. The Black Tortoise divine form suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful force. An aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the Black Tortoise divine form. Under the impact of this force, the heavens covering hand Gu Fei unleashed finally collapsed completely. This old turtle, Gu Fei's expression changed. This guy was able to break his heavens covering hand. It was unbelievable that this guy was also a almighty emperor. Gu Fei was shocked that Gui Ting had grown so much in just 100 years. Could it be that the human realm could really allow a cultivator to become an almighty emperor in just 100 years? Boom. The huge shadow of Black Tortoise was like an ancient divine mountain, crashing towards Gu Fei. The entire world shook as the power of an almighty emperor erupted. Among the 100 races of the southern wilderness, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger were the most powerful. Gui Ting came from the Black Tortoise clan, which had a very deep foundation. Gui Ting relied on the Black Tortoise's foundation to grow to this level. The world of the human realm had changed, but the ones who benefited the most were not ordinary cultivators, but the superpowers. Rumble. At this time, Gu Fei brandished his fists. The power of the 5 elements circulated around his body as he unleashed the 5 elemental fist. His right fist shone with a golden light. It was the metal element fist. As soon as the metal element fist was unleashed, the incoming Black Tortoise's shadow was shaken. The earth-shattering power of the metal element directly blocked the Black Tortoise's attack. The 5 elemental battle skill shocked the world. Gu Fei's left fist emitted a dusky chi aura. The earth-shattering power of the earth frantically gathered towards Gu Fei's fist. Bam! As Gu Fei punched out with his left fist, the entire void in front of him was instantly covered by dusky earth chi. The earth-shattering power of Hoodoo sent the Black Tortoise flying away. Even after 100 years, you still can't do it, said Gu Fei. Then he successively unleashed the fire element fist, wood element fist, and water element fist, forcing Gui Ting to constantly retreat. Gui Ting was gradually suppressed, and even the Black Tortoise's shadow was shattered. This was a great battle between 2 almighty emperors. Their powerful chi spread in all directions. Even Dragon Emperor City, which was thousands of miles away, could sense the waves from the depths of the mountain. Damn it! Gui Ting was unwilling to accept it. After 100 years of cultivation, he had already become an almighty emperor. However, his opponent was even more abnormal and had unparalleled battle strength. Even if he transformed into his shadow, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. This made Gui Ting both shocked and infuriated. At this moment, over a dozen immortal lights rushed out of Dragon Emperor City. Each immortal light was wrapped with a person. All of these immortal lights rushed into the depths of the mountain. All the powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City set off at once. Nobody wanted to miss the great battle between 2 almighty emperors. After that, ordinary cultivators also poured out of Dragon Emperor City. Dear, if you think this website is good, please remember to advertise it here. This website. Chapter 1656. The battle between Gu Fei and Gui Ting shocked the entire South Wilderness. The powerful chi of a powerful human emperor swept across the entire South Wilderness. Even the powers in Dragon Emperor City were shocked. Beams of divine light flew across the pitch-black night sky like shooting stars. Those were the multicolored lights emitted by the experts. They were formed by the divine power flowing out of their bodies. All of them were powers whose powerful chi shocked the entire South Wilderness. The current Dragon Emperor City was not the same as that 100 years ago. Nobody knew how many powers were lurking in Dragon Emperor City. Even semi-sage level knights were walking in the city. With the arrival of the Great Era in the human world, the universe seemed to be returning to the situation before the primeval age. Cultivators who had been stuck in the bottleneck for so many years could finally break through the shackles of cultivation. Some people even broke through a few cultivation shackles one after another. Their cultivation base and battle strength were rising at an unimaginable speed. At this moment, the battle between Gu Fei and Gui Ting had reached a white-hot stage. Gui Ting formed his immortal image once again and constantly collided with Gu Fei. As a result, the entire area within hundreds of square miles was destroyed. The earth sunk while the mountain peaks collapsed. Many birds and beasts in the mountains were killed. Kill! Gui Ting's killing chi soared into the sky as black tortoise marks constantly appeared all over his body, forming the immortal image of Black Tortoise. A black tortoise as huge as a mountain was going to rush out of the void. An ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primordial times caused Gu Fei to be moved. It was the strength of bloodline. The bloodline of Black Tortoise, the immortal beast in the primeval age, still contained a wisp of strength of Black Tortoise even though it had been diluted for so many years. This was the talent of a race that once had a supreme being. This was the strength of a supreme being. Boom! The huge immortal image of Black Tortoise rushed into the sky, causing the entire sky to shake as if it was going to break a hole in the sky. Black Tortoise breaking the sky. Gui Ting roared as his long hair fluttered crazily as if he had gone mad. At the same time, he released an extremely powerful chi and wave as he drove the immortal image of Black Tortoise towards Gu Fei. After this collision, the sky and the earth shook. The void in front of the immortal image of Black Tortoise collapsed in a split second and turned into chaos. Meanwhile, the destructive force surged towards Gu Fei. All right. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw Gui Teng's attack. Gui Teng's attack was so powerful that even 10 primordial divine mountains would be shattered in an instant. Primal Chaos Fist. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He used his most powerful battle skill. Strands of chaotic true force surged from his fists as chaotic divine runes appeared on his fists and imprinted themselves on his skin. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with both of his fists and the void in front of him was instantly destroyed. Under Gu Fei's fists, large areas of the void collapsed. It was as if an ancient deity was splitting the heavens and earth apart. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the distant sky, there were already some experts who had arrived. Those people just happened to see this scene and were all stunned by what they saw. These two people were simply fighting without any scruples. The terrifying power of a powerful emperor-level expert caused the surrounding area to tremble. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. This was definitely a world-destroying power. Boom! With a deafening sound, Gu Fei's fists collided with Gui Teng's immortal image of Black Tortoise. Both of them were extremely powerful. A ring of transparent ripples spread out from the center of the collision between the two powers. Wherever the ripples passed, the void turned into nothingness, the earth sank, the mountains crumbled, and everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was destroyed. All the experts who had arrived didn't dare to approach. They were all dumbfounded. This was a great destruction. Everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was completely destroyed. Nothing was left behind. This was the power of a powerful emperor. They could destroy an entire region. Who are those two? It seems to be Gui Teng from the Black Tortoise clan. I heard that he has already become a powerful emperor after coming out of seclusion. Gui Teng from the Black Tortoise clan. Someone recognized Gui Teng. Among the experts of the southern wasteland, who didn't know Gui Teng, Azure Dragon, and Phoenix? These three were the rising stars of the southern wasteland. These three rising stars were extremely powerful. Even some of the older emperors weren't a match for them. Only the son of a human emperor from the Zhou clan of the ancient wasteland who had been in hibernation since the ancient times could fight against them. The Zhou clan of the ancient wasteland was also an ancient clan that had an invincible emperor. Such a clan had an unimaginable foundation. The son of an invincible emperor was still alive. With the arrival of the Great Era in the human world, these old antiques were once again born. The Great Era in the human world was a great change that only happened once every 10,000 years. Especially in this era, all the major powers of the human world, even those from the ancient wasteland, had returned. The entire world of cultivation had reached its most prosperous era. The world was changing. It was as if the ancient world was about to appear. The 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland had experienced countless years and still stood tall in the southern wasteland. According to legends, these 4 clans were all descendants of supreme divine beasts. The descendants of supreme beings were destined to be extraordinary. Gui Teng's strength was undeniable. Unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Fei, who was even more abnormal than him. Even in the ancient times, this bloodline of the human race had never flourished before. Although the bloodline of the martial ancestor was small in number, each and every one of them was a powerhouse. Even in the ancient times, every cultivator was a peerless powerhouse. In Gu Fei's era, true cultivators had already become extinct. In the entire human world, perhaps only Gu Fei and his disciple were the true descendants of the martial ancestor. In this great era, the bloodline of the martial ancestor would not be absent. Although Gui Teng was powerful and possessed a supreme bloodline, he was still nothing in front of Gu Fei. The huge black tortoise divine form was shattered by Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. Countless black tortoise Dao patterns intertwined into the black tortoise divine form and vanished in the void. Gui Teng let out an unwilling roar as he was directly blown away by the power of Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. Blood seeped out from his body. The powerful black tortoise divine form was on the verge of shattering. This shocked Gui Teng greatly. How could this person be so powerful? His physical body was actually far stronger than the Black Tortoise clan. One should know that the Black Tortoise clan's defense was the strongest in the southern wasteland. Even a divine weapon refined by a pinnacle almighty couldn't break through Gui Teng's Black Tortoise divine form. However, not only did Gu Fei's two fists shatter his Black Tortoise divine form, they also caused a great impact on his Black Tortoise divine form, causing cracks to appear on his body. Could it be that this guy's fists are comparable to a holy weapon? While Gui Teng was blown away by Gu Fei was also affected. He retreated hundreds of feet in the void, and the sleeves on his arms were turned to dust. Streaks of chaos divine runes emerged from his chi and blood, faintly appearing on his skin as if they were branded on his skin. In fact, the Dao patterns that Gu Fei had cultivated had already been refined into his blood. Wherever his blood flowed, the Dao patterns would appear. This was the unique physical training method for warriors. To become a saint with one's physical body was a path that almost made people despair. Throughout the endless years, only a few people could reach that level and obtain the indestructible martial body. It was just like the indestructible martial body that Gu Fei found in the cold pool of Taishan Mountain. Although that person had been dead for countless years, his physical body was still indestructible and contained a great amount of power. Gu Fei, I can't believe that after 100 years, I'm still not as good as you. Gui Teng's voice came from afar. He was straightforward. If he couldn't win, then he couldn't win. Losing to a super monster like Gu Fei was not shameful. You're not bad yourself, Gu Fei said. The power of Gui Teng's bloodline was extraordinary. This kind of bloodline power could increase his combat ability by at least a few levels. Even a powerful cultivator at the peak of his level would probably not be a match for Yi Futian. However, this time, Gu Fei did not use the secret technique of rising to heaven. If he had used the secret technique of rising to heaven, Gui Teng would not have been able to fight with Gu Fei at all. In the entire southern wilderness, I'm afraid that only Azure Dragon can fight with you. Gui Teng had to admit that even after 100 years, this freak in front of him could probably still beat all the races in the southern wilderness. Even Azure Dragon might not be able to defeat him. He could feel that Gu Fei should still have some strength left. Gui Teng lost. The person who defeated him is called Gu Fei. That's the little disciple of the Taishan sect from 100 years ago. How is that possible? In the distant sky, those who heard the conversation between Gui Teng and Gu Fei were all shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei had fought against the elite disciples of all the major clans in the southern wilderness and defeated all the elites of the younger generation in the southern wilderness. He was invincible and his name was known throughout the southern wilderness. 100 years ago, almost all the cultivation forces in the southern wilderness knew that the Taishan sect in the eastern region had produced an extraordinary disciple. That disciple was Gu Fei. A little guy from 100 years ago has actually grown to this level. Everyone was shocked. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was absolutely a terrifying existence. He was invincible among those of the same level. Perhaps only a semi-saint could compete with him. The people of the Taishan sect had not all died. Perhaps some people would not be able to sit still anymore. Gui Teng had left, and Gu Fei had also left this area. However, the name of Gu Fei had once again become famous in the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had returned and defeated Gui Teng of the Black Tortoise clan. Such a battle record shocked all the powerful figures of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. This was because the 100 clans of the southern wilderness knew that Gu Fei was a warrior who had cultivated ancient battle skills. Such an existence was invincible among those of the same level, even if he had the power of the bloodline. Gui Teng was a very good example. It should be known that Gui Teng was one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness. He had the bloodline of the supreme beast, the black tortoise, in his body. In the case of using the power of the bloodline, Gui Teng was still defeated. He's back. On top of a mountain in the 100,000 mountains, a white figure was sitting cross-legged. This was a peerless woman. This woman sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain and opened her eyes. In front of her was an ancient sword. Chapter 1657. The return of Gu Fei shocked the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. 100 years ago, this person was just a little guy in the Taishan sect. Even if he defeated the outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, it was nothing in the eyes of the older generation. It should be known that the path of martial arts was too difficult, and it was difficult to have great achievements. No matter how amazing Gu Fei was, it was difficult for him to become a martial immortal, let alone a mighty cultivator. However, 100 years later, Gu Fei defeated Gui Teng. Who was Gui Teng? He was a mighty cultivator emperor of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. Moreover, Gui Teng also had the blood of the supreme beast, the black tortoise. The power of this bloodline would gradually be mastered by Gui Teng as his cultivation increased. If he used the power of his bloodline, even a peak mighty cultivator might not be a match for Gui Teng. For Gu Fei to be able to defeat Gui Teng, what did this mean? This little fellow from back then had already grown up. He was a martial arts almighty emperor. It was not a lie to say that he was invincible among his peers. The name of Gu Fei, after his battle with Gui Teng, had spread throughout the southern wilderness. Even the cultivators of the other 5 regions knew of a mighty cultivator named Gu Fei. Boom! In the depths of the southern wilderness, a mountain suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the belly of the mountain.
What?
The man roared, shaking the world. A power that could swallow the sky was generated from his body. The spiritual chi of the world was attracted and frantically gathered towards that person. A dragon shadow rushed out from that person's body.
What?
The dragon roared in the sky, and the dragon shadow rushed out, like an ancient real dragon descending to the world. The terrifying aura of the real dragon spread in all directions, shocking the heavens. This was not a real ancient real dragon, but a divine form. This was a great magic that belonged to the descendants of the supreme beast. The appearance of the divine form was the eruption of the power of the bloodline. Boom! The earth shook, and the divine form of the real dragon rushed down from the sky. The depths of the mountain shook, and countless trees fell instantly. The dragon shadow dissipated, and a figure appeared. It was an extremely wild man. His upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was full of power. On his body, a dragon shadow condensed from Tao patterns could be seen. The aura of a real dragon that made all beasts tremble emanated from this person. Gu Fei, you actually came back. 2 beams of light shone from the man's eyes, and a shocking fighting spirit erupted from his body, causing all the birds and beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles to tremble. In another region, in a valley, a fiery light shot up into the sky, and a giant bird that emitted monstrous divine flames floated in the valley. This was not the real divine phoenix, but a divine form. A wisp of the divine phoenix's aura filled the air. This was the power of the divine phoenix's bloodline. A figure sat cross-legged in the divine phoenix's form. It was a beautiful woman dressed in crimson armor with a battle spear across her knees. That person is really back. The beautiful woman's closed eyes suddenly opened. Divine flames danced in her eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from her body. Within a radius of several hundred miles, there were no signs of any birds or beasts. The powerhouses in South Wilderness started to exit their secluded cultivation because of one person, one name. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting in an inn in Dragon Emperor City with crossed legs and comprehending what he had gained from the battle with Gui Teng. Although the power of bloodline was powerful, it originated from the power of a supreme immortal beast, which was very difficult to master. Although Gui Teng was already a mighty emperor, he might only be able to exert 10% or 20% of the power of bloodline. If he encountered a semi-sage of the supreme immortal beast, he might not be able to gain any advantage. It seemed that Dongfang clan was not in Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, the ancient formation platform that the three top Taoist sects deployed in the depths of South Wilderness had been moved away. It might be very difficult for him to find the entrance of the virtual sky world. When the three top Taoist sects opened the virtual sky world at the same time, everyone was teleported to the entrance of the virtual sky world through the formation platform in case of being followed. The virtual sky world was a world of its own. All the major forces in South Wilderness couldn't find it for many years, not to mention Gu Fei alone. However, Gu Fei was very sure that Dongfang clan must have obtained that ancient formation platform. Dongfang clan wanted to conquer the virtual sky world. For a super force like Dongfang clan, that kind of world was definitely a paradise. When the great era of the human world arrived, the human world would be in great turmoil. If they could conquer the virtual sky world, Dongfang clan would be able to move their ancestral land into the virtual sky world. Even if the human world entered the dark void, the ancestral land of Dongfang clan would not be affected. However, Zhou clan might also want to conquer the virtual sky world because Guanqing immortal sect had surrendered to Zhou clan. It was a competition between the two forces. When Gu Fei came to Dragon Emperor City, he learned that Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had made a big move recently. Gu Fei knew that someone would find him soon because he was a disciple of Taishan sect. Sure enough, one evening, an old man found him. "You really are Gu Fei." The old man seemed old, but Gu Fei knew that he was definitely a super strong cultivator. His cloudy eyes flashed with hidden light. "There don't seem to be many martial artists in the human world," Gu Fei said calmly while looking at the old man. "Yes, there are indeed few martial artists in the human world. I'm afraid there is only one person who can defeat Gui Teng," the old man said with a nod. "Why are you looking for me?" Gu Fei knew that such a person would rarely ask for help, but once such a person asked for help, it would definitely be a very difficult matter. "I'm Zhou Yi. I want to ask you about something," the old man said. "Zhou clan of the remote antiquity." When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was very fast. They actually came to him so quickly. It seemed that Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was also very interested in the virtual sky world. As Gu Fei expected, Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan wanted to invite Gu Fei to explore the virtual sky world together. This was beyond Gu Fei's expectations. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had actually found the entrance to the virtual sky world. The Zhou clan's ancestral land was located in the 100,000 mountains, so they had the advantage of favorable timing and favorable location. It wasn't impossible for them to find the entrance to the virtual sky world. Besides, even if Guanqing immortal sect didn't have the ancient formation platform, they still had a way to find the entrance to the virtual sky world. The secret of the virtual sky world could only be known by the higher-ups of the three great Taoist sects. Moreover, it was not easy to enter the virtual sky world. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a while. He had no reason to refuse because he also wanted to enter the virtual sky world. The other half of the peerless ominous saber was still in the virtual sky world. Seeing that Gu Fei was willing to help, Zhou Yi was very happy. Then, he took out a formation platform and jumped onto it with Gu Fei. Swish! His divine power was vast and mighty, and the formation platform emitted a bright divine light, enveloping Zhou Yi and Gu Fei at the same time. Then, it broke the void and carried out spatial transfer. Soon, Gu Fei and Zhou Yi appeared in a valley. This was a stronghold of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity near Dragon Emperor City. Although the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was in the 100,000 mountains, there were strongholds of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity everywhere in the southern wilderness. This was an open secret in the southern wilderness. In this valley, there was an even larger formation platform. The old man, Zhou Yi, and Gu Fei, ascended the formation platform together and activated it. The two figures immediately disappeared from the formation platform. 100,000 mountains. When Gu Fei appeared on another formation platform, he immediately sensed a vast and ancient aura surging towards him. He was no stranger to this aura. He knew that he had entered the 100,000 mountains. He immediately discovered that he was simply in a fairyland. In the nearby sky, there were groups of divine mountains suspended in the air. On the divine mountains, there were pavilions, waterfalls, and flowing springs. From time to time, there were looming rays of light and immortal birds playing. How could there be such a place in the 100,000 mountains? However, Gu Fei soon understood that this was definitely the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Such an ancestral land was not inferior to the 9 dragons rising to heaven's layout of the Dongfang clan. A clan that had produced a human emperor was indeed extraordinary. "You are Gu Fei." At this time, a figure came from the front. Gu Fei felt a strong pressure from this person. This young cultivator was definitely a peerless powerhouse. "You are..." Gu Fei felt that this person seemed to be somewhat similar to Zhou Haoyang of the Zhou clan. At this time, Zhou Haoyang was already in the heaven realm, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was not as lucky as Gu Fei to be able to return to the human realm. "Zhou Haoyan," the young cultivator said. He stared at Gu Fei, his eyes sparkling. There was a surge of battle intent in his body, giving people a strong pressure. "So it's Brother Zhou. I'm Gu Fei." Gu Fei nodded to Zhou Haotian. He did not expect Zhou Haoyang to have such a brother, which surprised Gu Fei. "I heard that you defeated Gray Tang. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Can we have a spar?" Seeing Gu Fei, Zhou Haoyan could not help but feel a little itchy. "Young master, this..." When old man Zhou saw that Zhou Haoyan actually wanted to fight with Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this Gu Fei had even defeated Gui Tang. Gui Tang's cultivation and strength were not the strongest in the southern wilderness, but he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Gu Fei glanced at old man Zhou and said, "Actually, I also want to experience Brother Zhou's great skills, but I'm afraid I can't do that today." Zhou Haoyan was definitely a strong opponent. Zhou Haoyan looked at old man Zhou. "Young master, the virtual sky world is about to open. What do you think?" Old man Zhou said. Zhou Haotian's status in the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was probably very high. Even old man Zhou was unwilling to offend him and even addressed him as young master. "All right." Zhou Haotian did not say much and turned to leave. This person, watching Zhou Haotian's figure disappear from his sight, Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This Zhou Haoyan was extraordinary. He seemed to give Gu Fei a lot more pressure than Gui Tang. Chapter 1658. The Zhou family had an extraordinary rising star, which made Gu Fei's heart tremble. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity was the descendant of the human emperor, and the blood of the invincible human emperor flowed through their veins. With such a bloodline, their starting point was much higher than others. If this Zhou Haotian could stimulate the human emperor's bloodline in his body, he shouldn't be weaker than himself. Thoughts kept turning in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, the old man Zhou took Gu Fei to the top of a mountain, invited him to stay in a pavilion, and then left alone. The Zhou family was making a big move. Gu Fei could feel that there were several incomparably powerful auras coming from the depths of this ancestral land. Such power could indeed challenge any super force. The Dongfang family wasn't weak either. If these two super forces collided, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Just as Gu Fei stayed in the pavilion on the spiritual peak, another figure stood on the top of another mountain floating high in the sky thousands of miles away from the spiritual peak where Gu Fei stayed. A woman in white, holding an ancient sword, looked at the spiritual peak where Gu Fei stayed. Her face, which should have been as cold as frost, actually showed a complicated expression at this time. If anyone saw this, they would certainly be shocked that this frosty ice fairy also had such an expression. On a morning 3 days later, when the sun rose, the old man Zhou came again. This time, he directly invited Gu Fei to join the elites of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity, and then they would go to the entrance of the virtual sky world. When Gu Fei and the old man Zhou Yi arrived at the formation platform again, there were already more than a dozen people standing on the huge formation platform, each of them emitting a powerful aura. Although some of them had already restrained their auras, Gu Fei could still sense several obscure auras. These people were undoubtedly more powerful and terrifying than the others. This time, the Zhou family of the remote antiquity dispatched a total of 13 people. If Gu Fei was included, there would be 14 people. The reason why the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sought out Gu Fei was very simple. It was because Gu Fei had entered the virtual sky world and came out alive, so he must have a certain understanding of the virtual sky world. There were also people from the Guangxing immortal sect who had entered the virtual sky world, but almost all of them were dead. Lu Yunhe of the Guangxing immortal sect had already fallen. Ever since the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sect submitted to the Guangxing immortal sect had not become much stronger. After all, the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sect wouldn't easily let their subordinate forces become truly powerful. The world of cultivation was cruel. If the Guangxing immortal sect wanted to survive, it would be of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family of the Zhou family. If Zhou family didn't, the Zhou family of Zhou family, Zhou would, and a Fei. Although the Zhou family was powerful, some superpowers had no need to fear the Zhou family. Some had even challenged the Zhou family. Among the 5 regions of Tenglong continent, the Zhou family had a long history of overt and covert strife. When Gu Fei and the old man Zhou Yi stepped onto the platform, Gu Fei discovered that among the 13 cultivators of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family, there were 3 old men. The others' auras were as vigorous as the rising sun. Among them, there was a woman wearing a curtained hat and a white veil on her face. The woman gave off a vague fluctuation of sword aura. She was actually a cultivator from Guangxing immortal sect. Could this person be her? Zhou Haotian was nowhere to be seen among the 10 young disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family. That guy actually didn't go to the virtual sky world. Gu Fei was very surprised. That kind of person wouldn't miss this kind of adventure. There were too many secrets and dangers in the virtual sky world. If Gu Fei hadn't met the old turtle in the Great Killing Formation, he would have died in the virtual sky world. His corpse would have turned into mud. There were great dangers in the virtual sky world, but there were also great fated chances. To obtain great fated chances, risks were inevitable. No one spoke, but when Gu Fei stepped onto the platform, the 12 disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family all looked at Gu Fei and then no longer paid attention to Gu Fei. The old man Zhou Yi activated the transporting formation. All the formation patterns on the huge platform were activated. Every formation pattern was blooming with dazzling divine light, and a force that could tear the void apart was condensing. Swish! A mass of divine light formed by countless interweaving formation patterns enveloped everyone on the platform. Then they directly escaped into the void and moved through the void. Before long, Gu Fei and the others appeared in a great canyon. When Gu Fei saw the surrounding scenery clearly, he couldn't help but be moved. The Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family really had some ability. They actually found it. 100 years ago, Gu Fei came here. This was where the virtual sky world was located, and the entrance to the virtual sky world was at the end of this great canyon. There used to be a lot of buildings on both sides of the canyon, but at this time, those buildings had already collapsed and not a single one could be found intact. All of a sudden, a young cultivator asked Gu Fei, "Brother Gu, I heard you defeated Gui Teng. Is that true?" Hearing that cultivator's words, everyone looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded. Hearing Gu Fei's admission, the other people's faces became a little unnatural, and the young cultivator who asked him didn't say anything. But Gu Fei could feel the atmosphere around him becoming oppressive. These disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family were all elites of the Zhou family. They didn't want to fall behind others, nor did they want to admit that the other party was stronger than them. These people all had their own pride. But reality was often very cruel. Gui Teng was the top figure in the Black Tortoise clan, one of the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wilderness. The four great ancient clans had the inheritance of a supreme divine beast, and their heritage was deeper than that of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family. After all, a supreme divine beast was an invincible existence that could compete with an extreme supreme being. Even a human sovereign would have to retreat when facing a supreme divine beast. Among the entire younger generation of the Zhou family, Zhou Haotian was probably the only one who could compete with Gui Teng. What did the fact that Gu Fei defeated Gui Teng mean? The dozen or so disciples of the Zhou family all knew that Gu Fei was definitely stronger than them, and much stronger. They really didn't know what would happen in this trip to the virtual sky world. Just as Gu Fei and the others arrived at the entrance to the virtual sky world, an ancient formation platform was being activated on a mountain ridge in the 100,000 mountains of the southern wilderness. This was a huge formation platform with countless formation patterns looming on it. Many people were standing on the platform. Someone was trying to use the platform to teleport through the void. Chapter 1659. The Shangqing sect had gone into seclusion, but Lin Shuer had appeared in the Broken Sky Valley. This made Gu Fei feel extremely surprised. Could it be that the Shangqing sect had also submitted to the Zhou clan of the Desolation? During his conversation with Lin Shuer, Gu Fei learned that the Shangqing sect did not submit to the Zhou clan of the Primordial Dynasty. Instead, it was the Zhou clan of the Primordial Dynasty who found the Shangqing sect. One has to admit that the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era was truly impressive. They were even able to find the Shangqing sect that had been hiding from the world. As a result, the disciples of the Taixin sect, the Guangqing Celestial sect, and the Shangqing sect from 100 years ago gathered in the sky-splitting valley again. This had already fulfilled all of the requirements to open the gate of the ruined sky. 100 years ago, the three great Taoist sects had each grasped 1/3 of the secret to opening the gate of the void sky. Only when all the people of the three great Taoist sects were present could the gate of the void sky be opened. All right, it's time. The old man of the Zhou family, Zhou Yi, stepped forward and said to everyone. Gu Fei and Lin Shuer ascended the gigantic ancient formation platform together. Old monster Xianyuan of the Guangqing Immortal sect was already waiting for them there. The elite disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity were also standing at the center of the platform. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was dotted with stars. The mountain breeze blew, making this night seem exceptionally cool. Another 2 cycles of 60 years. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The virtual sky world opened once every 2 60-year cycles because 2 60-year cycles happened to be the time when the celestial phenomenon of the heavenly demon rushing to 7 evils appeared again. However, with the emergence of the mortal realm, the impact of the collision between the heavenly demon star and the heavenly fiend demon star was minimized. When the virtual sky world opened last time, the strange phenomenon of the heavenly demon rushing to the 7 evils affected the entire human world. Only when the power of heaven and earth was at its weakest could the 3 great Tao schools open the gate of the void sky. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. Among the countless stars, there was a large blood-colored star that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. It was currently charging toward a large jade star. This time, the impact of the heavenly demon on the 7 evils was probably the weakest. Let's start. On the ancient formation platform, old monster Xianyuan immediately began to activate the formation. The spiritual energy of the world within a radius of 10,000 miles was drawn, and then crazily gathered towards the ancient formation platform. An unimaginably powerful force began to awaken, as if an ancient prehistoric beast had been awakened from its slumber. Rumble! The ancient platform was reviving. On the pitch-black platform, lines of runes quickly lit up. A vast and boundless energy fluctuation spread out from the ancient platform. The sky above the heaven-splitting valley suddenly changed color. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The power gathered by the ancient spirit platform was too great, causing them to feel a great pressure. The ancient sacrificial altar emitted rays of multicolored light. Strands of auspicious energy descended from the sky, illuminating the entire world. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 4 corners of the altar began to emit a dazzling divine light. It was as if something had awakened and was about to rush out of the altar. Roar. A roar resounded, and countless array patterns intertwined. A white tiger the size of a small mountain rushed out from the west of the array platform and roared at the sky. Ancient Four Spirits Formation. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that the gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened this time. Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei slammed his palm on the formation platform in front of him. A large number of array patterns awakened under his palm and then spread out. Boom! The platform shook violently. On the east of the platform, the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky. The surrounding spiritual energy of the world immediately crazily gathered towards the shadow of the dragon. A dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. After devouring the endless spiritual energy of the world, the shadow of the dragon became real, as if a real primordial ancestral dragon had descended into the world. This is the disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial ancients, who had never seen such a scene before, were all shocked. Azure Dragon and White Tiger, these were supreme divine beasts. In the starry sky above the sky, following the appearance of the 2 beast shadows, 2 constellations lit up. The power of the constellations was drawn, and endless power of the stars was cast down from the sky. Seeing that Gu Fei had made his move, Lin Shui also took action. The secret techniques mastered by the 3 great Dao schools merged into one, and the array patterns of the entire ancient formation platform were activated. A ball of fire erupted to the south of the formation platform. Within the fire, a huge bird could be seen. It was the southern vermilion bird, one of the supreme divine beasts of the distant past. In the sky, the constellation of the vermilion bird also lit up. The ancient 4 spirits formation corresponded to the 4 great constellations in the sky. The array patterns in the north were also awakening, and the shadow of the ancient black tortoise was condensing. It drew the power of the constellations, and the shadow of the black tortoise became clearer and more solid. The roars of the 4 supreme divine beasts of the distant past were world-shaking. If someone was observing the stars at night, they would see that the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, the 4 great constellations, were all shining with dazzling starlight, becoming incomparably bright. 4 spirits open the way, virtual sky world appear. Old Freak Xinyuan roared and then drove the great formation. The 4 supreme divine beasts faced the sky and roared at the same time, then they turned into 4 beams of dazzling divine light. The 4 beams of divine light intertwined and converged into a huge beam of 4-colored divine light, which then rushed toward the stone door on the cliff ahead. Swish! Under everyone's heated gazes, the 4-colored divine light penetrated the stone door and entered inside. Buzz! The void shook. The 4-colored divine light communicated with the void between heaven and earth. Ancient talismans appeared on the stone door, and then, with a rumbling sound, the stone door actually began to open slowly. Because it was a great era in the human world, it was very difficult for the power of the heavenly demon to influence this part of the world, so it would be very difficult to open the virtual sky world. However, Taoist Li Shang, who presided over the great formation back then, only had the cultivation level and strength of the royal void realm. The power he drew from the great formation was only a very small part. But things were different now. Old Freak Xinyuan was an almighty cultivator. His cultivation level and strength were so formidable that Taoist Li Shang couldn't compare with him. Rumble! The stone door slowly opened, as if a primordial divine mountain was moving. It's open! Everyone who witnessed this scene was extremely shocked and nervous. The gate of the void sky was shaken by the 4 ancient spirits. As long as the stone door opened, everyone would be able to enter the virtual sky world. At this time, Old Freak Xinyuan was using all his strength to control the great formation. His whole body was shining, and the power of the immortal Tao was surging. Although he was an almighty cultivator, he still felt that he couldn't bear it. All of a sudden, the masked woman in white appeared behind Old Freak Xinyuan in a flash. Then she stretched out her right hand and pressed it on his back. After receiving the support of this power, Old Freak Xinyuan felt that his whole body was full of power. Chapter 1660. After 2 cycles of 60 years, the ancient Four Spirits formation was activated again. It drew the power of the four constellations and condensed the shadows of four supreme divine beasts. This was a shocking power that was enough to change the color of the wind and clouds. Rumble, the world shook. The ancient formation platform under everyone's feet shone brightly. All the formations were activated at this time, interweaving ancient and mysterious formation patterns. At this time, the stars that formed the four constellations shone brightly like never before. Even the light of the heavenly demon star and the seven-fiend demon star was overshadowed. At this moment, the strong cultivators in the southern wilderness also felt some changes in the endless starry sky. They all looked up. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. What's going on? Why are the four constellations at this time? Could it be? Some people thought of something and were all moved. 2 cycles of 60 years ago, the four constellations in the sky also had this kind of phenomenon. This phenomenon would only appear when the 3 great Taoist schools opened the legendary virtual sky world. Didn't the 3 great Taoist schools fall apart long ago? How could? With the return of the ancient clan, the great sects in the human world couldn't compete with such super forces. Apart from the other super forces in the human world, the other great sects were either destroyed or surrendered to the ancient clan. The 3 great Taoist schools in the human world had only existed for thousands of years. How could they be a match for the ancient clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years and had even produced invincible emperors? Even Guangxing Immortal School had to rely on the Zhou clan of the ancient clan to fight for a chance of survival. Could it be them? They actually succeeded. Some people had already guessed what happened. The mighty power of the 4 constellations fell into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Obviously, someone used a supreme divine ability to draw the power of the 4 ancient star areas. The 4 constellations had existed for countless years. They were the 4 ancient star areas in the starry sky. These star areas were extremely stable. Even after hundreds of millions of years, there wouldn't be any changes. However, the power of these star areas was also the most difficult to draw. Only the great ancient formation could draw the power of the ancient star areas. Someone succeeded in drawing the power of the ancient star areas. This power was boundless and was enough to open the virtual sky world. It's the primordial Zhou clan. At this time, in a valley in the 100,000 mountain range, an ancient formation platform was floating. A powerful force was awakening, and there were many people standing on the ancient formation. The person in the lead was surrounded by darkness, and not even light could shine through. This person was the 9-yin ancient sage-to-be who had forced Gu Fei to retreat outside the Dongfang family's ancestral land. The ancient array platform beneath the 9-yin ancient half-saint's feet was the one that Taoist Zhao Yang had used to slaughter his enemies. Back then, Taoist Zhao Yang had activated the power of the ancient formation platform and fought against the demon monarch of 6 paths and the great demon venerable all by himself. He had driven away the 2 peak-level cultivators in the mortal world, and was almost invincible in the southern wasteland. However, if the ancient 9-shade half-saint was in control of the ancient formation platform now, he might be able to challenge a demi-saint. I didn't expect the Zhou clan to beat us to it. The 9-yin ancient half-sage's cold voice resounded. No one dared to make a sound. This old ancestor's temper was not very good. No one dared to offend him. Rumble. The ancient formation platform emitted endless divine light, and countless ancient formation patterns were recovering. The whole area was shaking, and countless cracks appeared in the whole valley. It was about to collapse. Let's go. It's impossible for the Zhou clan to monopolize the virtual sky world. The 9-yin ancient sage-to-be emitted a cold, murderous intent. Then, he activated the transporting formation on the ancient formation platform and took everyone across the void, disappearing from the valley. The terrifying aura disappeared in an instant. At this time, in the sky-splitting valley, the ancient formations on the 4 ancient formation platforms had been operating to their limits. The terrifying aura spread in all directions. The power of the ancient star territory was continuously guided down and absorbed by the ancient formation platform. At this time, old freak Xuanyuan's body was steaming. The power needed to open the virtual sky world in the special environment of the great world of the mortal world was too great. Even though old freak Xuanyuan was already a powerful cultivator, he still couldn't bear it. Because of the great world of the mortal world, the influence of the demon twin stars on the power of heaven and earth was reduced to the lowest level. However, the stone door on the stone wall was still slowly opening. The power of the four spirits was vast and seemingly endless. Everyone was extremely nervous. The virtual sky door was about to open, and the virtual sky world was about to appear. Even Gu Fei felt his heartbeat quicken. Once the peerless ominous saber and the divine saber were united, he would have a perfect ominous saber of the extreme path. The children of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity also showed excitement in their eyes. For this moment, they had prepared for decades, and their efforts for decades were about to be realized. Watching the stone door on the stone wall slowly opening, old man Zhou Yi smiled. As an elder of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity, he definitely knew more than anyone else present. This virtual sky world was probably a world created by a supreme in ancient times. Otherwise, the patriarchs of the three great Tao schools thousands of years ago wouldn't have been able to create their own great sects based on the cultivation methods in the virtual sky world after obtaining an incomplete Taoist book in the virtual sky world. However, at this critical moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation suddenly came from the void above the sky-splitting valley. Then, an ancient formation platform crossed the void and appeared in the sky above the sky-splitting valley. What? Everyone in the valley was shocked. Someone had actually barged into the sky-splitting valley at this time. That's, on the four ancient formation platforms, Gu Fei saw the ancient formation platform that crossed the void and his eyes immediately lit up. He was no stranger to this ancient formation platform. Dongfang clan. The figure on the ancient formation platform made Gu Fei's pupils contract. It was a guy who seemed to be standing in the darkness forever. The ancient half-saint of 9-in actually came in person. Gu Fei knew that this ancient half-saint was extremely powerful and used to be a saint of 9-in. However, for some reason, this saint of 9-in had fallen from the saint realm. However, even though this guy was no longer a saint, he was still extremely powerful. His cultivation level was many times higher than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even Gu Fei had to be wary of him. "So it's you, old 9-in?" A furious roar rang out. On the four ancient formation platforms, old man Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan raised his white eyebrows. An aura so powerful that it made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate erupted from the old man. Chapter 1661. The people from the Dongfang clan had finally arrived. The ancient platform under ancient half-saint Jiuyin's feet shone with divine light, and countless Tao patterns flickered. Love and mischief, a terrifying power surged out from the ancient spirit formation platform, causing the entire world to become unstable. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the ancient spirit formation platform before extending into the distance. "Old Jiuyin, you're still alive." When the old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, saw the figure on the ancient platform, his long white eyebrows immediately rose, and a shocking aura burst out from his aged body. "Old ghosty?" When ancient half-saint Jiuyin drove the ancient platform to the sky above the stone wall, he saw old man Zhou Yi on the four ancient platforms in front of the stone wall and was extremely shocked. The virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan. What does the Dongfang clan want? Old man Zhou Yi was extremely domineering. The gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened, but the people from the Dongfang clan actually rushed here and wanted to take advantage of it? Not even a chance. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin sneered and then said, "Why have I never heard that the virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan? This is an ownerless place, and anyone can enter it." The words of the ancient half-saint Jiuyin were extremely cold. "Good, very good. Then there's nothing more to say." Old man Zhou Yi was also very straightforward. He directly soared into the sky from the four ancient platforms and then directly attacked ancient half-saint Jiuyin on the black ancient platform. Bam! Old man Zhou Yi used a great technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a large purple hand, which grabbed at ancient half-saint Jiuyin. The entire void was instantly shrouded by his large hand. Then let's fight. Ancient half-saint Join smiled. He didn't seem to move, but the ancient platform under his feet rushed out with a dazzling divine light and strangled the large hand that old man Zhou-Yi had grabbed at. Swoosh! The divine light of the great path seemed to be invincible. It directly crushed old man Zhou-Yi's large purple hand, and its momentum did not decrease as it continued to strangle old man Zhou. Old man Zhou-Yi was shocked. He knew that in his current state, he was probably no match for this guy because the other party could draw the power of the ancient platform. That pitch-black ancient formation platform was actually a great killing tool. The ancient formation platform had condensed an endless amount of energy. Now, this energy was being drawn out by the ancient half-saint Nining. At this moment, the ancient half-saint Nining's combat strength was so strong that there were few people in the world who could suppress him. Old Ghosty, you are no match for me. Ancient sage to be Join's voice resounded from the ancient formation platform. At this moment, all the disciples of the Zhou clan had ugly expressions on their faces. I didn't expect to see you here. At this moment, the Nine ancient half-sage's expression involuntarily changed when he saw Gu Fei on the 4 ancient platforms. This Gu Fei was exceptionally powerful. When did he join hands with the Zhou clan? Buzz. A sword chime rang out from the 4 ancient platforms. Then, a streak of sword light shot out from the ancient platforms and slashed towards the pitch-black platform in the sky. Swoosh! The sword light instantly chopped down on the top of ancient semi-sage Join's head. It broke through the layers of divine light and directly fell on his head. The power displayed by this sword was so powerful that even old monster Shenyuan would be shocked when he saw it. Rumble! The ancient platform under ancient sage to be Join's feet trembled. Beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the platform and interweaved into a net of light that blocked upwards. The mighty power of the great path made everyone's expression change. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the great path and almost fell on ancient sage to be Join's head. However, when the sword light was still a few feet away from ancient sage to be Join's head, it was finally blocked and could not fall any further. Bang! The divine light of the great path emitted an unprecedentedly strong light that crushed the sword light. A rain of light dissipated in the void. The powerful sword had been dissolved. Ancient sage to be Join stared at the woman behind old monster Shenyuan. There was a thoughtful expression on his face as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The person who made the move was not Gu Fei, but the woman in white. Old man Zhou-Yi, Gu Fei, and this woman in white. Even ancient sage to be Join found it difficult to remain calm. The presence of these 3 people in the opponent's formation was enough to make it difficult for his side to gain any advantage. Thoughts raced in ancient sage to be Join's mind. He didn't expect to face such a situation. At this time, a wave of power of heaven and earth came from the gate of the void sky. The stone door had been opened nearly a foot wide, which could barely allow one person to pass through. Behind the door was a void passage, which was opened with the power of the ancient 4 spirits formation and led to the virtual sky world. Old man E, why don't we explore the virtual sky world together? Once the battle started, the gate of the void sky would definitely be affected, and decades of effort would be wasted. This was what the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity didn't want to see, but old man Zhou-Yi was unwilling to let the other party take advantage of this great advantage. Ancient sage to be Join's words put old man Zhou-Yi in a dilemma. How can there be such a good thing in the world? You want to enter the virtual sky world without paying anything? Old man Zhou-Yi's expression was extremely unsightly. Ancient sage to be Join thought for a moment, then said, "Then what price do you want us to pay?" Fighting was definitely out of the question. Both sides were evenly matched, and they would inevitably fight to the point where heaven and earth would shatter. If the gate of the void sky was affected, everything would be ruined. Old man Zhou-Yi pondered for a moment, then said, "I heard that your Dongfang clan has 3 drops of immortal divine liquid. In that case, just give us 1 drop." What? Ancient sage to be Join's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. How did the other party know such a top secret of the clan? This was outrageous. Could it be that the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had planted a spy in my Dongfang clan? Impossible. Only the direct descendants of the Dongfang clan were qualified to know such a core secret. How could the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity bribe a direct descendant of the Dongfang clan? Old man Zhou stared at ancient sage to be Zhou and said, "What? You're not willing?" Ancient sage to be Zhou clenched his teeth and agreed. The most important thing now was to enter the virtual sky world. After all, the virtual sky world might be a world created by an ancient supreme being. Very well, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. Old man Zhou was very happy. A drop of immortal divine liquid was extremely precious, especially for an existence like him. The effect of the immortal divine liquid could at least allow him to use his trump card again. Both sides reached an agreement, so the next step was much simpler. Under the power of the great formation of 4 spirits, the gate of the void sky continued to slowly open, and a void passage completely appeared in front of everyone. Swish! With a flash, Gu Fei directly rushed into the space passage behind the stone gate and disappeared inside before everyone could come back to their senses. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy, even old man Zhou was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei, whom he had kindly invited to come, was actually the first to rush in. There was no hesitation. Gu Fei had already gone in, so why should he hesitate? The old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, also rushed in and disappeared into the void passage. Then the dozen or so elite disciples of the Zhou clan also flew up and pounced towards the open stone door on the stone wall. Ancient sage to be Zhou didn't lag behind. He directly flew up from the ancient formation platform floating in the sky and rushed toward the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared inside. Everyone soared into the sky, all wanting to enter the virtual sky world. Go quickly. At this time, old freak Xianyuan transmitted his voice to the woman in white. This woman in white was the hope of Guangqing Immortal Sect, so they couldn't miss the trip to the virtual sky world. The woman in white nodded, then turned into a sword light, crossed the sky, and rushed into the void passage inside the stone gate. Old freak Xianyuan sat cross-legged on the 4 ancient formation platforms. He had to preside over the great formation and couldn't let the ancient formation stop. Once the ancient formation stopped, the void door would close. Once the void door closed, even if Gu Fei had a holy weapon of the extreme path, he would still be trapped inside, let alone the others. Boom! The sky above a desolate mountain suddenly shook. Then, a figure passed through the shaking void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. The virtual sky world, I'm here again. Standing high in the sky, Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. He found that the area he was in was a desolate mountain range. There were very few powerful creatures in this area. There were almost no birds or beasts in the desolate mountain range. There were only a few sparse short trees growing tenaciously. Boom! There was a sudden shake in the distant sky. The clouds in the sky formed a vortex, and a figure walked out of the vortex. Someone had appeared nearby. The gate of the void sky would transport people who entered the void passage to other places. This was random, so everyone would appear in a different place in the virtual sky world. That's when Gu Fei saw that person clearly. A shocking fighting spirit immediately rushed out of his body. Without thinking, he directly rushed towards that person. However, when Gu Fei moved, he almost fell from the sky. He was shocked, but he soon calmed down. He didn't expect that he would still be suppressed by the power here, even though he had become a great sovereign realm cultivator. My cultivation level, my strength. The person in the distant sky cried out in alarm. He also noticed that something was wrong. His powerful cultivation level seemed to have disappeared and directly fell below the immortal realm. Even so, it's still as easy as turning my hand to kill you. Gu Fei could barely fly in the sky, but his speed was reduced to less than 1,000th of his usual speed. Even so, he quickly approached that person. It's you! At this time, that person also noticed Gu Fei. This was no small matter. Gu Fei and their clan had irreconcilable enmity. No pop-up window. Chapter 1663. The people from the Dongfang clan had finally arrived. The ancient platform under ancient half-Saint Joanne's feet shone with divine light, and countless Tao patterns flashed. A terrifying power surged out from the ancient spirit formation platform, causing the entire world to become unstable. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the ancient spirit formation platform before extending into the distance. "Old Joanne, you're not dead yet." When the old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, saw the figure on the ancient platform, his long white eyebrows immediately rose, and a shocking aura burst out from his aged body. "Old Devil Yi." When ancient half-Saint Joanne drove the ancient platform to the sky above the stone wall, he saw old man Zhou Yi on the 4 ancient platforms in front of the stone wall and was extremely shocked. The virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan. What does the Dongfang clan want to do? Old man Zhou Yi was extremely domineering. The gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened, but the people from the Dongfang clan had actually barged in at this time. There was no way they could take advantage of it. Ancient half-Saint Joanne sneered, then said, "Why have I never heard that the virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan? It's an ownerless place, and anyone can enter." The words of the ancient half-Saint Joanne were extremely cold. "Good, very good. Then there's nothing more to say." Old man Zhou Yi was also very straightforward. He directly soared into the sky from the 4 ancient platforms, then directly attacked ancient half-Saint Joanne on the pitch-black ancient platform. Bang! Old man Zhou Yi used a great technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a large purple hand, which grabbed towards ancient half-Saint Joanne. The entire void was instantly shrouded by his large hand. "Then let's fight." Ancient half-Saint Joanne smiled. He did not seem to move, but the ancient platform under his feet rushed out with a dazzling divine light, strangling towards old man Zhou Yi's large hand. Swoosh! The divine light of the great path seemed to be invincible. It directly crushed old man Zhou Yi's large purple hand, and its momentum did not decrease, continuing to strangle old man Zhou Yi. This, old man Zhou Yi was shocked. He knew that in his current state, he was probably no match for this guy because the other party could mobilize the power of the ancient platform. That pitch-black ancient formation platform was actually a great killing tool. The ancient formation platform had condensed an endless amount of energy. Now, this energy was being drawn out by the ancient half-Saint Nining. At this moment, the ancient half-Saint Nining's combat strength was so strong that there were few people in the world who could suppress him. "Old Ghosty, you are no match for me." Ancient sage to be Joanne's voice resounded from the ancient formation platform. At this moment, all the disciples of the Zhou clan had ugly expressions on their faces. I didn't expect to see you here." At this moment, the 9 ancient half-sage saw Gu Fei on the 4 ancient platforms. His expression changed involuntarily. This Gu Fei is exceptionally powerful. Since when did he join hands with the Zhou clan? Buzz! A sword chime rang out from the 4 ancient platforms. Then, a streak of sword light shot out from the ancient platforms and slashed towards the pitch-black platform in the sky. Shwa! The sword light instantly chopped down on the top of ancient semi-sage Joanne's head. It broke through the layers of divine light and directly fell on his head. The power displayed by this sword was so strong that even old monster Xianyuan would be shocked when he saw it. Boom! The ancient platform under ancient sage to be Joanne's feet shook. Beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the platform and interweaved into a net of light, blocking upwards. The mighty power of the great path made everyone's expression change. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the great path and almost fell on ancient sage to be Joanne's head. However, when the sword light was still a few feet away from ancient sage to be Joanne's head, it was finally blocked and could not fall any further. The divine light of the great path emitted an unprecedentedly strong light. It shattered the sword light, and a rain of light dissipated in the void. The powerful sword had been dissolved. This is, ancient sage to be Joanne stared at the woman behind old monster Xianyuan. There was a thoughtful expression on his face, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The person who made the move was not Gu Fei, but the woman in white. Old man Zhou Yi, Gu Fei, and this woman in white. Even ancient sage to be Join found it difficult to remain calm. With these 3 people in the opponent's formation, it was enough to make it difficult for his side to gain any advantage. Thoughts raced in ancient sage to be Join's mind. He didn't expect to face such a situation. At this time, a wave of power of heaven and earth came from the gate of the void sky. The stone door had been opened nearly a foot wide, which could barely allow one person to pass through. Behind the door was a void passage, which was opened with the power of the ancient 4 spirits formation and led to the virtual sky world. Old Man E, why don't we explore the virtual sky world together? Once the battle started, the gate of the void sky would definitely be affected, and decades of effort would be wasted. This was not what the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity wanted to see, but Old Man Zhou was unwilling to let the other party take advantage of this great advantage. Ancient sage to be Join's words put Old Man Zhou in a dilemma. How can there be such a good thing in the world? You want to enter the virtual sky world without paying anything. Old Man Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. Ancient sage to be Join thought for a moment, then said, "Then what price do you want us to pay?" Fighting was definitely out of the question. Both sides were evenly matched, and they would inevitably fight to the point where heaven and earth would shatter. If the gate of the void sky was affected, everything would be ruined. Old Man Zhou pondered for a moment, then said, "I heard that your Dongfang clan has 3 drops of immortal divine liquid. In that case, just give us 1 drop." What? Ancient sage to be Join's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. How did the other party know such a top secret of our clan? This is outrageous. Could it be that the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity has planted a spy in our Dongfang clan? That's impossible. Only the direct descendants of the Dongfang clan are qualified to know such a core secret. How could the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity bribe a direct descendant of the Dongfang clan? Old Man Zhou stared at ancient sage to be Join and said, "What? Are you unwilling?" Ancient sage to be Join clenched his teeth and agreed. The most important thing now was to enter the virtual sky world. After all, the virtual sky world might be a world created by an ancient supreme being. "Very well, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word." Old Man Zhou was very happy. A drop of immortal divine liquid was extremely precious, especially for an existence like him. The effect of the immortal divine liquid could at least allow him to use his trump card again. Both sides reached an agreement, so the next step was much simpler. Under the power of the great formation of 4 spirits, the gate of the void sky continued to open slowly, and a void passage completely appeared in front of everyone. Swoosh! With a flash, Gu Fei directly rushed into the space passage behind the stone gate and disappeared inside before everyone could come back to their senses. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy, even Old Man Zhou was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei, whom he had invited out of kindness, was actually the first to rush in. There was no hesitation. Gu Fei had already gone in, so there was no need to hesitate. Old Man Zhou of the Zhou clan also rushed in and disappeared into the void passage. Then the dozen or so elite disciples of the Zhou clan also flew up and rushed toward the open stone gate on the stone wall. Ancient sage to be Join didn't lag behind. He directly flew up from the ancient formation platform floating in the sky and rushed toward the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared inside. Everyone soared into the sky, all wanting to enter the virtual sky world. Go quickly. At this time, old freak Xianyuan transmitted his voice to the woman in white. This woman in white was the hope of Guangqing immortal sect, so they couldn't miss the trip to the virtual sky world. The woman in white nodded, then turned into a sword light, crossed the sky, and rushed into the void passage inside the stone gate. Old freak Xianyuan sat cross-legged on the 4 ancient formation platforms. He had to preside over the great formation and couldn't let the ancient formation stop. Once the ancient formation stopped, the void door would close. Once the void door closed, even if Gu Fei had a holy weapon of the extreme path, he would still be trapped inside, let alone the others. Boom! The sky above a desolate mountain suddenly shook. Then, a figure passed through the shaking void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. The virtual sky world, I'm here again. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and looked in all directions. He found that the area he was in was a desolate mountain range. There were very few powerful creatures in this area. There were almost no birds or beasts in the desolate mountain range. There were only some sparse short trees growing tenaciously. Boom! There was a sudden shake in the distant sky. The clouds in the sky formed a vortex, and a figure walked out of the vortex. Someone had appeared nearby. The gate of the void sky would transport people who entered the void passage to other places. This was random, so everyone would appear in a different place in the virtual sky world. That's when Gu Fei saw who it was. A shocking fighting spirit immediately rushed out of his body. He didn't even think and directly rushed towards that person. However, when Gu Fei moved, he almost fell from the sky. He was shocked, but then he calmed down. He didn't expect that he would still be suppressed by the power of this place even though he had become a great emperor. My cultivation base, my strength. The person in the distant sky already cried out in fear. He also noticed the abnormality. His powerful cultivation seemed to have disappeared and directly fell below the immortal realm. Even so, it's still as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Gu Fei could barely fly in the sky, but his speed was reduced to less than 1/1000th of his usual speed. Even so, he quickly approached that person. It's you. At this moment, that person also noticed Gu Fei. This was no small matter. After all, Gu Fei had an irreconcilable enmity with his family. Chapter 1664. Everyone entered the virtual sky world from a different place. This secret was no longer a secret because many people from the 3 great Taoist schools had entered the virtual sky world in the past several thousand years. At the same time, there was a law set by a supreme existence inside the virtual sky world. All the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world were suppressed by this law. Under the virtual sky world's rule, all cultivators who entered the virtual sky world would only be in the self-awakening realm. In other words, all cultivators who entered the virtual sky world would have their cultivation levels and strength suppressed to the lowest realm. In the human world, there were 5 realms below the immortal realm: awakening self, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and supreme saint. These 5 realms divided the cultivators below the immortal realm. When Gu Fei entered the virtual sky world, his powerful cultivation was also suppressed to the awakening self realm. This shocked him greatly. Even a great sovereign would be suppressed here. Could it be that this world was really created by the ancient supremes? While Gu Fei was bewildered, a strong fluctuation came from the nearby area. Someone had entered the virtual sky world from a distance, and this person was his enemy. Gu Fei, it's you. That person was shocked to see Gu Fei rushing towards him with a murderous aura. After all, Gu Fei was a god of slaughter. Many experts had died in his hands. Even the city lord of the East Royal City had suffered a grievance at his hands. That was the city lord of the East Royal City, an incomparably powerful half-saint, but he was killed by Gu Fei. Die. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps and instantly arrived in front of that person. He then directly punched. That person wanted to use a great technique of the immortal path, but he found that his divine power of the immortal path had already disappeared. It was difficult for him to even fly, let alone use a powerful magic tool. The more powerful the divine tool, the more divine power of the immortal path was needed. This person's cultivation had been suppressed to the awakening self realm, so how could he use any magic tool to defend himself? Bang! One punch from Gu Fei turned the cultivator into a mist of blood. In an instant, both his body and soul were destroyed. His magic treasure pouch was also shattered and a large number of items fell out. Those who could enter the virtual sky world were all elite children of the Dongfang clan, and their cultivation levels were extremely high. However, under Gu Fei's fists, no matter how amazing they were, they still had to die. There are quite a lot of things. Most of the things that fell out of the magic treasure pouch were collected by this outstanding disciple of the Dongfang clan. There were divine materials, divine medicines, and even many divine crystals that contained energy. Gu Fei directly put these things into his bag. Where is the other half of the peerless blade? Gu Fei recalled that he had once sensed the aura of a peerless ominous saber in an ancient battlefield, but 260 years had passed, and that peerless ominous saber was still in the depths of that ancient battlefield. Suddenly, in Gu Fei's inner world, a black saber that had been inserted into the peak of a mountain suddenly vibrated, as if it had sensed something. Gu Fei was both surprised and happy. The two parts of the peerless ominous saber had sensed each other. This was the hope of finding the other half of the ominous saber that had been lost in this world. With a flip of his hand, the peerless ominous saber that had been inserted into the peak of his inner world appeared in his hand. Buzz! The murderous saber vibrated as if a force was summoning it. Gu Fei sensed the force and moved in the direction the force was coming from. The ancient desolate battlefield was a forbidden place in the virtual sky world. No one dared to break into this ancient battlefield because all the cultivators who entered couldn't come out. Roar! A series of roars came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Soon, a figure rushed out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. This person was in an extremely sorry state and was covered in blood. He had encountered a great danger. This person was the ancient half-saint of Joing. He was very unlucky to appear in the virtual sky world in the ancient desolate battlefield. However, this ancient half-saint of Joing was also amazing. He actually managed to kill his way out of the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Although he was in a sorry state, his performance could still be described as abnormal. After all, for thousands of years, no one had been able to come out alive after entering the ancient desolate battlefield. How unlucky! The ancient half-saint of Joing left without looking back. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. A terrifying demonic figure was quickly disappearing from the depths of the battlefield. A terrifying existence chased after it but then retreated. The terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to be unable to leave this ancient battlefield. Otherwise, the ancient half-saint of Joing might not have been able to escape. Not long after the ancient half-saint of Joing left, a figure appeared near the ancient desolate battlefield. Gu Fei had arrived. The half of the peerless ominous saber that had been lost in the virtual sky world was still in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. However, he didn't dare to enter rashly. The ancient desolate battlefield was a forbidden area in the virtual sky world. No one could relax when facing such a forbidden area. After all, if one was not careful, they might die inside. It was definitely worth the risk for the half of the peerless ominous saber. In the end, Gu Fei decided to enter. Although the ancient desolate battlefield was terrifying, he had a way to protect himself. The power of the inner world surged out from the space between his eyebrows and enveloped him. Under the envelopment of the inner world, Gu Fei's surroundings became a world of their own. The power of the law of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world could no longer affect him. His cultivation and strength of the great sovereign realm were rapidly recovering. This was the benefit of the inner world. It could draw upon the power of the inner world to form a world of its own where no techniques could affect it. Gu Fei held the half of the peerless ominous saber in his left hand and the ninth heaven star's sword in his right. Then he walked into the ancient desolate battlefield. Roar! The moment Gu Fei stepped into the ancient desolate battlefield, a terrifying roar was heard again. The terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to be angry. A terrifying wave came from the ancient desolate battlefield. The pitch-black aura of death enveloped half the sky, then it surged towards Gu Fei. In the boundless black aura, huge demonic shadows were faintly discernible. Such a scene was frightening. It was as if countless ferocious demons were rushing out from the 9 layers of hell. However, to Gu Fei, such a scene was not frightening at all. Buzz! The 9th heaven star's sword in his hand began to vibrate. The 9 martial arts imprints on the divine sword were awakening, and a Taoist rhyme spread out from the divine sword. Rumble! The entire world in front of him darkened, and an endless aura of death spread out. Gu Fei had an illusion that the entire ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have come to life, becoming extremely terrifying. Chapter 1665. Clang! Rays of sword light continuously slashed out from the pitch-black fog. Gu Fei was fighting against the faint figures. He was fighting against the ancient desolate battlefield's inextinguishable battle will. Black chi filled the sky, and boundless resentment enveloped the entire ancient desolate battlefield. The entire ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have a life of its own, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Such fluctuations spread in all directions. They could be sensed even from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Who dares to enter that place? On a mountain peak, the battered ancient half-saint of Nine Shade looked in the direction of the ancient desolate battlefield in shock. The entire world there was shrouded in black chi. From afar, half of the sky above the ancient desolate battlefield was pitch black. Huge figures could be faintly seen in the black chi, like terrifying demons moving about. Just now, the ancient half-saint of Nine Shade was almost trapped in the ancient desolate battlefield. After entering the virtual sky world, even someone as powerful as ancient half-saint of Nine Een, with his earth-shattering cultivation level, was still suppressed by this world. However, the ancient half-saint of Nine Shade was once a saint. His means were unimaginable. At this time, the cultivators of the other regions were also shocked. The ancient desolate battlefield was an extremely dangerous place. Everyone avoided it, and no one dared to enter it. No one has ever come out alive after entering that place. Could this be an exception? 100 kilometers away from the ancient desolate battlefield, a white figure stood on the crown of a towering tree that was hundreds of meters tall. It was a woman. The virtual sky world is really mysterious. In another direction, Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan, stood high in the sky and looked in the direction of the ancient desolate battlefield. He could actually fly in the sky, and it seemed effortless. In the ancient desolate battlefield, rays of divine light kept rushing out. The laws of the great path in the battlefield were awakening. This was the inextinguishable battle will of the peerless existences that had fallen in the ancient desolate battlefield. The terrifying murderous aura caused the world to change color. In less than an hour, the inextinguishable battle will of 5 ancient experts had already appeared, and all of them were attacking Gu Fei. It was as if 5 invincible experts were fighting against Gu Fei at the same time. Preposterous! It's impossible to charge into the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield like this. Gu Fei was in great danger. Although he had the 9 heaven star sword and half of the peerless ominous saber, it was still not enough. A blurry figure slammed out with a palm, directly sending Gu Fei flying thousands of meters away. The power of the Great Path was vast and mighty, as if a supreme master of the Great Path was attacking. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily as his long hair danced in the wind. He held a sword in his right hand and a peerless blade in his left. He charged back and fought the illusory figure endlessly. However, this was not destined to be a fair duel. Just as Gu Fei attacked with all his might, the other 4 undying battle wills transformed into human forms and charged over. Boom! Gu Fei was sent flying again. This time, the impact he received was even stronger. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His right hand, which was holding the 9 heavenly stars sword, was trembling slightly. Buzz! The void space trembled, and a shadow holding a divine spear pressed towards Gu Fei. An extremely powerful coercion swept towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was just a trace of battle wills, but it was already so powerful that it could even suppress a great cultivator emperor. It was hard to imagine how powerful this peerless figure was in the past. Very well. You will be the whetstone for me to advance. Gu Fei's battle wills were like a rainbow. This kind of training was very suitable for him. As a cultivator, he must have an unyielding battle wills. Although the 5 broken marks of the Great Path were terrifying, it was impossible for them to stop Gu Fei. If it were any other cultivator who broke into the ancient desolate battlefield, they would have died long ago. Only Gu Fei, who had cultivated the inner world and was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world, could fight endlessly in the ancient desolate battlefield. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps and attacked again. However, without any suspense, he was blown away again. The 5 marks of the Great Path could be said to be indestructible and difficult to defeat. He charged forward again and again. Although he was blown away again and again, he still pressed forward. This kind of battle forced Gu Fei to go all out. Even so, he still felt that it was too much for him. After charging for dozens of times, he had to retreat. The endless resentment condensed into a black aura that enveloped the world. The entire ancient desolate battlefield fell into darkness. Gu Fei used the peerless ominous blade to open the way and directly rushed out. The 5 blurry figures wanted to stop him, but a powerful saber chi rushed out of the ominous blade, forcing the 5 figures to retreat. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the ancient desolate battlefield. Although the ominous blade of the extreme path did not awaken, the saber chi emitted from the ominous blade was something that even the marks of the Great Path did not dare to contend against. The immortal marks of the ancient desolate battlefield condensed the power of the Great Path. Even if the matchless figures had died countless years ago, these marks still existed. Gu Fei used the ominous blade to break through the layers of black aura and rushed out. His whole body was soaked in sweat. Although it had only been less than an hour, he had always been in his peak state and attacked with all his strength. This is outrageous. Gu Fei found a clean place and sat down cross-legged. Then, he put away the 9th Heaven Star's sword and the ominous blade and operated the truth of martial arts in his body to recover his consumed true force. It seemed that entering the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield was not an easy task. However, the other part of the ominous blade was in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. It was impossible for Gu Fei to leave. The fusion of the ominous blade and the ominous blade was his purpose for entering the virtual sky world. At this time, the others who entered the virtual sky world were advancing to the depths of this world. Some unlucky people had already died. The virtual sky world was definitely not a paradise. The danger here was enough to devour all the cultivators who entered. If one was careless, even a half-step saint would die. That is, just as a group of people was walking in a desert, a divine light suddenly flew across the sky. Within the divine light was a small old man. It was a small old man holding a walking stick. An extremely exuberant aura of life spread out from the small old man's body, causing everyone's expressions to change. It's not a cultivator's primordial spirit. It seems to have the aura of an ancient tree. Could it be an immortal divine medicine? Someone in the group said, a divine medicine that could take human form. If it was not an immortal divine medicine, then what could it be? The group of people immediately became excited and chased in the direction where the divine light disappeared. Who wouldn't be jealous of an immortal divine medicine? It was already a great opportunity to see it, but no one would let such a divine medicine fly away. Chapter 1666. The appearance of an immortal divine medicine alarmed many people. An old man was wrapped in a divine light as he flew across the sky. An extremely pure life aura spread out, causing everyone's expressions to change. This breath could be sensed even thousands of miles away. The immortal divine medicine. The cultivators who entered the virtual sky world went crazy. The immortal divine medicine was extremely precious. Only a few of them had appeared since ancient times. This was a divine medicine exclusive to supreme martial artists. In the distant past, only supreme martial artists were qualified to possess this kind of immortal divine medicine. Even great saints or quasi-supreme martial artists couldn't protect the immortal divine medicine even if they obtained it. A true supreme martial artist could kill any opponent. However, in the present world, even saints had become extinct, let alone supreme martial artists. There was absolutely no supreme martial artist or great saint who would jump out to fight for the immortal divine medicine. Swoosh! The divine light soared into the sky. A figure radiating the divine light of the great path soared into the sky and chased after the little old man who seemed to have transformed from the immortal divine medicine. Godly medicines could take on a human form, but they would not possess any great mystic abilities. The world was fair. Since the immortal godly medicine had the characteristic of immortality, it was destined that it would not be able to cultivate great mystic abilities or great powers. It would not be able to become an existence like a supreme demon. Old man Joey chased after it, and so did ancient half-Saint Join. The other cultivators also chased after it. Why did they enter the virtual sky world? Wasn't it to look for fated chances like this? No one wanted to let go of this great fated chance that suddenly appeared. This would be a fight between the Dongfang clan and the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. In the face of the immortal divine medicine, the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan were destined to have a big collision. In order to get the immortal divine medicine, these two forces would do anything. No one paid attention to the abnormalities in the desolate battlefield anymore. They all chased after the divine medicine that was suspected to be the immortal divine medicine. Outside the desolate battlefield, Gu Fei also sensed the vast breath of life. He couldn't help but be moved. Was there really an immortal divine medicine in the virtual sky world? Without hesitation, he also chased after it. A hazy world emerged around him. As he walked in that hazy world, his cultivation wasn't restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world at all. The 8 desolate void steps was definitely the fastest in the world. Very soon, Gu Fei had already entered a mountain ridge. There were many mountains here, and mist lingered around it. Spiritual energy gathered here. It was actually a rare spiritual land. In this mountain range, there was lush vegetation. Towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. Some ancient trees were hundreds of meters tall, and their canopies covered a radius of several kilometers. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a beast came from the depths of the mountain ridge in front of them, startling the birds and beasts in the surrounding area and causing them to flee in fright. The primitive mountain forest in this area was immediately thrown into chaos. A huge golden bird rushed out from the depths of the mountain ridge, and an extremely fierce aura filled the air. This was a golden eagle, and when it stretched out its wings, it had a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters. Shwa! The golden eagle flapped its wings, wanting to soar into the sky. However, a strange beast suddenly pounced out from the depths of the mountain ridge. This strange beast was covered in thick cyan scales, and its speed was extremely fast. In just one leap, this strange beast had already arrived above the golden eagle and directly swooped the golden eagle down from the sky. Golden feathers swirled in the air. The two wild beasts were fighting, and Gu Fei happened to witness this scene. Roar! The strange beast's roar shook heaven and earth. Its ferocious aura was even stronger than that of the golden eagle. It was a strange beast shaped like a qilin with the head of an ancestral dragon. Its 4 hooves generated wind and clouds, and it could run in the void. A water qilin doesn't seem like it. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Although this strange beast looked very much like a water qilin, the aura of energy exuding from its body wasn't the power of water, one of the 5 elements. But what was certain was that this strange beast had the blood of a true dragon flowing in its body. This golden eagle was also a strange species. It should be a distant relative of the great golden-winged peng, but this golden eagle couldn't compete with that strange beast. Boom! The two wild beasts tore at each other in the air. They pounced and tumbled down from the sky, smashing a mountain below them into pieces. Rubble filled the air, and dust rose high into the sky. The entire region was shaking. Gu Fei didn't have time to pay attention to the two wild beasts that were fighting in front of him. He sensed the aura that seemed to belong to the immortal divine medicine, which was the aura of immortality. Shwa! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had already entered the depths of this mountain ridge, where there was a divine spring that was spewing spiritual qi. It's here! Gu Fei's gaze swept around. He wanted to find the suspected immortal divine medicine. At this time, he still couldn't be sure if it was the real immortal divine medicine. It's you! At this time, on the opposite mountain peak, a figure appeared. It was an old man. This old man was Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so fast. When Gu Fei saw Zhou Yi, he couldn't help but be moved. Zhou Yi was very mysterious, and Gu Fei sensed a peerless and powerful power from this old man. Could it be that this old man was the same as him? He could also use some kind of method to prevent himself from being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world? Old Juin, since you're here, why don't you dare to show yourself? Elder Zhou Yi suddenly said this to the void beside him. He sensed that something was amiss. Someone was lurking nearby and spying on them. Among all the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world, perhaps only ancient half-Saint Zhouyin had this kind of strength to be able to lurk so close to Zhou Yi without being discovered by Zhou Yi. A cold laugh rang out, and the void trembled. Water-like spatial ripples spread out, and a figure directly walked out of the void. This person was ancient half-Saint Zhouyin of the Dongfang clan. You also want the immortal divine medicine? Gu Fei's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at ancient half-Saint Zhouyin. This guy also seemed to be able to use some kind of method to prevent himself from being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. He had a great enmity with the Dongfang clan, and he had even fought against ancient half-Saint Zhouyin. Who doesn't want the immortal divine medicine? Ancient half-Saint Zhouyin's words were still cold. He looked coldly at Gu Fei and then at Zhou Yi. He was very worried about Gu Fei and Zhou Yi. At this time, the ancient formation platform was not here, so he could only rely on his holy weapon. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and said to Zhou Yi, "How about we join forces and kill this guy first?" Ancient half-Saint Zhouyin's heart skipped a beat. Gu Fei alone was already tricky enough. If the two of them joined forces, he would really be in danger. Zhou Yi was not easy to deal with, and he might also have a holy weapon. At this moment, Elder Zhou Yi also began to ponder. Chapter 1667. The three experts gathered around a holy spring. Gu Fei, Old Man Zhou Yi, and the ancient semi-holy nine each occupied a direction. Gu Fei and Old Man Zhou Yi stood on a mountain peak, while the ancient semi-holy Nining stood directly in the air. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world seemed unable to affect him. The holy spring was not big, only a few dozen feet in circumference. However, it nurtured an extremely pure life essence. This kind of life essence was enough to make all cultivators jealous. The divine herb that was suspected to be the immortal divine herb should be hiding in this divine spring. At this time, the other experts gradually arrived nearby. On the other side of the mountain, the fight between the two wild beasts was still going on. The whole area was in chaos. However, no one paid attention to the two wild beasts at this time. Why don't we join forces to kill this guy and then divide the divine medicine? Gu Fei suddenly said to Old Man Zhou Yi. The ancient semi-holy Nining couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He felt that something was wrong. If the two of them really joined forces, he would probably be in danger. The ancient semi-holy Nining was very clear about Old Man Zhou Yi's cultivation and strength. This was a peerless expert who was not weaker than him. When he was in the sky-splitting valley, he had relied on the power of the ancient formation platform to suppress Old Man Zhou Yi. If these two great experts really fought, it would be really hard to say who would emerge victorious. Old Man Zhou Yi's gaze swept over the ancient semi-holy Nining in the sky. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Gu Fei's suggestion tempted him. Being able to kill the ancient semi-holy Nining was definitely a rare opportunity. There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. If he joined forces with Gu Fei, he really had some confidence in killing the ancient semi-holy Nining. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a great price. The ancient semi-holy Nining sneered. Although he looked very calm on the surface, he had already secretly activated the power of the divine sword in his body. An extremely sharp wave of sword chi spread out from his body. But Gu Fei suddenly made a move. Without waiting for Old Man Zhou Yi's reply, he made his move. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. A large hand slapped towards the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin in the air. Rumble. Gu Fei's sky-covering hand emitted terrifying fluctuations. This definitely wasn't something a cultivator in the self-awakening realm could do. His power wasn't suppressed by the virtual sky world. A hazy world appeared around Gu Fei, and the power of the world surged out from the illusory world. This guy, the ancient sage to be Nining ancient sage to be, was both shocked and furious. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would attack him without any hesitation. Sky-encompassing Grand Palm, this was a powerful martial arts battle technique. It was simple and direct, displaying the true intent of the martial path. Soul Master of the Universe. The ancient sage to be Nine-Shade displayed a great technique of the immortal path. He stretched his hand forward, and a pitch-black void instantly spread from his palm. He was evolving the void of the world, wanting to devour Gu Fei's sky-covering hand into that pitch-black void. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's sky-covering hand collided with the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade's great technique of the immortal path. The two forces cancelled each other out, and both Gu Fei and the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade were forced back by the other. "Old man, when are you going to make your move?" Gu Fei shouted. He then used the universal void steps and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived above the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade's head and stomped down on him. This was the 8-kill steps. 8 kills in 8 steps. Terrifying martial arts power emerged under Gu Fei's feet. The sound of wind and thunder rang out, and the void under his feet collapsed. "You're courting death," the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade shouted. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. A terrifying power erupted from his body, and a hazy world seemed to appear around him. Clang! The sound of metal clanging came from the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade's body. Wisps of mysterious Yin power condensed into Taiyin divine swords. They emitted surging sword chi and pierced towards Gu Fei like tens of thousands of swords flying at the same time. This was the display of the Tao laws of the half-saint. Every divine sword was like a peerless immortal weapon, emitting terrifying fluctuations that made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble! This was a huge collision. Both Gu Fei and the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade attacked with all their strength without holding anything back. The two forces were not suppressed by the laws of the virtual sky world, and they exploded in this part of the world. Thousands of sword shadows collapsed. Gu Fei's 8-kill steps displayed a fighting strength that shocked even the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade. However, it was difficult for Gu Fei to take another step. The power of the half-saint's Tao laws was so powerful that it blocked his martial arts technique. Swish! At this moment, something suddenly shot towards the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade. A wisp of holy might appeared between heaven and earth. Someone had used holy power. What? The ancient half-sage of Nine-Yin was startled. What was attacking him was a stone pagoda. The stone pagoda had 13 floors, and each floor was radiating boundless divine light. Saint-level power erupted, and the stone pagoda shook the world. It was a divine tool. Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan from the antiquity, finally made his move. Moreover, he went all out and used a divine tool. He wanted to kill the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade in one blow. All the hair on ancient sage to be's body stood on end. He sensed great danger and retreated without hesitation. At the same time, a dazzling divine light rushed out of his glabella. A sword shadow rushed out of his Niuan palace and slashed at the 13-story stone pagoda that was smashing down on him. Buzz! The sound of the sword shook the heavens. Saint-level sword chi erupted. This was a sword light that caused the world to lose color. It shocked the heavens and was extremely terrifying. The water-blue divine sword collided with the ancient stone pagoda. Countless runes collapsed and dissipated. The void was as fragile as a thin piece of paper and was easily torn to pieces. Without thinking, Gu Fei retreated into the distance. This was a saint-level heavy armor. Even a freakishly powerful imperial martial body would not be able to withstand such power. Gu Fei had to retreat. The destructive power spread out in all directions, causing the entire region to tremble and mountains to crumble one after another. Fortunately, the two peerless cultivators were carefully controlling their divine weapons. The divine spring below was not affected. No one was willing to destroy immortal divine medicine. The ancient sage to be Nine-Shade had attacked in a hurry and did not gather enough power. The Taiyin holy sword was smashed away, and he flew thousands of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn you, oldie!" The ancient sage to be Nine-Shade was shocked and angry. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. The Taiyin holy sword that had been knocked away immediately flew back into his hand. Boom! Holy power erupted. With the sword in hand, the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade's battle intent instantly rose to the limit. Pff! Zhou Yi also recalled the stone pagoda and pressed toward the ancient sage to be 9 shade. At the same time, Gu Fei also approached the ancient sage to be 9 shade from another direction. The two cultivators joined forces and surrounded the ancient sage to be 9 shade. Chapter 1668. How dare you! Ancient semi-sage Jiuyin's anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. Gu Fei and Zhou Yi had actually joined forces to attack him, which made ancient semi-sage Jiuyin both shocked and angry. He was confident that he would be able to fight against either one of them and even have the chance to kill the other on the spot. But now, the two great cultivators had joined forces and Zhou Yi had a holy weapon. At this time, ancient semi-sage Jiuyin did not think that he was a match for the two great cultivators. Go to hell! Old man Zhou Yi's voice was extremely calm. A stone pagoda was held above his right hand, and every layer was blooming with bright divine light. There was a rhythm of the great path lingering around it, and an aura of the great path filled the air. This was the true power of a saint. Old man Yi, you've gone too far. Ancient semi-sage Jiuyin roared angrily. The Taiyin divine sword in his hand emitted a bright blue divine light, and a shocking sword chi rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. Virum. The Taiyin divine sword vibrated, and ancient semi-sage Jiuyin directly slashed at old man Zhou Yi. At this time, any word seemed extremely blank. Only powerful strength could explain everything. Saint-level sword light shot up into the sky, and within the sword light, there were looming Dao patterns. It directly broke through the void, as if even heaven and earth had been split in half by the sword. The fluctuations of the saint level shocked everyone in the nearby area. At this time, many people had come nearby, but no one dared to approach. The aura emitted by the three great cultivators was too powerful. These people were actually not affected by the laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world. They could show their true strength, which shocked the others to the extreme. Virum. The void shook, and the stone pagoda suppressed the surroundings. A vast force spread out from the stone pagoda in old man Zhou Yi's hand, freezing the void in this part of the world. The Taiyin sword light broke through the suppressing power of the stone pagoda. It was invincible, and it fell towards old man Zhou Yi's head. Swoosh! 13 beams of divine light shot out from the 13-story stone tower and blocked the incoming Taiyin sword light. Each beam of divine light was the light of the great path and contained unimaginable power. The sword light collided with the 13 beams of light of the great path that rushed out from the stone tower. A rain of light erupted. The 9 beams of divine light of the great path and the blue sword light collapsed at the same time. Although they were both sacred weapons, the lunar divine sword in the hands of the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin and the 13-storied stone pagoda in the hands of Zhou Yi old man seemed to be on par with each other. It was difficult for either to suppress the other. However, with the addition of Gu Fei, this balance was broken. Kill. At this moment, Gu Fei roared and charged over from afar. His fists shattered the void as he charged straight at the ancient half-saint of 9 Yin. This guy, the 9 Yin ancient half-sage, was moved. He had fought with Gu Fei before and naturally knew how powerful he was. This was someone who could challenge experts of a higher level than him. Control the void. The ancient half-sage of 9 Yin displayed a great technique. His left hand turned into a pitch-black hole, and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the hole, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into it. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His fist vibrated, and monstrous martial arts combat power rushed out from his fist, directly shattering the void created by the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin. Without any suspense, the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin was once again beaten back, and scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. While Zhou Yi old man restrained the lunar divine sword of 9 Yin, Gu Fei attacked the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin at this time. The ancient half-sage of 9 Yin could not use his saint-level power to deal with Gu Fei at all. When Gu Fei and Zhou Yi old man joined forces, they could seriously injure the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin. In the end, the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the two experts. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. At this time, another battle came to an end. In the end, the exotic beast still defeated the golden condor and tore it in half. The appearance of saint-level power terrified the two exotic beasts, especially the exotic beast that looked like a chelan. It carefully retreated into the deep mountains and forests. The golden eagle was dead. It was an extremely powerful, ferocious bird. What a pity! Many cultivators shook their heads. If this ferocious bird could be subdued, it would be a great help. However, it had been killed by the exotic beast. Joey Old Man held the 13-story stone tower in his hand and looked at Gu Fei as he said, "Chase away the ancient nine. Don't fight with me for this immortal divine medicine." How do you know that there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring? Gu Fei smiled. The divine spring contained endless life essence. He didn't want the divine medicine. He just wanted the divine spring. His inner world needed to be nourished by the divine spring. The divine medicine is mine. I don't care about anything else. Joey Old Man's tone was extremely firm. Gu Fei thought about it and then said, "Very well. If there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring, you can take it. However, everything else belongs to me." That's it. Joey Old Man nodded. They each took what they needed. This way they could avoid conflict. Gu Fei didn't have any enmity with the Zhou family of the ancients. Moreover, Joey Old Man was determined to get the immortal divine medicine. The old man had a complete sacred weapon in his hand. Once they fought, Gu Fei would suffer. He even suspected that Joey Old Man was likely to be like the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin. In ancient times, he was a saint who dominated the heavens and the earth. Such a special existence couldn't be imagined by ordinary people. An ancient half-sage like him couldn't be compared to an ordinary half-sage. Later, Joey Old Man used the 13-story stone pagoda to suppress the surrounding area. Saint-level power erupted from the stone pagoda, suppressing the heavens. The void of the entire area seemed to solidify. Even Gu Fei felt great pressure. Joey Old Man was very careful. He used the stone pagoda to suppress the surroundings, cutting off all the escape routes of the divine medicine. Only then did he open up the water channel and enter the divine spring to catch the divine medicine. Gu Fei stood above the divine spring, watching everything coldly. He didn't make any moves, and the nearby cultivators didn't dare to come over. No one was willing to provoke a peerlessly powerful existence, especially in a place like the virtual sky world. Swoosh! In the mountains, several figures soared into the sky, wanting to fly into the distance. Gu Fei sensed the fluctuations of the divine power of the immortal path coming from these figures and couldn't help but be stunned. These people were from the Dongfang family. Want to leave? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He took a step forward and instantly arrived behind those figures. He then pressed his palm forward. Without any suspense, those people had absolutely no chance of survival under Gu Fei's unparalleled palm power. They were directly beaten into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Chapter 1669. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had great enmity. Many cultivators had come nearby, including the disciples of the Dongfang family. It was impossible for Gu Fei to let these people go. Empress Dowager, the disciples of the Dongfang family brought into the virtual sky world by ancient half-saint Join were all outstanding figures of the Dongfang family, so Gu Fei didn't show them any mercy. He took advantage of the moment Old Man Joey entered the divine spring of life to kill all the disciples of the Dongfang family, destroying both their bodies and souls. The disciples of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity were extremely shocked when they saw Gu Fei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family in one move. This person was really strong. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was actually not a secret. Moreover, the news that Gu Fei killed the city lord of East Imperial Emperor City had already spread throughout the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent. The city lord of East Imperial Emperor City was a half-saint. Even in the great world of the human world, when heroes rose together, the fall of a half-saint was still rare. There were definitely not many people in the human world who could kill a half-saint. However, even if they knew about the enmity between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family, when they saw Gu Fei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family, many people still disapproved. But just as Gu Fei turned around, there was a sound of water, and a figure rushed out of the divine spring. That person was Old Man Joey. This is outrageous. This divine spring is actually connected to an earth vein, and the divine medicine escaped into it. Old Man Joey's expression was extremely unsightly. He didn't catch the divine medicine. The divine medicine had already gained intelligence, so how could it be so easy to catch it? In particular, this kind of divine medicine that had lived for countless years knew how to seek luck and avoid danger. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, it would immediately escape. Previously, when Gu Fei and Old Man Joey worked together to beat away ancient half-Saint Joeyne, they had already alarmed the divine medicine hiding in the divine spring. Gu Fei saw that Old Man Zhou's expression wasn't so good, but he didn't say anything. After all, Old Man Zhou didn't catch the immortal herb. Furthermore, the stalk of godly medicine had escaped into the vein of the earth, so it was almost impossible to catch it. After all, there was more than one vein of the earth beneath the ground. Some of the earth veins were filled with great dangers, with incomparably powerful existences lurking within. Even with Old Man Joey's cultivation level and strength, he had to be cautious. This was the virtual sky world, and anything could happen, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Failing to capture the divine herb enraged the old man of Zhou Yi, so he set his sights on the divine spring. He directly used his divine immortal arts, and his entire body seemed to turn into a black hole. The endless life essence contained in the divine spring immediately gathered towards him in a frenzy. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but change his expression. They had already agreed beforehand that Old Man Zhou Yi wanted the divine medicine, and the other things were his. This old man was not kind. Rumble. The divine spring shook, and the endless life essence was forcibly devoured by Old Man Zhou Yi. Rays of spiritual light visible to the naked eye kept rushing out of the divine spring and then entered Old Man Zhou Yi's body. After a full hour, Old Man Zhou Yi finally stopped and left with the people of the Zhou clan without saying a word. This time, it was Gu Fei's turn to look unhappy. Old Man Zhou Yi had done this, and nearly half of the spiritual essence in the divine spring had been devoured by him. The divine spring wasn't big. Although it contained a huge amount of life essence, it couldn't withstand Old Man Zhou Yi's predatory devouring. The concentration of the spiritual essence around the divine spring had become extremely thin. After Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan, left, Gu Fei began to collect the divine spring and planted it in his inner world, nourishing his inner world with the essence of the divine spring. Is there really an immortal herb? Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation, and a comfortable aura came from the vein of the earth. There was earth chi lingering in the vein of the earth. This was a small vein of the earth, but it was a branch of the main vein of the earth. It was no wonder that Old Man Zhou Yi had found it difficult to capture that herb. It must have escaped into the main vein of the earth. This was like a dragon entering the sea. No matter how powerful Old Man Zhou Yi was, it was absolutely impossible for him to capture that herb. Only the fated person can obtain this kind of herb. Gu Fei knew that divine medicines were intelligent. They would choose their own masters, just like how most of the immortal divine medicines in the past found their own extreme Tao Supremes. Being by the side of a supreme being was safer than anywhere else. No one would dare to have any ideas about a supreme being. Of course, it was hard to say whether this herb that could transform was an immortal herb or not. After all, immortal herbs weren't the only ones that could transform and travel around. In the end, Gu Fei left. After Gu Fei left, many cultivators came from afar and went to the place where the divine spring was to carefully examine it. They were all experts who had surrendered to the Zhou clan or the Dongfang clan of the Desolate Antiquity. This time, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity also brought many experts from the periphery to open the gate of the ruined sky. The Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity controlled the method of entering the virtual sky world, so whoever they wanted could enter. At this time, there were still people entering the virtual sky world. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of a mountain range inside the virtual sky world. Someone had broken into a beast emperor's lair and alarmed a beast emperor that was entrenched there. A frightening murderous aura burst out from the depths of the mountain range, and a golden tiger jumped out. It was as big as a small mountain, and its whole body seemed to be cast from fine gold. Golden light flowed all over its body. A powerful metal element power spread out from the Tiger Emperor's body, intimidating all the other beasts. A figure was fleeing in the mountains. He was very unlucky. The place where he entered the virtual sky world was actually near the lair of a beast emperor, which alarmed the Tiger Emperor. "Oh heavens, oh earth, why am I so unlucky?" A young Taoist was frantically sprinting in the mountains while shouting and yelling. He was being chased by a huge golden tiger. This young Taoist was also quite impressive. He didn't soar into the sky, but every step he took would cause the stars to shift and Tao patterns to appear under his feet. His speed was extremely fast. This was an extremely powerful body technique. "You big worm, stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I'll go crazy." The young Taoist kept running and shouting. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in fact, he wasn't in any danger. The Tiger Emperor had already gained intelligence and had at least the strength of an immortal, but it still couldn't catch up to this young Taoist for a while. Up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This young Taoist was quite interesting, but he didn't know which sect he was from. Gu Fei couldn't tell the origin of this little Taoist. This little Taoist didn't have the magic power fluctuations of the Dongfang family and the Zhou family of the Desolate Era. This meant that this little Taoist didn't cultivate from these two families. Gu Fei was also very familiar with the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect. After all, 100 years ago, the Guangqing Immortal sect, the Shangqing sect, and the Taixin sect were known as the human world's Tao schools. Roar! The golden tiger's roar shook the entire mountain forest. The tiger's might was unparalleled, frightening all the beasts in the vicinity and causing them to flee for their lives. The mountains were in chaos. The tiger leaped up and pounced on the young Taoist in front of it. This pounce was extremely ferocious, and even Gu Fei was moved. As the beast emperor of this area, the golden tiger definitely had the strength to intimidate all other beasts. Otherwise, the beast emperor here wouldn't be this tiger. Ouch! When the young Taoist saw the golden tiger pouncing on him, he couldn't help but be startled. In his panic, his steps became unsteady and his speed slowed down. It was this small change that caused the young Taoist to fall into a trap. Whoosh! A gust of strong wind came down from the top of the young Taoist's head. The golden tiger's claws directly clawed at the young Taoist's head. As long as the tiger's claws clawed at his seed, the young Taoist's head would be removed. "My life is over. Damned heavens, I'm unwilling." The young Taoist roared. In the virtual sky world, not everyone could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The young Taoist's cultivation level and strength were suppressed. This kind of death was really a bit unjust. "Big insect, I'll fight you to the death." The young Taoist clenched his teeth and quickly formed a spell with both hands. Rays of divine light rushed out from the magic weapon pouch at his waist. There were more than 10 rays of divine light. Each ray of divine light was wrapped in a magic tool. The dozen or so magic tools were all controlled by the young Taoist and then attacked the golden tiger. Among these magic tools, there were divine swords, banners, bronze axes, ancient bells, and iron cauldrons. These magic tools all blossomed with dazzling divine light and emitted a vast and mighty fluctuation of magic power. When it saw the dozen or so magic tools attacking it at the same time, even the golden tiger was startled and its movements became a bit hesitant. Boom! The dozen or so magic tools instantly collided with the golden tiger that was pouncing down from the sky. In the end, such a powerful attack still played a certain role. The golden tiger was blocked by the explosive power of the dozen or so magic tools. The young Taoist took advantage of the chaos to rush out. The powerful force coming down from the sky instantly destroyed a large area of the mountain forest. The dozen or so magic tools were all knocked away by the golden tiger. Bang! With a swipe of the tiger's claws, an iron cauldron was smashed into pieces. The broken pieces flew in all directions, and a few of the broken pieces almost hit the young Taoist priest. The divine swords, flying axes, and ancient bells all rang and were then slapped away by the golden tiger. Some of the magic tools were directly destroyed. Even if they weren't destroyed on the spot, they were covered in cracks as if they could shatter at any time. The golden tiger cultivated the power of the metal element, which was one of the strongest forces in the world. The entire tiger was like a real golden tiger with an extremely strong physique. The dozen or so magic tools couldn't hurt it at all. My treasures! The young Taoist's heart was bleeding. These were the magic tools he collected over the years, but they were unexpectedly destroyed by this golden tiger in a single day. Chapter 1670. Roar. The golden tiger's roar shook the mountains, and a fierce murderous aura swept in all directions. The incomparably powerful golden tiger directly sent more than a dozen magic weapons flying, then it continued to chase after the little Taoist. Watching this scene from high in the sky, Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, the little Taoist would probably be torn to pieces by the tiger. At this time, the little Taoist no longer cared about his dozen magic weapons. He fled for his life, wanting to escape from the tiger's mouth. However, the golden tiger was already enraged by the little Taoist and chased after him relentlessly. Rays of golden divine light circulated around the tiger's body. Since this divine tiger could become the beast emperor of this mountain range, it naturally wasn't comparable to ordinary savage beasts. Moreover, this divine tiger grew up in the virtual sky world, so it wasn't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. How could a low-level cultivator in the self-awakening realm contend against a divine tiger that surpassed the immortal realm? If it wasn't for the little Taoist's strange footwork, where Tao patterns emerged under his feet with every step he took, as if the mountains and rivers were shifting under his feet in his extremely fast speed, he would have been torn to pieces by this divine tiger long ago. Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, this little Taoist would be caught by this golden tiger. The little Taoist ran with all his strength. With every step he took, the mountains and rivers shifted. This kind of speed and footwork didn't seem inferior to Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps. High in the sky, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and a nearly transparent divine light gushed out from the tip of his index finger. Above the divine light, a hazy image seemed to be faintly discernible. A wave of the power of heaven and earth spread from the divine light. Gu Fei flicked his finger, and the divine light immediately flew out. In an instant, it crossed the void and entered the little Taoist's body. The little Taoist's whole body trembled, then he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Soon after, the little Taoist revealed an extremely shocked expression. A powerful wave of power awakened in his body, and a powerful aura broke out of his body and spread throughout the mountain range. How could this be? The little Taoist simply couldn't believe the changes taking place in his body. His cultivation level and power suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world were actually recovering rapidly. Roar. The golden divine tiger took advantage of the moment the young Taoist priest paused to roar angrily and pounced forward. The strong winds blew the surrounding trees to the ground, causing sand and stones to fly. The great Tao is formless. The imperial Tao is invincible. The body of the little Taoist trembled as a torrential killing intent gushed out from his body. The temperature of the entire void plummeted rapidly. At this moment, the little Taoist seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He actually possessed a trace of invincibility. Buzz. 18 beams of sword light rushed out from the little Taoist's Niwen palace and circled around him. Each of the divine swords emitted a sword light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Imperial Sword of the Tao, go! With a wave of the little Taoist's hand, 18 divine swords immediately soared into the sky and pierced through the huge golden tiger that was pouncing over. 18 sword lights tore through the void. Roar! Sensing the danger, the golden tiger's fur stood up on its ends. It was only at this moment that the tiger realized that this human was a supreme powerful being. Swoosh! Golden light flashed. When the 18 sword lights cleaved down, the golden divine tiger actually changed its direction and soared into the sky, barely dodging the 18 unparalleled sword lights. The little Taoist smiled. He also soared into the sky and controlled the 18 sword lights, chasing after the golden tiger. The recovery of his cultivation surprised and delighted him. How could something like this happen? The little Taoist knew that the reason why his cultivation could recover was probably because someone was helping him from the side. If that was the case, then the cultivation of the person in the dark was simply heaven-defying. However, the little Taoist couldn't care so much right now. He had to resolve the crisis before him first. To think that this little fellow is actually an immortal king. Gu Fei was a little surprised as well. This little Taoist was really extraordinary. He actually cultivated the imperial sword. An immortal king cultivator was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. However, in the human world, such a cultivator could already be considered as an expert. Even with the descent of the human world and the emergence of powerful beings, it wasn't to the point where immortals and gods could be seen everywhere. Immortal kings were the kings of the immortal Tao that surpassed immortals and gods. Even though there were still immortal emperors, supreme beings, and even higher realms above immortal kings, the ambitions of this little Taoist were far greater. What he was walking on was the invincible emperor's Tao. One has to know that once this invincible emperor's Tao was cultivated to the great completion stage, one would be a human emperor. What happened next didn't have any suspense. The imperial sword was incomparably strong and displayed the invincible emperor's Tao. It sent the golden tiger flying and left a series of sword scars on its body. Golden blood dripped down from the sky. Every single drop was glowing with a golden light. This was a type of god blood. The golden tiger was a metal element beast and its blood contained the power of the metal element. One had to admit that the physique of this divine tiger was way too strong. Even the little Taoist's imperial sword had a hard time killing it. It could only leave sword scars on the divine tiger's body. What a tough tiger skin. It would probably be pretty good to make a divine armor. The little Taoist stared at the golden divine tiger. His eyes gradually brightened. 18 sword lights danced around his body. The imperial sword hummed and produced a sonorous sound. Sword aura spread in all directions. Not bad. When Gu Fei saw the little Taoist displaying the imperial sword, he couldn't help but nod. In time, this little guy would certainly become a famous emperor of the sword path. However, the premise was that this little Taoist could walk out of the virtual sky world alive. Gu Fei could already see that the little Taoist's imperial sword was just starting and still had a lot of room for development. Once this kind of sword path took shape, he would probably be able to sweep away all opponents in the same realm. Invincible Emperor's Tao wasn't just a preface. The ancient human emperors were the strongest in the world apart from the extreme Tao. Clang. The 18 sword lights let out a deafening sound at the same time. A vast emperor's sword aura spread out and directly struck the divine tiger. A large amount of golden blood sprinkled from the sky. The little Taoist was furious. This sword strike almost chopped off one of the divine tiger's front legs. The golden divine tiger was no longer in the mood to fight with the little Taoist. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden gale. Within the gale, there were faint flashes of light blades. The little Taoist was shocked. The golden divine tiger was a metal element savage beast. The power of this golden gale was extraordinary. Even the void was torn apart in an instant. The little Taoist had no choice but to use his divine sword to protect himself and retreat. After the golden divine tiger forced the little Taoist to retreat, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Now you've become a sick cat. The little Taoist sneered and was about to chase after it. However, his expression suddenly changed. The imperial sword aura in his body was rapidly weakening, and his cultivation level as an immortal king was rapidly declining. This time, the little Taoist's shock was no small matter. Chapter 1671. In the mountains, the little Taoist and the golden tiger fought fiercely. Terrifying power spread in all directions, shaking the whole area. The little Taoist's cultivation level and strength weren't suppressed by the virtual sky world. However, this situation wouldn't last long. Just as the little Taoist displayed his divine might and chased after the golden tiger, he suddenly felt his power rapidly weakening. This was no small matter. What's going on? The 18 sword lights around the little Taoist quickly dimmed. The power of the 18 divine swords was also suppressed by the virtual sky world's laws of heaven and earth. The virtual sky world was a vast and boundless world. Here, there were laws of heaven and earth set down by a supreme existence. Unless an expert on the same level as that supreme existence entered this world, anyone who entered would be suppressed by this world. Unless they were experts who cultivated their inner worlds, like Gu Fei, who could use the power of heaven and earth in their inner worlds to prevent the virtual sky world's laws from affecting them. In the virtual sky world, there were only 3 people who weren't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Although the little Taoist was amazing and his cultivation level had reached the immortal king realm, he hadn't cultivated his inner world, so his cultivation level was suppressed to the self-awakening realm. Earlier, Gu Fei injected a mass of the power of heaven and earth into the little Taoist's body, so his cultivation level and strength quickly recovered. But at that moment, the power of heaven and earth in the little Taoist's body gradually disappeared. His cultivation level was also rapidly declining, and his powerful aura was also disappearing. Roar! The fleeing golden tiger also sensed the abnormality behind it, but it didn't dare to take the risk. This human was too cunning. The golden tiger roared and turned into a golden divine light, disappearing into the depths of the mountains. The little Taoist also felt very guilty. His cultivation level was rapidly declining. If he continued to chase, he would be in danger. He no longer had the strength to fight against the golden tiger. "You big worm, your life isn't over yet." The little Taoist stopped and retreated into the distance while swearing. After leaving this mountain range, the power of heaven and earth in the little Taoist's body completely disappeared, and his cultivation level was once again suppressed to the self-awakening realm by the virtual sky world. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." The little Taoist cupped his hands in greeting in all directions. He knew that there was definitely an incredible figure observing him in the dark. His cultivation was able to recover temporarily because of that existence. He could actually ignore the laws of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. Could it be that this person was powerful to that extent? "You sure are careful." Gu Fei walked out. With just one step, he arrived in front of the little Taoist. He looked at the little fellow indifferently. He saw the shadow of the old tortoise on the little fellow. "I will never forget Senior's life-saving grace." The little Taoist didn't dare to be impudent at this moment. He was respectful and didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. One had to know that this person before him could disregard the laws of heaven and earth in this world. The other party was so strong that he could pinch him to death with just a finger. The little Taoist was very good at it. "You don't mean what you said, do you?" Gu Fei laughed. This fellow was pretending to be serious. This was not the nature of this little fellow. "Senior, you..." The little Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. If this person wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. How could a self-awakening realm cultivator contend against this kind of existence? "All right, you don't have to be nervous. What's your name? Where are you from?" Gu Fei asked. The little Taoist was startled. Could it be that this senior took a fancy to him and wanted to take him as a disciple? The little Taoist's thoughts turned quickly. "Senior, please know that I actually don't have a master. I'm also an orphan. I entered an immortal's cave by chance and obtained a cultivation technique. Then I embarked on the path of cultivation." Orphan, immortal's cave. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. How much of this person's words were true and how much was false? But did it matter whether it was true or false? "All right, tell me your name," Gu Fei said. "I'm Li Huangdao," the little Taoist said carefully. "Huangdao." Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This little guy actually came up with such a name. Huangdao? His ambition was truly great. He actually had the determination to become an emperor. The path to becoming an emperor. Very good. Come with me. Gu Fei's tone left no room for doubt. This little Taoist definitely had a lot of thoughts, but in front of him, it would be hard for him to create any waves. Yes. The little Taoist was very sensible. He didn't have a choice. Just as Gu Fei was leaving with the little Taoist, in another area, an ancient city stood tall on the ground. It was completely dark and there was not a single sound coming from within the city. The mountain wind blew and whistled. The ancient city in front of them seemed even more eerie. Even during the day, this ancient city was still surrounded by Yin energy. It was like a ghost city in hell, causing people's hearts to palpitate and not daring to approach. This is the ancient city. At this time, a group of people arrived at a small hill outside of the ancient city. The person in the lead was an elder in green. Behind him stood a few young cultivators. The woman dressed in white and wearing a veil hat was among them. This was the Zhou clan from the antiquity era. They had found this place. In front of them was the legendary eternal ominous city. Back then, Gu Fei's group had entered this place. Inside this eternal ominous city, Gu Fei's fate had fundamentally changed. He had obtained the most important saint weapon of the Great Path, the cauldron of mountain and river. It was also at that time that Gu Fei began to refine the chaotic embryo that the cauldron of mountain and river had nurtured for countless years. He opened up an inner world that belonged to him. The appearance of this inner world gave Gu Fei a capital that others could not hope to reach. In this eternal ominous city, Gu Fei and the old tortoise also narrowly escaped death. They were almost trapped inside and could not get out, but in the end, they were able to survive. "We really have to go in." The woman in white, who had been quiet the whole time, spoke at this time. The old man nodded. They entered the virtual sky world to explore these places. Only in dangerous places could they get what they wanted. But the woman in white wanted to say more, but she was stopped by the old man. "Wait for Elder Yi's arrival, then we'll explore the ancient city together." The old man's tone was extremely firm. In this eternal ominous city, there were definitely many ancient treasures. In the eternal ominous city, there were immortal lights rushing out from time to time. Those were definitely divine lights emitted by treasured weapons. Next, they sat cross-legged on the hill and waited for Elder Yi's arrival. Among the experts of the Zhou clan from the antiquity era who entered the virtual sky world, only Elder Yi could ignore the laws of heaven and earth in this world. Chapter 1672. Inside the virtual sky world, there was day and night, and there were also stars in the sky. Those stars were real stars, sprinkling starlight. This was an almost perfect world, but it was only almost perfect. The virtual sky world wasn't a truly perfect world. Gu Fei led the little Taoist through the desolate desert, across thousands of miles of swamps, and walked toward the depths of the virtual sky world. This time, he wanted to enter the ancient ominous city again. Back then, there were countless immortal lights in the ancient ominous city, which were divine lights emitted by supreme treasures. There must be many divine treasures in the ancient ominous city. Since he couldn't attack the desolate ancient battlefield for the time being, he would go to the ancient ominous city that almost swallowed him and the old turtle. The ancient ominous city was very dangerous. Even the current Gu Fei didn't have much confidence that he could come and go as he pleased in the ancient ominous city. After all, even the indestructible martial physique had fallen in there. The corpse of the general refined by the old turtle into his external incarnation came from this ancient ominous city. It was a real indestructible martial physique. After walking for nearly 20,000 miles, Gu Fei and the others finally arrived near the ancient ominous city. Under the moonlight, the ominous city was silent. It was as if a gigantic prehistoric beast was lying there, giving off a strong sense of oppression. There was no light in the city. The buildings and houses were all pitch black inside, and this huge city was terrifyingly silent. "Senior, this is..." The little Taoist couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw this ancient city. The ancient city in the virtual sky world wasn't an ordinary city, so there was most likely great danger inside. I didn't expect someone to have designs on this ancient city." Gu Fei sensed several powerful breaths on the nearby short mountain and couldn't help but sneer. This ancient city wasn't a good place. If these people's cultivation levels were all suppressed to the self-awakening realm, then no matter how many people entered, they would all die. He remembered the dangers he encountered when he broke into the city, and even now, he still felt fear. Swish. Not long after Gu Fei and the others arrived near the ancient city, a divine light appeared in the distant sky. It streaked across the sky and fell on the short mountain like a meteor. It's him. When Gu Fei saw the divine light, he couldn't help but frown. The divine light dissipated and an old man walked out. Who else could it be but Elder Zhou? When old man Zhou Yi arrived, everyone on the short mountain stood up. This is the legendary ominous city. Old man Zhou Yi ignored the others. He stood on the short mountain and gazed at the ancient city in the distance. The massive ancient city exuded an aura of infinite antiquity. Very extraordinary. Elder Zhou Yi watched for a full hour before saying this. The people around him did not dare to make a sound. Elder Zhou Yi had a very high status in the Zhou family of the desolate antiquity. Granduncle, should we wait for daybreak too? An old man beside old man Zhou Yi said. After looking at the terrain around the ancient city, old man Zhou Yi said, there's no need for that. This ominous city will always be dangerous no matter when you enter. Then, the old man hesitated. Wait here, I'll go in and take a look. After old man Zhou Yi finished speaking, he immediately soared into the sky like a big bird and flew toward the ancient city in front of him. He crossed a distance of more than 10 miles and landed in front of the open city gate. In the distant mountain forest, Gu Fei and the little Taoist watched this scene. They hadn't been discovered by old man Zhou Yi. It was very difficult for other experts to sense the existence of experts like Gu Fei, who had cultivated an inner world. Even though old man Zhou Yi was extremely powerful, he still couldn't sense anything strange in the nearby area. Old man Zhou Yi stopped at the city gate for a while before walking into the city. Just as old man Zhou Yi walked into the ancient city, the entire ancient city suddenly seemed to darken. It was even darker inside than before. Moreover, terrifying ghost howls began to come from the city. It was as if the countless ferocious souls and malicious ghosts in the ghost city of hell had been alarmed. In the dark corners of the city, many figures were faintly discernible. It was as if something had appeared in the city. A gloomy and terrifying aura came from the ominous city. Soon, old man Zhou Yi's angry roar came from the city. He seemed to have encountered something and was fighting with something. Divine light constantly rushed out of the city. On the short mountain, the people from the Zhou family of the ancients could not help but look at each other. They were well aware of old man Zhou Yi's strength. He was one of the most powerful people in the Zhou family of the ancients. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Old man Zhou Yi seemed to have encountered great trouble in the ancient city. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from the ancient city. A figure flew up, but very soon, that figure fell back into the city. At this moment, figures kept appearing in the dark corners of the city. What is that? There was a force lingering in the ancient city. No one could really see the scenery in the city. Outside the city, everyone could see things in the city very blurry. However, someone recognized the figure that had flown up just now. It was old man Zhou Yi. Soon, a figure rushed out of the city gate. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out from inside the city gate. It was as if countless people were walking in the direction of the city gate. In the forest outside the city, Gu Fei's expression became extremely solemn. He naturally knew what old man Zhou Yi had encountered in the city. It was a terrifying corpse soldier. In the ancient ominous city, there were countless corpse soldiers guarding the city. Although these corpse soldiers were no longer alive, they were controlled by the mysterious power in the ancient city. This kind of corpse soldier could not be destroyed. As long as the ancient city existed, these corpse soldiers would protect the ancient city. Even if they were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood would still be reconstructed. The person who rushed out of the city gate was old man Zhou Yi, who had just entered the city. At this moment, old man Zhou Yi was in a somewhat sorry state. The clothes on his body had been torn. As if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world, a look of horror appeared on his face. He had escaped, not retreated calmly. After the heavy footsteps arrived at the city gate, they stopped and no longer rang out. Looking in from outside the city gate, one could see figures standing inside the city gate. That is, seeing those figures, everyone's expressions changed. Even Gu Fei was no exception. The ancient ominous city was still extremely dangerous. Even old man Zhou Yi had to escape. Inside the city gate, There were more than a dozen corpse soldiers holding ancient spears. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were hollow. They stood there silently like wooden stakes. A heart-palpitating aura of death spread out from the bodies of those corpse soldiers. The ancient city's corpse soldiers. This is a place of great danger. Old man Zhou climbed up the short mountain. His expression was extremely grim. He had suffered a great loss in the city. If he had escaped in time, he would have been entangled by those corpse soldiers. Those corpse soldiers did not walk out of the ancient city. They just stood inside the city gate. The entire ancient city had become even more strange and gloomy, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 1673. Under the moonlit night, the ominous city of eternity became extremely terrifying. The aura of death shrouded the entire ancient city. Countless corpse soldiers walked out, and heavy footsteps could be heard from time to time in the city. 2. In particular, the dozen or so pale faces inside the city gate were even more terrifying. The corpse soldiers guarded the city gate, and even old man Zhou of the Zhou family of the desolate antiquity had suffered quite a bit. The ancient city was a place of great danger. Terrible changes had happened in the past, and those who had broken into it had a slim chance of survival. Very few could come out alive. Gu Fei and the little Taoist had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Gu Fei knew how terrifying the ancient city was, but the little Taoist was stunned by everything he saw. Boom! At that moment, a shocking momentum erupted from the short mountain in front of them. Old man Zhou held the 13-story stone tower in his hand, wanting to attack the ominous city of eternity. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth in all directions was attracted by the ancient stone tower in old man Zhou's hand. It gathered toward the stone tower in a frenzy and was devoured by the stone tower. Buzz! The stone tower shook, and a wisp of holy might was awakening. At that moment, old man Zhou's entire body was covered in divine light. It was as if a supreme god had appeared in this part of the world. The divine light emitted from the stone tower illuminated the entire world. The marks of the great path in the stone tower began to awaken, and divine patterns of the great path emerged from the stone tower. Go! Old man Zhou's white hair fluttered in the wind. His right hand that was holding the stone tower shook violently, and the 13-story stone tower immediately soared into the sky. It became as huge as a mountain and smashed toward the city gate in front of it. Rumble! The mighty power that came from the 13-story stone tower shook the entire world. This kind of power was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world at all. It should be noted that the power of saints had already surpassed the scope of heaven and earth. Even a truly perfect world could not suppress such power. Every floor of the 13-story stone tower was shining, and 13 beams of divine light of the great path swept down from the top of the stone tower like 13 heavenly swords slashing down from the sky. Clang! There was a deafening sound in the void, and the 13 beams of divine light of the great path all struck the city tower. However, to everyone's astonishment, the pitch-black city tower was not destroyed. Instead, the 13 beams of divine light of the great path collapsed. This result stunned everyone. Even old man Zhou himself found it hard to believe. An attack from a holy weapon was unable to shake the ancient city tower at all. Granduncle, another elder from the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity walked over. Even Elder Zhou Yi's saint weapon was unable to smash open the gates of the city. It looked like if they wanted to break through this ancient city, they would have to mobilize the Zhou clan's greatest trump card. Holy Holy Land. Man Zhou to Holy to and of the old man. Preposterous. Could it be that this is actually a divine city refined by a sovereign? Old man Zhou of man of and thought. Man of he of son, to of to is. Om, to of to. Man Zhou of saint. You want to break through this ancient city with an attack of this level? In the distant forest, Gu Fei was still observing. He knew that these people had hidden themselves very well. He wanted to know what methods they would use to attack the ancient city. The ancient city had stood tall for countless years, and no one had ever been able to break through it. This was not arrogance, but the ancient city was simply too strange. Come on out. You've been watching for so long. You've seen enough. Suddenly, Old Man Joey, who was holding the stone tower in his hand, said. As soon as Old Man Joey's words came out, the little Taoist in the distant forest was immediately shocked. That old fellow has discovered our whereabouts. Calm down. It's impossible for him to discover us. Gu Fei saw the little Taoist's expression change drastically, and he could not help but say such words. At this moment, Gu Fei's inner world power enveloped an area of several dozen feet around them. Unless Old Man Joey was a saint, it would be impossible for him to sense their existence. Sure enough, a person walked out from the darkness in the distance. This person's entire body was shrouded in darkness, and not even light could penetrate his body. Old Man E, your nose is very sensitive. Could it be that you're born in the year of the dog? The person said as he walked over. As this person appeared, a gloomy aura filled the air. It's you? Old Man Joey couldn't help but be startled when he saw this person. This person was the ancient half-saint Joeen whom he and Gu Fei had previously worked together to drive away. In the distant forest, Gu Fei was also very surprised to see the ancient half-saint Joeen suddenly appear. This guy actually dared to show up? The arrival of the ancient half-saint Joeen made the surrounding atmosphere tense. Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint Joeen had already fallen out. Now, the Zhou clan of the antiquity of the ancients and the Dongfang clan were enemies in the virtual sky world. The ancient half-saint Joeen didn't bring anyone else, but he alone was enough to make the Zhou clan of the antiquity of the ancients feel extremely powerful. This guy had the divine body of 9 yin. The ancient half-saint Joeen, coupled with a rare physique in the world, was exceptionally powerful. Only Old Man Joey and Gu Fei working together could drive him away. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't here. There was only Old Man Joey, so it was impossible to drive this guy away. Old Man Joey's battle prowess was at most on par with the ancient half-saint Joeen, and the ancient half-saint Joeen had the divine body of 9 yin. With this kind of physique, the ancient half-saint Joeen's battle prowess might even be slightly stronger than Old Man Joey's. What are you doing here? Old Man Joey's expression was not very good. He held the stone pagoda in his hand, and the divine power of the immortal path surged all over his body. He could launch an ultimate attack at the ancient half-saint Joeen at any time. The aura of a saint was vast and mighty, and a great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Fight! Fight! It's best if both sides suffer. Gu Fei couldn't wait for these two old guys to fight, but things often didn't happen according to one's wishes. Old Man Joey, why are you so nervous? Didn't you and I come here for the thing in the ancient city in front? Why don't we join forces? The ancient half-saint Joeen said this with a calm expression. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What exactly is this ancient half-saint of 9 yin's intention? It should be known that Old Man Joey had just wanted to kill the ancient half-saint Joeen not long ago. Join forces? Old Man Joey's eyes flickered, and all kinds of thoughts raced through his mind. No one knew what he was thinking. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Chapter 1674. In the moonlight, the ancient semi-holy Joeen walked out. He was a peerlessly powerful figure, and no one dared to underestimate him. Even Old Man Joey had to be careful. Buzz! The 13-story stone tower vibrated in Old Man Joey's hands. Divine light of the great path flickered in each story of the stone tower. This was a kind of saint-level power of the way. The mark of the great path inside the stone tower was already in a state of half-awakening. The whole world was filled with the fluctuations of saint-level power. In addition to the people of the Zhou family of the ancients, even Gu Fei and the little Taoist in the distance felt great pressure. Holy weapons were the weapons of saints. They contained the mark of the great path of a saint. To a certain extent, this kind of holy weapon was equivalent to the continuation of a saint's life. There was a blue divine light faintly appearing in the ancient semi-holy Joeen's body. He was not unprepared. The divine sword of Yin was also in a state of half-awakening. The divine sword of Yin was also a holy weapon. When it was unleashed, heaven and earth would lose color. Moreover, This was a holy weapon refined by the ancient semi-holy Join. He was once a saint of Een. But do you think that your Zhou family of the ancients can break through this ancient city? A trace of disdain appeared on the ancient semi-holy Join's face. The ancient ominous city was not so easy to break through. No one could monopolize the divine treasures in the city. Humph, I don't trust you. Old man Zhou stared at the ancient semi-holy Join. This person was famous for his viciousness. Joining forces with such a person would put them in danger of being plotted against at any time. I don't trust you either. The ancient semi-holy Join laughed. This old man Zhou had joined forces with Gu Fei to kill him. How could he swallow this insult? Hearing the words of the ancient semi-holy Join, the expressions of everyone from the Zhou family of the ancients immediately changed. If that's the case, then what's the point of joining forces? Old man Zhou's tone turned cold. A shocking murderous aura emanated from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous aura. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If you want to fight, Gu Fei is not here. What can you do to me by yourself? The ancient semi-holy Join walked up the short mountain and confronted Old Man Zhou. What exactly do you want? Old Man Zhou was a little angry. The ancient half-saint of Nine Een thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Let's work together to break into this ancient city. After that, the fated one will obtain the things inside. How about it?" His purpose for coming here was actually very simple. He wanted to break into the ancient city. It's that simple. Zhou old man said coldly as he held the stone pagoda and looked at the ancient half-sage of Nine Een. At this moment, the ancient city in front of them had gradually regained its calm. The heavy footsteps that came from time to time gradually faded away. It's that simple. The Nine Een ancient half-saint nodded. Very well. I'm not afraid of you playing any tricks, so I'll join forces with you this once. Zhou old man thought about it. It was impossible for him to breach the ancient city with his own strength. If he were to join forces with the Nine Een ancient half-saint and combine the power of two sacred weapons, they might really be able to shake the ancient city in front of them. After that, all the members of the primordial Zhou clan left the short mountain. Only Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Join remained on the short mountain. The two peerless experts were not standing close to each other. They were at least 100 feet away from each other. Both of them had their own concerns. If the others suddenly wanted to kill them, their lives would be in danger. Rumble! The great path resonated. Under the control of Zhou Old Man Zhou, the mark of the great path contained in the stone pagoda was completely awakened. Like the ancient half-saint Join, he could completely control this sacred weapon. This old man. In the distant mountain forest, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This showy old man Zhou had hidden himself very well. He was probably a saint in ancient times. It should be known that sacred weapons were not so easy to completely control. Sacred weapons contain the mark of the great path of their original master. If someone else obtained a sacred weapon, it would be impossible for them to obtain the recognition of the mark of the great path contained in the sacred weapon. Without the recognition of the mark of the great path contained in the sacred weapon, it would be impossible for the sacred weapon to display its true power. However, the mark of the great path in the 13-story stone pagoda in Zhou Old Man Zhou's hand was completely awakened. What did this mean? This sacred weapon was very likely a sacred weapon that he had refined himself. If one wanted to obtain the recognition of the mark of the great path that was awakening in the stone pagoda, they had to be the person who had refined this sacred weapon or the direct bloodline of this person. The bloodline of a saint would continue in their descendants and would not disappear. This was also the reason why those families and forces that had produced supreme saints and invincible renhuangs could continue to be passed down and did not disappear in the long river of history. The foundation of supreme saints and renhuangs was extremely deep. No one knew what kind of powerful trump cards these peerless existences would leave behind for their families. Buzz! A sword cry sounded from the ancient half-saint Join. The Taiyin divine sword rushed out of his body and floated in front of him, emitting a cold sword chi. In the aqua-blue sword light, The divine patterns of the great path could be vaguely seen. The Tyene divine sword was completely awakened. An incredibly powerful wave of sword chi spread from the divine sword. This was the powerful power of a saint. Roar! The two peerless cultivators roared at the same time. The power of the two cultivators rose to the peak in an instant, and the two sacred weapons emitted an unprecedentedly bright divine light. The two saint-level powers erupted, and the whole world shook. The short mountain under the feet of the ancient half-saint Zhou and Zhou old man Zhou silently turned into dust. Although the people of the Zhou family of the ancients had retreated far enough, they still felt that it was unbearable and had to retreat even further. At this time, Gu Fei also silently retreated into the distance with the little Taoist. This was the true power of a saint. The stone pagoda and the Tyene divine sword were completely awakened, and the power they displayed was too powerful. It was enough to shock the heavens and overwhelm everything. A saint was a terrifying existence that could trample the great path of heaven and earth under their feet. Such an existence had already jumped out of the world and was no longer restricted by the world. The ancient city in front of them was still calm, and nothing strange happened. Although there was a strange power controlling the countless corpse soldiers in the ancient city, those corpse soldiers could not kill their way out of the ancient city. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions was madly gathering towards the two sacred weapons in the sky. Two different great paths were vibrating, and everyone seemed to hear a mysterious divine sound of the great path in their ears. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was almost sucked dry by the two sacred weapons. The terrifying saint-level power pressed down so hard that the world was cracking and collapsing. No one dared to approach. This powerful pressure alone was enough to kill a peak mighty cultivator. Attack! The ancient half-saint Zhou shouted, and the aqua-blue divine sword floating in front of him immediately turned into a sword light that was tens of thousands of meters long, slashing towards the gate of the ancient city. At the same time, Zhou old man Zhou also attacked. The 13-story stone pagoda rose into the sky and became extremely huge, blocking the entire sky. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from the stone pagoda, and the stone pagoda pressed down on the city gate. It was as if two real ancient saints were attacking, and it was extremely terrifying. The world was directly annihilated, and everything within 1,000 miles of the ancient city turned into dust silently, except for the ancient city. Chapter 1675. Two holy weapons had been revived and attacked at the same time. This was definitely a disaster. The terrifying holy might spread in all directions, and the entire sky was collapsing and being annihilated. With the evil city of eternity as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed, and everything on the ground was destroyed by the saint-level power that came down from the sky. Rumble! The evil city of eternity shook, and a terrifying power of death awakened in the evil city. Black lines of death appeared on the ancient city. Roars sounded everywhere in the city, and countless powerful creatures of death were alarmed. The power of the saint level shook the entire ancient city. This attack was different from the one that Zhou had used with the stone tower. This time, it was the most powerful attack launched by the two holy weapons after they were fully revived. It was as if two ancient sages were attacking at the same time. Such fluctuations spread for 100,000 miles, and all the creatures in the area were trembling. The earth was sinking, and the evil city of eternity was suspended in the air. A layer of dark light of death appeared all over it, as if a peerless king of death was controlling the strange power in the evil city that was enough to compete with the holy weapons. Heavy footsteps sounded in the evil city of eternity again. Pairs of corpse soldiers came out of nowhere, holding bronze spears in their hands, and climbed the city wall. Bang! The 13-story stone tower pressed down from the sky, and 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from above, sweeping in all directions, displaying great power. The groups of corpse soldiers that climbed the city wall were all sent flying and fell into the city. Some of the corpse soldiers even turned into dust in the air. The power of this stone tower was too strong. However, something that made people's scalps numb happened. The corpse soldiers that had turned into dust and were about to dissipate with the wind actually condensed again, and then reappeared in the ancient city. What? Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be were shocked to the extreme. Even the true power of the saint level could not destroy these evil creatures that had lost their lives? Buzz! A water-blue sword light fell from the sky and slashed fiercely on the city tower. This was the full blow of the ancient sage-to-be, and he had raised the power of the saint level to the limit. Swoosh! The sword light tore a hole in the tower, almost splitting it in half. This was the first time the city had been shaken by a sacred weapon. However, the most powerful attack of the ancient half-saint of 9 could only have such destructive power. How is this possible? In the distant sky, everyone was extremely shocked at this sight. The most powerful strike from a saint weapon had actually only destroyed a single tower in the ancient city. After all, that was the true power of a saint. If such an attack were to be unleashed in the human world, perhaps hundreds or thousands of huge cities would be destroyed by a single slash. However, this ancient city before them only had an insignificant portion damaged. Everyone found this hard to believe. Could it be that this ancient city was truly an undying divine city refined by a supreme being? Unbreakable! Both the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient half-saint of 9 felt incredulous. The divine city was immortal and was protected by the divine patterns of the Great Path. This was an ancient city that had been refined by a supreme existence that was at least above the Renhuang level. Unless the two clans used their ultimate trump cards, it would be impossible for them to break through. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the ominous city. Some terrifying existences were alarmed, and a huge black shadow stood up in the ominous city. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the black shadow. Even the ancient half-saint of 9 and the old man of Zhou Yi felt their scalps go numb. Had the immortal divine city been occupied by an unimaginable evil creature? No one knew what had happened to this ancient city, but both old man Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be knew that it was impossible to break through the ominous city. The opening of the virtual sky world had a time limit, and it was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. Once the time was up, they would have to leave this world. Even if they had a holy weapon that could completely revive them, it would still be impossible. Retreat! Old man Zhou Yi shouted. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself as he rushed into the distance. 13 divine lights of the Great Path wrapped around old man Zhou Yi, and he instantly went far away. The ancient sage-to-be didn't fall behind. The Taiyin divine sword rushed back into his body. He became one with the sword and turned into an immortal sword light, rushing out. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the ominous city, and the whole world was shaking. The huge black shadow in the city stretched out 2 big hands, grabbing at old man Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be. This was definitely the power of a saint. The big hands broke through the void, almost catching the old man Zhou Yi and sweeping away the immortal sword light formed by the ancient sage-to-be. What is that thing? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such an evil creature in the city. If this evil creature had been provoked back then, perhaps no one would have been able to escape from this ancient city. At this time, the ancient city had been completely enveloped by a terrifying power of death. The tower that had been damaged by the Taiyin divine sword was gradually being repaired. The entire ancient city seemed to be alive. Even if it was damaged, it could be repaired very quickly. This was a true immortal divine city, and it could not be destroyed. It was too difficult to break through such a divine city, but one could also imagine that the divine treasures in the city were absolutely shocking. This was because this ancient city was most likely a divine city refined by a supreme existence at the level of a human emperor or a supreme being. There were probably divine treasures of a human emperor or a supreme being hidden inside. This was definitely a divine treasure that was enough to make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. The ancient sage-to-be and old man Zhou Yi were both extremely envious of the divine treasures in the ancient city, but it was difficult for them to break through the divine city and obtain the divine treasures in the city. The two ancient sage-to-be had no choice but to retreat, even if they had sacred weapons that could be completely revived. 1,000 miles of land was destroyed, but the ancient city floated in the air and did not sink down. A terrifying roar came from the city. The attack of the two fully revived sacred weapons impacted the immortal divine city and alarmed the evil existences in the city. Groups of corpse soldiers walked in the city, and the entire ancient city became extremely dangerous. The corpse soldiers could not be destroyed. This was the power that protected the ancient city. Any living creature that entered the city would be mercilessly killed by the corpse soldiers. Gu Fei was not willing to take the risk. The terrifying existence lurking in the city was not something he could contend with. He had no choice but to leave with the little Taoist. Boom. At this time, a powerful saint-level fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Divine light soared into the sky, and sword qi crisscrossed. Old man Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be had finally started fighting. This was a battle between the ancient sage-to-be. In another region, the experts of the Zhou clan of the ancients had also started fighting with the disciples of the Dongfang clan. The conflict between the two clans of the ancients had finally become clear. Chapter 1677. Two holy weapons had been revived and attacked at the same time. This was definitely a disaster. The terrifying holy might spread in all directions. The entire sky was collapsing and being annihilated. With the evil city of eternity as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. Everything on the ground was destroyed by the saint-level power that came down from the sky. Rumble! The evil city of eternity trembled. A terrifying power of death was awakened in the evil city. Black lines of death appeared on the ancient city's body. Roars sounded everywhere in the city. Countless powerful creatures of the dead were alarmed. The power of the saint level shook the entire ancient city. This attack was different from the one that Zhou Yi had used with the stone tower. This time, it was the most powerful attack launched by the two holy weapons after they were fully revived. It was as if two ancient sages were attacking at the same time. Such fluctuations spread over 100,000 miles. And all the creatures within 100,000 miles were trembling. The earth was sinking, and the evil city of eternity was suspended in the air. A layer of dark light of death appeared all over it. It was as if a peerless king of death was controlling the strange power in the evil city that was enough to compete with the holy weapons. Heavy footsteps sounded in the evil city of eternity again. Pairs of corpse soldiers came out of nowhere, holding bronze spears in their hands, and climbed the city wall. The 13-story stone tower pressed down from the sky. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from above, sweeping in all directions and displaying great power. The groups of corpse soldiers that climbed the city wall were all knocked away and fell into the city. Some of the corpse soldiers even turned into dust in the air. The power of this stone tower was too strong. However, something that made people's scalps tingle happened. The corpse soldiers that had turned into dust and were about to dissipate with the wind actually condensed again and then reappeared in the ancient city. What? Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi and the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin were shocked to the extreme. Even the true power of the saint level could not destroy these lifeless evil creatures. Buzz! A water-blue sword light fell from the sky and slashed fiercely on the city tower. This was the full blow of the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin. He had raised the power of the saint level to the limit. Shwa! The sword light tore a hole in the tower, almost splitting it in half. This was the first time the city had been shaken by a sacred weapon. However, the most powerful attack of the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin could only have such destructive power. How is that possible? In the distant sky, everyone was extremely shocked at this sight. The most powerful strike from a saint weapon had actually only destroyed a single tower in the ancient city. After all, that was the true power of a saint. If such an attack were to be unleashed in the human world, perhaps hundreds or thousands of huge cities would be destroyed by a single slash. However, this ancient city before them only had an insignificant portion damaged. Everyone found this hard to believe. Could it be that this ancient city was truly an undying divine city refined by a supreme being? I can't break it. Both the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin felt incredulous. The divine city was immortal and was protected by the divine patterns of the Great Path. This was an ancient city that had been refined by a supreme existence that was at least above the Renhuang level. Unless the two clans used their ultimate trump cards, it would be impossible for them to break through. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the ominous city. Some terrifying beings were alarmed, and a huge black shadow stood up in the ominous city. An extremely terrifying aura spread from the black shadow. Even the ancient half-saint of 9 and Old Man Joey felt their scalps go numb. The undying divine city had been occupied by an unimaginable evil creature. No one knew what had happened to this ancient city, but both Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint of 9 knew that it was impossible to break through the ominous city. The opening of the virtual sky world had a time limit. They couldn't stay here for a long time. Once the time was up, they would have to leave this world. Even if they had a holy weapon that could completely revive them, it would still be impossible. Retreat! Old Man Joey shouted. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself. He rushed into the distance. 13 divine lights of the Great Path wrapped around Old Man Joey, and he instantly went far away. The ancient half-saint of 9 did not lag behind. The divine sword of 9 rushed back into his body. He became one with the sword and turned into an immortal sword light, rushing out. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the ominous city. The whole world was shaking. The huge black shadow in the city stretched out two big hands, grabbing at Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint of 9. This was definitely the power of a saint. The big hands broke through the void, almost catching the Old Man Joey and sweeping away the immortal sword light formed by the ancient half-saint of 9. What is that thing? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such an evil creature in the city. If this evil creature had been provoked back then, no one would have been able to escape from this ancient city. At this time, the ancient city had been completely enveloped by a terrifying power of death. The tower that had been damaged by the divine sword of 9 was gradually being repaired. The entire ancient city seemed to have a life of its own. Even if it was damaged, it could be repaired very quickly. This was a true immortal divine city. It could not be destroyed. It was too difficult to break through such a divine city. However, one could imagine that the divine treasures in the city were absolutely shocking. This was because this ancient city was most likely a divine city refined by a supreme existence at the level of a human emperor or a supreme. The divine treasures of a human emperor or a supreme were most likely hidden inside. This was a divine treasure that was definitely enough to make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. The ancient half-saint of 9 and Old Man Joey were both extremely envious of the divine treasures in the ancient city. However, it was difficult for them to break through the divine city and obtain the divine treasures in the city. The two ancient half-saints had no choice but to retreat, even if they had sacred weapons that could be completely revived. 1,000 miles of land was destroyed. The ancient city floated in the air and didn't sink down. Terrifying roars came from the city. The attack of the two sacred weapons that had been completely revived shocked the immortal divine city and alarmed the evil existences in the city. Groups of corpse soldiers walked in the city, making the entire ancient city extremely dangerous. The corpse soldiers could not be destroyed. They were the power that protected the ancient city. Any living creature that broke into the city would be mercilessly killed by the corpse soldiers. Gu Fei didn't want to take the risk. The terrifying existence lurking in the city was not something he could fight against. He had no choice but to leave with the little Taoist. Boom! At this time, a powerful saint-level fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Divine light soared into the sky and sword chi crisscrossed. Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint of 9 had finally started fighting. This was a battle between the ancient half-saints. In another region, the experts of the Zhou clan of the ancients had also started fighting with the disciples of the Dongfang clan. The conflict between the two clans of the ancients had finally been resolved. Chapter 1678. The battle between the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin was extremely fierce. The water-blue sword light kept colliding with the 13 divine lights of the Great Path falling from the stone tower. Every ray of sword light could destroy a mountain range and create a bottomless abyss in the ground. This was a true battle between martial saints. The two ancient half-saints controlled the fully awakened holy weapons and let out a peerless murderous sound. It was as if two real saints were fighting desperately. The whole area was boiling. Countless creatures were fleeing for their lives. In the face of the power of saints, all life seemed so fragile. The divine light flashed, and everything turned into powder. Nothing was left. No one dared to approach the battlefield where the two ancient half-saints were. They all hid far away. The Zhou family of the antiquity and the Dongfang family finally shed all pretense of cordiality. Boom! Thousands of miles away from the two ancient half-saints, a mountain suddenly collapsed. Rubble flew into the air, and dust rose high into the sky. A figure flew out. Behind the figure that was sent flying, a white figure chased after it. A dazzling sword light rushed out of the white figure and mercilessly slashed at the figure that was sent flying. Clang! The divine sword vibrated, and the murderous intent of the great path filled the air. It was an extremely powerful woman in white. She wore a curtain hat, and no one could see her face. How is this possible? The person who was swept away by the sword light was a middle-aged cultivator. There were several terrible sword marks on his body, and his divine body was almost cut into several pieces. He was seriously injured. If it weren't for the layer of divine armor under his clothes, he would have been killed by the woman in white. This was a battle without any suspense. The woman in white was unexpectedly not restricted by the laws of the virtual sky world, and her cultivation was not suppressed by this world. The middle-aged cultivator was swept away by the sword light again, and he vomited blood. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Even if the middle-aged cultivator had the protection of the divine armor, it was useless. The middle-aged cultivator's cultivation was suppressed by the world, so he couldn't show his real cultivation and strength. Swish! A sword light pierced between the middle-aged cultivator's eyebrows, destroying his mud-pill palace and destroying his primordial spirit. He was killed and his body fell from the sky. You dare to kill a disciple of my Dongfang clan? A silver silhouette rushed over from afar, directly attacking the woman in white. Violent power surged towards the woman in white with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. What? The white-clothed woman was shocked. This was definitely not the power of the self-awakening realm. The other party was actually not suppressed by this world and displayed his true battle prowess. Buzz! The divine sword thrummed and 18 beams of sword light shot up into the sky, hacking down on the silver-clad cultivator. Every beam of sword light radiated a heart-palpitating sword energy. This was the power of a powerful emperor-level expert. The sword light illuminated the void. Clang! A large hand appeared, directly sending the 18 streaks of sword light flying. Then, it grabbed towards the white-clothed woman. This was a primordial spirit great hand, possessing great power. The Guangxing immortal sword is only SOSO. The person who came was incomparably powerful. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, and there was a great Tao rhyme lingering around him. His divine eyes emitted 2 sharp divine lights that were like divine weapons. Kill! The white-clothed woman shouted. The 18 streaks of sword light that had been sent flying flew back in an instant. Under the full power of the white-clothed woman, the sword light became even more dazzling. Boom! The 18 beams of sword light fused together and burst out with a powerful light. A terrifying sword chi suddenly burst out, slashing the huge hand into millions of pieces before dissipating into the void. What? That person was shocked. Unparalleled sword chi spread out, and even the void was cut apart, forcing him to retreat. However, the white-clothed woman was equally powerful. She didn't give the person a chance to breathe and chased after him like a shadow. The sword light flashed and slashed towards the person. The person roared again and again, his hands constantly dancing. Divine patterns of the great Tao condensed between his hands, drawing the power of the great Tao to suppress the sword light. The power of the seal kept colliding with the slashing sword energy, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Dongfang Wu, I didn't expect you to be able to ignore the suppression of the virtual sky world. A cold voice rang out. Although the white-clothed woman spoke, her attacks weren't slow either. Guangqing's celestial sword. I underestimated you. The young cultivator in silver armor was forced to retreat by the sword energy. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This person's cultivation and strength were indeed worthy of her reputation. The battle between great sovereign realm cultivators erupted. The cultivation of the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu were not suppressed by this world, so they could display their true strength to their heart's content. How did they do it? In the virtual sky world, if one hadn't cultivated an inner world, they would be suppressed by the laws of the world. Only those who had cultivated an inner world could survive. Both of them were extremely talented. Perhaps they really had some means to ignore the laws of the world in this world. But the others weren't so lucky. The battle between the great sovereign realm cultivators wasn't as terrifying as the battle between ancient half-Saint Joine and old man Joey. However, the power of the great sovereign realm cultivators was still too great. The battle between the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu shook the whole area, and no one dared to approach. In the distance, Gu Fei was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Could it be that both the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu had cultivated an inner world? Senior, what's going on? The little Taoist next to Gu Fei was also stunned by the scene in front of him. These people were too terrifying. They could actually ignore the pressure of the world in the virtual sky world. It's the aura of the world. Soon, Gu Fei sensed something strange about the white-clothed woman and the man named Dongfang Wu. Someone had injected the power of the world into their bodies, allowing the two great sovereign realm cultivators to ignore the laws of the world in the virtual sky world for a short time. It had to be said that the white-clothed woman was really strong. The divine sword in her hand actually showed signs of suppressing Dongfang Wu. The white-clothed woman's swordsmanship was different from the little Taoist's swordsmanship of the sovereign path. It was the sword of immortals, the secret flying immortal swordsmanship of Guangqing immortal sect. Swoosh! The light of the flying immortal swordsmanship shattered the void and kept attacking Dongfang Wu. Even Dongfang Wu had to deal with it carefully. If it weren't for the divine armor he was wearing, he would probably have been injured. Damn it. Dongfang Wu knew he couldn't continue in this state forever. As soon as the power of the world in the Jade Talisman was exhausted, his cultivation would be ruthlessly suppressed by the world. He wanted to kill this female sword immortal of Guangqing immortal sect in the shortest time possible. However, he was wrong. The white-clothed woman's cultivation and strength were actually so powerful. Moreover, she cultivated the flying immortal swordsmanship, the #1 offensive technique in the path of immortals. The attack of a sword cultivator was extremely powerful, far more powerful than other cultivators of the same level. On a mountain peak in the distance, Gu Fei was watching the battle. The more he watched, the more he felt that he seemed to have seen this mysterious white-clothed woman somewhere before. Unfortunately, this mysterious woman was wearing a veil hat and her face was covered. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see the true appearance of this white-clothed woman. She can't be that person, right? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In the entire Guangqing immortal sect, she was probably the only one who could cultivate the flying immortal swordsmanship of Guangqing immortal sect to this level. At this thought, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The little Taoist stood next to Gu Fei. When he saw Gu Fei's eyes flickering, he couldn't help but feel curious. That senior took a fancy to this white-clothed woman. At this time, the battles in other places had gradually ended. The Zhou clan of the Ancients and the Dongfang clan were basically evenly matched. More than 10 disciples of the Dongfang clan were either dead or injured. They were no longer as high-spirited as they were when they first entered the virtual sky world. The Zhou clan of the Ancients couldn't gain any advantage either. More than half of the disciples of the Zhou clan died. Even though the Zhou clan of the Ancients had the upper hand, they still paid a huge price. After all, the outstanding disciples of the Dongfang clan weren't that easy to deal with. Jin, I'm going to kill you. 10,000 miles away, old man Joey roared angrily. The stone tower had 13 floors, and each floor was blooming with dazzling divine light. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from the stone tower like 13 huge dragons, constantly colliding with the water-blue divine sword. Every time they collided, countless Tao patterns would vanish in the void. Old Man E, the one who will die is you. Ancient half-saint Join roared. Old Man Joey was going all out, which made him feel great pressure. The stone tower was a flawless divine tool. At this time, the imprint of the great path in the stone tower had completely recovered. Every attack launched by the stone tower resonated with the great path. Ancient half-saint Join had to go all out and couldn't hold anything back. The Taiyin divine sword blossomed with the most brilliant sword light, piercing through heaven and earth. The area where the two ancient half-saints were had been enveloped by the terrifying power of the divine tool. No one knew what was going on inside. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes couldn't see inside. These two guys, Gu Fei was paying attention to this battle. Ancient half-saint Join was not a good person, and Old Man Joey was not a good person either. It was best if these two guys perished together. Senior, watch over that side. The little Taoist was a cultivator from the southern wilderness. This time, he was able to enter the virtual sky world because the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity wanted to gather the human cultivators of the southern wilderness. He hoped that Old Man Joey could defeat ancient half-saint Join. I'm not optimistic about that side. Gu Fei was expressionless. He was wondering whether he should take advantage of the situation when these two peerless cultivators fought to the point where they were both injured, so that he could take advantage of the situation and get rid of the two major threats in one fell swoop. If he grasped the situation well, it wasn't impossible to succeed in one fell swoop. Senior, could it be that you, the little Taoist seemed to have thought of something, and his expression couldn't help but turn a little unsightly. In this world, I only think highly of myself, Gu Fei said as he glanced at the little Taoist expressionlessly. Chapter 1679. Boom! The stone tower collided with the Taiyin divine sword. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. Most of the virtual sky world could feel the terrifying fluctuations of power. Ai Guafu. It was too powerful. Roars came from all the forbidden areas in the virtual sky world. Some terrifying existences were alarmed, but they couldn't leave the forbidden areas. Roar! In the ancient ominous city, the huge figure that had disappeared stood up again. A terrifying aura of death swept through the world. The battle between saints destroyed an area. Even the mysterious existence in the ancient ominous city was watching. Are these two old guys really fighting with their lives on the line? Although Gu Fei had retreated far enough, the real saint's power still made him feel great pressure. It was as if an ancient sacred mountain was pressing down on him. The little Taoist beside Gu Fei was only at the immortal king level, so he couldn't bear the saint's power at all. If it weren't for Gu Fei protecting him, he would have died long ago. Even a wisp of saint's power wasn't something cultivators below the great cultivator level could bear. Saints were existences that transcended the world. They had great divine abilities and spells that could destroy the world. Without reaching that realm, it was impossible to know how powerful saints were. Once they became saints, all living beings were like ants. They could kill a large number of them with a wave of their hand. Even Gu Fei couldn't intervene in a battle of this level unless he used the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation that he hadn't used for a long time. However, Gu Fei knew that if he relied too much on the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation, it wouldn't help his cultivation. After all, the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation was an external force. Only the power that he had cultivated himself was the foundation. At this time, the battle between the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan was gradually coming to an end. On the Zhou clan side, there were 3 strong cultivators who weren't suppressed by the virtual sky world. On the other hand, there were only 2 people from the Dongfang clan who could fight with their full strength. However, the decisive factor was still the white-robed woman from the Huanggu family. The soaring immortal swordsmanship. This swordsmanship possessed great power, causing the silver-robed cultivator from the Dongfang family to retreat again and again. Although the members of the Dongfang family who had come this time were all outstanding disciples of the family, Dong Huang was not among them. If Dong Huang was here, perhaps they could turn the tables. However, it was a pity that Dong Huang of the Dongfang family, who could battle the mysterious woman in white, did not come. Dongfang Wu was dead. His forehead was pierced by the mysterious woman's flying immortal sword. This sword destroyed his Naiwan palace and destroyed his primordial spirit. 108 swords. You're pretty good to be able to block my 108 swords. However, you won't be able to block my 109 swords. The woman in white's tone was very calm. The flying immortal sword light flew back and entered the woman in white's body. Dongfang Wu, a powerhouse second only to Dong Huang in the Dongfang clan, died just like that. The trip to the virtual sky world was a path of no return for him. Dao is dead. How is that possible? How could she kill cousin Wu? The disciples of the Dongfang family who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. Dongfang Wu's fighting strength was definitely the strongest among the disciples of the Dongfang family who entered the virtual sky world with ancient half-Saint Join. If even he was killed, then the others were even less of a match for the woman in white. The disciples of the Dongfang family in the vicinity immediately fled in all directions. Could it really be her? Gu Fei had been watching from the sidelines and did not make a move. The swordsmanship displayed by the woman in white reminded him of that person from 100 years ago. That person had a special feeling for him. However, this woman in white was very mysterious. She wore a curtain hat on her head and her face was covered with a white veil. Even Gu Fei's martial Dao heavens I couldn't see through the white veil on her face. After killing Dongfang Wu, the woman in white didn't stop. She directly attacked the other disciples of the Dongfang family. As the flying immortal sword moved, people constantly fell under her sword. Thousands of miles away, an angry roar was heard. Then, a water-blue sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the Great Path and instantly soared thousands of miles, slashing toward the woman in white who was chasing after the disciples of the Dongfang family. A terrifying holy might spread out, and all the creatures in the area trembled. What? The woman in white was shocked. She never thought that ancient half-Saint Join, who was fighting with Elder Zhou Yi, could actually attack her from thousands of miles away. This was the shocking sword light that was unleashed after the Great Path imprint in the Taiyin Divine Sword was completely awakened. The sword light was unstoppable, as if it could split the world in half. It was peerlessly terrifying. With the cultivation and strength of the woman in white, it was impossible for her to dodge this sword. Even someone as powerful as an almighty emperor could only wait for death in the face of the ancient sage to be's strike. This was the difference between an almighty emperor and a sage. Although the ancient sage to be wasn't a true sage, his sword strike was like an attack from a true sage. Elder Zhou Yi roared angrily. He wanted to save the woman in white, but ancient half-Saint Join attacked him with all his might at this time, making it difficult for him to save her. The woman in white was a genius who had risen in the Zhou family of the ancients in the past 100 years. Her flying fairy swordsmanship was already invincible among the younger generation of the Zhou family. Even some of the elders of the Zhou family of the ancients were no match for the woman in white. If such a disciple with unlimited potential was killed like this, even Elder Zhou Yi would probably go crazy. Such a loss would be too great. It was absolutely impossible for the woman in white to withstand this attack from ancient half-Saint Join. As long as the sword light fell, her body and soul would be destroyed. Elder Zhou Yi's eyes were red. He madly urged the stone tower to smash towards ancient half-Saint Join. He wanted nothing more than to smash her into minced meat. Just as the woman in white closed her eyes and waited for death, a figure instantly appeared in front of her. Buzz! An ancient cauldron rushed out from the top of this person's head, emitting an extremely ancient aura. Chaotic primordial chi lingered on it. Boom! The terrifying water-blue sword light fell and fiercely struck the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron did not move at all, but the sword light collapsed. What? Is this the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Even ancient half-Saint Join and Elder Zhou Yi were extremely shocked. No one had expected that someone would suddenly appear and block ancient half-Saint Join's sword. Strands of primordial chi fell from the ancient cauldron and enveloped the two people below. The pervasive sword chi was completely blocked outside. It's you? When the water blue sword light completely dissipated, the woman in white saw the person who had saved her. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? Chapter 1680. An all-out attack from the ancient half-Saint Join was no trivial matter. It should be known that the Great Path brand within the Lunar Divine Sword had been completely awakened. This was equivalent to an ancient saint attacking. Empress Dowager, an ancient saint, was definitely an invincible existence in ancient times. Apart from extreme path supremes and human emperors, no one could suppress such an existence. Everyone thought that the woman in white was dead for sure. However, when the sword light from the Lunar Divine Sword fell, a figure stood in front of the woman in white. An ancient cauldron rushed out from the top of that person's head and shattered the terrifying sword light. It protected the two people below and left them unscathed. This outcome shocked everyone to the extreme. What kind of cauldron was this? It could actually withstand an attack from a saint weapon? Could it be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Could the essence surrounding the cauldron be the primordial chaos chi from the creation of the world? Seeing the ancient cauldron above Gu Fei's head, Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint Join were moved. The extreme path saint weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, was something that only existed in myths and legends. The mountain and river cauldron had appeared too long ago. No one knew its origins, but what was certain was that it was a supreme divine weapon refined by an extreme path supremacy. At the woman in white's critical moment, Gu Fei had acted in time and used the mountain and river cauldron to shatter the sword chi of the Lunar Divine Sword, saving the mysterious woman in white. Are you all right? Gu Fei did not know what to say for a moment. Moreover, he was not sure if the woman in white before him was the same person from back then. The woman in white did not speak. She seemed very calm. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying saint might rapidly approached from afar. Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint Join were rapidly approaching. They wanted to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. There was no doubt that Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint Join only had eyes for the mountain and river cauldron. Go! Gu Fei waved his right hand and a great force immediately wrapped around the woman in white. The woman in white could not help but fly thousands of miles away. It's you? When Old Man Joey and the 9 ancient half-saint arrived and saw the person beneath the mountain and river cauldron, they were extremely shocked. The person who used the supreme artifact to save the woman in white was Gu Fei. The cauldron of mountain and river was too precious. One must know that the primordial chaos chi could only be formed when the sky was split open. It was the ancestor chi of all things, and everything in the world came from it. The primordial chaos aura was definitely a peerless divine material. Even an extreme Tao sovereign would be envious of such a peerless divine material and would not hesitate to make a move for it. The old man of Zhou-Yi and the ancient sage to be could not sit still at this time. These two old fellows. Not only did Gu Fei not feel nervous or fearful in the slightest when he saw the two ancient half-saints charging over with their fully awakened sacred weapons, his battle intent surged instead. He had already teleported the little Taoist far enough. A battle between martial sages wasn't something that ordinary people could witness. However, even if one could witness a battle between martial sages, there was still the danger of being affected by the battle at any time. The little Taoist was very careful as he retreated far away. Leave the mountain river cauldron behind. The cauldron of mountain and river is mine. Two loud shouts rang out as the old man of Zhou-Yi and the ancient sage to be made a move. They wanted to snatch the cauldron of mountain and river before the other party did. However, they had overlooked Gu Fei, who was in control of all this. Buzz. Gu Fei slammed his palm on the bottom of the cauldron of mountain and river, and a rumbling sound rang out. Then, divine patterns of the great path appeared on the surface of the cauldron of mountain and river. The divine patterns of the great path intertwined on the cauldron of mountain and river, drawing upon the power of the great path and forcing the old man of Zhou-Yi and the ancient sage to be to retreat. The stone pagoda in the old man of Zhou-Yi's hand and the ancient sage to be's lunar divine sword were both sent flying. A wave of primordial chaos chi spread out, and both the old man of Zhou-Yi and the ancient sage to be suffered a little. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. Since he had already made a move, all words became incomparably useless at this time. The old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be each displayed their supreme divine power and attacked Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei held the cauldron of mountain and river in his hand and directly smashed it towards the old man of Zhou Yi. In front of the cauldron of mountain and river, all power seemed extremely fragile. Even if it didn't display its supreme divine power, it could still smash all weapons except for the supreme divine weapon. The old man of Zhou Yi didn't dare to use the stone pagoda to take on the other party's supreme divine weapon. The cauldron of mountain and river came crashing down, and the old man of Zhou Yi had no choice but to retreat. If he was hit by the supreme divine weapon, even a peak mighty figure would probably die. Leave the cauldron of mountain and river, and I can spare your life. The ancient sage-to-be's words were full of killing intent. No one would be stupid enough to believe his words. In ancient times, this guy had killed many people. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. This ancient sage-to-be was too arrogant. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Gu Fei stopped smiling. At the same time, his entire body was filled with mighty essence qi. He held the cauldron of mountain and river in his left hand, and his divine eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Humph! A supreme divine weapon won't be able to protect you. The ancient sage-to-be was extremely powerful. His first move was a terrifying saint-level sword technique. The lunar divine sword in his hand turned into a bright blue sword light, cutting through the void of heaven and earth. It instantly slashed in front of Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky and avoided the sword. He used the universal void steps and displayed the world's fastest speed. With just one step, he had already appeared above the old man of Zhou Yi's head and stomped down on the top of the old man of Zhou Yi's head. A great battle broke out. Gu Fei fought 1 against 2. Because he had the cauldron of mountain and river, the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be could not suppress him for a while. Kill! Gu Fei was like a god of war from ancient times who had returned. His entire body was filled with killing intent and endless battle intent. His fists shattered the void as he fought the 2 ancient sage-to-be. He's actually so powerful. The human race's martial body is too powerful. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Gu Fei was challenging the ancient sage-to-be. Moreover, these 2 ancient sage-to-be had divine weapons. Gu Fei was attacking with all his strength. All the martial way true power in his body was circulating rapidly. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated. This ancient cauldron was already floating above Gu Fei's head. Streams of primordial chaos qi fell from above, protecting Gu Fei. In this way, the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be were in a tragic situation. No matter how they activated the divine weapons in their hands, they could not break through the defense of the cauldron of mountain and river. To a certain extent, Gu Fei was already in an invincible position. How could they fight? The old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be were already in a difficult position. Chapter 1681. The holy might spread in all directions, intimidating the heavens. More than half of the virtual sky world was affected by this supreme pressure. Countless creatures trembled as if the end of the world had come. If the virtual sky world hadn't been refined by a supreme martial artist, it would have been blown up countless times. Rumble, Old Man Joey and Ancient Half-Saint Ninin attacked with all their strength. They weren't attacking each other, but attacking Gu Fei together. No one didn't want to obtain the Mountain River Cauldron. In order to obtain the Mountain River Cauldron, Old Man Joey and Ancient Half-Saint Ninin temporarily put aside their grudges. Everyone retreated far away. Not everyone could withstand the supreme saintly might, and even that mysterious white-robed woman had no choice but to retreat 10,000 miles away. You 2 old fellows are really shameless. The Mountain River Cauldron floated in the air. Primordial chaos qi fell and blocked all the attacks. Although Old Man Joey and Ancient Half-Saint Ninin attacked with all their strength, they couldn't break through the Mountain River Cauldron's automatic defense. A fully awakened holy weapon was nothing in front of the Mountain River Cauldron. Even if a fully awakened holy weapon could destroy heaven and earth, it couldn't shake a true supreme divine weapon. Although he was under the protection of the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei still suffered a significant impact. If his cultivation hadn't broken through to the sixth heaven of Almighty Realm, the mountain river cauldron might have been blown away by these two old guys. Rays of divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. That was the martial path true power in his body quickly circulating and overflowing out of his body. A single strand of chi aura was even more terrifying than a true peerless divine weapon. It can actually withstand the attack of a holy weapon. This ancient cauldron is definitely the legendary mountain river cauldron. Old Man Joey and ancient half-saint Ninin's eyes were red. Existences at their level naturally knew how precious a supreme divine weapon was. It was a unique and powerful divine weapon in the world. Take the mountain river cauldron for example. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, there was only one such ancient cauldron, and the god inside the ancient cauldron was also unique. Every supreme artifact refined by an extreme-grade sovereign was unique. Every extreme-grade sovereign would only refine an extreme-grade divine artifact that was most suitable for them. Although Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron had been refined again and the god's will within it was different from before, his current cultivation base and strength were not enough for him to use the mountain and river cauldron to attack his opponents. Otherwise, as long as the mountain and river cauldron unleashed an extreme Dao attack, even if hundreds or thousands of Elder Zhou Yi or ancient half-saint of 9 Yin attacked together, they would still be annihilated. Give up. Otherwise, when I awaken the god in the cauldron, none of you will survive. Gu Fei said. Although he could not use the mountain and river cauldron to attack his opponent at any time, as long as he had enough time to prepare, he could still use the mountain and river cauldron to attack. Young man, hand over the mountain and river cauldron and I can guarantee your life. Elder Zhou Yi did not stop. Instead, he activated the stone pagoda again and again, wanting to break through the defense of the mountain and river cauldron as soon as possible. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. This ancient cauldron had not awakened and was only instinctively defending. It seemed that the power of the sacred weapon was not enough to awaken the god in the mountain and river cauldron. I must get the mountain and river cauldron. The Tai Yin divine sword vibrated and released a terrifying transparent sword wave, shattering the void and splitting the world. It wanted to break through the primordial chaos chi that fell from the mountain and river cauldron. However, the sword light that slashed down was all blocked by the primordial chaos chi. It could not harm Gu Fei, who was below the ancient cauldron. Such an attack was equivalent to an ancient saint's attack. If it had been anyone else, they would have been killed countless times. Only Gu Fei could withstand it. In that case, just you wait. With that, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged and entered the 3 inner worlds with his divine will. He mobilized the power of the 3 inner worlds and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron. A steady stream of inner world power was guided out from Gu Fei's heart, Glabella, and Dantian. This is... The 2 ancient half-saints outside sensed the changes in Gu Fei's body and their expressions became extremely solemn. Could it be that this young man had cultivated 3 inner worlds? How was this possible? Even the most talented person could not cultivate 3 inner worlds in his body. Even the legendary extreme supremes, invincible existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths, had not opened up 3 inner worlds in their bodies when they were young. Buzz. Very soon, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head began to vibrate. The primordial chaos chi began to change and some of the ancient patterns on the mountain and river cauldron began to light up. What? Both Elder Zhou Yi and ancient half-saint Join were extremely shocked. An extremely obscure and powerful aura spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. This was a signal of extreme danger. He can actually... Ancient half-saint Join's expression was extremely ugly. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to be recovering, but this process was very slow. However, this legendary extreme divine weapon was really recovering. Bam! The stone tower was sent flying. The divine light emitted by this saint weapon dimmed and countless divine patterns of the great path dissipated in the void. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Elder Zhou Yi's mouth. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was gradually recovering. Even though this process was very slow, it was not something that a saint weapon could contend with. Buzz! The divine sword of Tai-in was also sent flying. The divine sword let out a mournful wail and trembled. Even saint weapons had times when they were afraid. The imprint of the great path in the saint weapon felt threatened. What should we do? At this time, the two ancient half-saints knew that the situation was serious. Once the mountain and river cauldron recovered, even if it was not completely recovered, it could still kill them countless times. Even a wisp of the power of the extreme path could wipe out an area and cause heaven and earth to collapse. Let's go! Elder Zhou Yi was the first to retreat. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself. Then, he turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the distance. At this time, he no longer doubted Gu Fei's ability. This guy named Gu Fei was definitely a super monster. As long as he was given enough time, he could even revive an extreme divine weapon. In particular, ancient half-saint Jiuyin. The Dongfang family and Gu Fei were mortal enemies. Gu Fei could actually use an extreme divine weapon. This was definitely a disaster for the Dongfang family. They should not have offended such a person in the first place. However, it was too late now. Everything could not go back to the past. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin had no doubt that once the mountain and river cauldron recovered, Gu Fei would definitely be the first to attack him. Buzz! The divine sword of Tai-in flew back. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin and the sword merged, turning into a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky and rushed toward the entrance of the virtual sky world. The change of the mountain and river cauldron directly scared away the two ancient half-saints. Chapter 1682. As a last resort, Gu Fei had to use the power of his three inner worlds to revive the mountain and river cauldron. The price of doing so was very high, and the spiritual aura in his three inner worlds would rapidly decrease. Alice, this would affect the normal operation of his inner worlds. Unless he had no other choice, Gu Fei wouldn't use this method. However, just as Gu Fei mobilized the power of his three inner worlds to gradually revive the mountain and river cauldron, Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Jiuyin actually ran away. These two cowardly old guys. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder. Who wanted to stand and wait for death? Once the mountain and river cauldron revived, they would definitely die even if they had holy weapons. No one wanted to throw away their lives. Even ants wanted to live, especially ancient semi-saints like Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Jiuyin who had lived for countless years. Such existences would cherish their lives even more. This is outrageous. At this time, Gu Fei found that the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron devoured the spiritual aura of his three inner worlds gradually increased, and a huge amount of spiritual aura entered the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if a sleeping supreme being of the extreme path was gradually waking up, and a wisp of aura of the extreme path that made all living beings tremble began to appear in the virtual sky world. It's really revived? Old Man Zhou, who had already fled into the distance, was extremely shocked. That was the aura of the extreme path. There was no mistaking it. He had felt this kind of aura before. Old Man Zhou didn't dare to stop and directly rushed forward. He wanted to stay far away from the area where Gu Fei was. No one could withstand the attack of a holy tool of the extreme path. Even if a real saint came, the result would be the same. The result wouldn't change. All the living beings in the entire virtual sky world sensed this aura of the extreme path, and even the several forbidden areas in the virtual sky world calmed down. Gu Fei roared. Endless spiritual essence surged out of his body and entered the ancient cauldron above his head. The sleeping god in the ancient cauldron began to wake up. Those two old guys ran really fast. At this moment, the old man of Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin were nowhere to be found. But now, Gu Fei had awakened a trace of the power of the extreme Tao in the ancient cauldron. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron had not completely awakened, but this was enough. Looks like that's the only way. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had lost his target, but at this point, he had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron to attack. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a stream of primordial chaos chi turned into a beam of primordial chaos divine light, which shot out from the mountain and river cauldron. It instantly crossed thousands of miles and entered the depths of the desolate battlefield. This was the might of the extreme path. Although it was only a wisp of the extreme path's power, it was enough to destroy any existence below the extreme path. Although the ancient desolate battlefield was terrifying, it was still struck into the deepest part of the ancient desolate battlefield by this extreme divine might. The great destruction had taken place there, and the terrifying fluctuations were sensed by all living creatures in the virtual sky world. What's he doing? The people around didn't know why Gu Fei attacked the ancient desolate battlefield, especially Old Man Joey. Gu Fei's attack just now was definitely enough to blast him into pieces. Buzz! Right at this moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Then, a tyrannical and terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. What? This tyrannical aura instantly spread throughout the entire virtual sky world, causing all living creatures to tremble. This was the divine might of the extreme path. The ancient desolate battlefield actually emitted the divine might of the extreme path. How was this possible? Could it be that there was a divine weapon of the extreme path left behind by a supreme of the extreme path in the ancient desolate battlefield? In today's great world, not to mention legendary existences like the supreme of the extreme path, even saints had already become extinct. Logically speaking, powerful saints had long surpassed heaven and earth and were no longer part of the five elements. They could live as long as heaven and earth, so they shouldn't have died. In the distant past era, an unimaginable great change must have taken place, which was why all the saints disappeared. No one knew what terrible thing had happened back then, but some people already vaguely felt that this matter must have something to do with the ancient demons. At this moment, the people near the ancient desolate battlefield could see a huge dragon rushing out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield and leaping into the sky. This is an extremely tyrannical aura spread out from the dragon, causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 kilometers to prostrate themselves on the ground in fear. Even Old Man Joey had no choice but to protect himself with the stone tower to resist this aura. The others couldn't withstand this kind of aura at all. They all either lay on the ground or knelt on the ground. Even the white-clothed woman who killed Dongfang Wu was trembling all over, almost unable to stand. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. An equally tyrannical wave spread out from that divine light, shocking the surroundings. The divine light wrapped around half of the broken saber. A dragon's roar seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Then, the half of the broken saber that rushed out from Gu Fei's body also turned into the shadow of a dragon and rushed towards the huge dragon in the sky. Auras of the same origin. How is this possible? This time, even Old Man Joey was dumbfounded. How could there be two identical divine weapons of the Great Path in this world? At the exit of the virtual sky world, the ancient half-saint of 9 suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the aura of the Great Path. His face was full of shock. Clang! The two huge dragons collided with each other high up in the sky, creating a metallic clang that resounded throughout the entire virtual sky world. In an instant, the tyrannical aura between heaven and earth became more than 10 times stronger in an instant. Bam! The white-clothed woman finally couldn't bear this pressure and knelt down. Even Old Man Joey, who was protected by the holy weapon, trembled. The mark of the Great Path in the stone tower seemed to sense danger and actually showed signs of fear. The stone tower trembled gently, like a prey that was being stared at by a ferocious beast. In front of a divine weapon of the Great Path, a holy weapon was like a newborn baby. How could a newborn baby be a match for a middle-aged man? They've finally fused. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. The fusion of the peerless ominous saber was his purpose for entering the virtual sky world. After the ominous saber and ominous saber fused, they would be perfect. Rumble! The two huge dragons kept entangling in the sky, emitting a terrifying wave that shook the heavens. The aura of the Great Path terrified the hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world. Each of the two halves of the ominous saber had an incomplete deity. At this time, the deity of the peerless ominous saber was fusing. The fusion of deities required a process. At this time, the entire virtual sky world was silent. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had settled down, and the several restricted areas were rarely peaceful. Chapter 1683. Two huge dragons soared and danced in the sky. It was a vision formed by two parts of the peerless ominous sabers. They emitted a terrifying aura that could dominate the world and intimidate the world. The two parts of the peerless ominous sabers met, and the incomplete extreme ominous sabers began to reassemble. The incomplete divine power contained in the ominous sabers was fusing, and countless extreme Tao patterns appeared around the two huge dragons. The weather between heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Terrifying lightning flashed from time to time, tearing the void between heaven and earth. No one dared to approach. They were all extremely shocked. The extreme divine weapon of the Great Path has appeared. Old Man Joey was extremely excited, but he couldn't do anything. Under the supreme divine might of the extreme Great Path, even a real saint had to bow his head. Moreover, Old Man Joey was not a saint. Rumble. It was as if two real ancient dragons were colliding. The whole world was shaking, countless extreme Tao patterns were vanishing, and the two parts of the peerless ominous sabers were connected. However, it was difficult for this extreme divine weapon of the Great Path to recover in a short time. On the ground, an ancient cauldron floated on a mountain peak, blocking all the mighty divine might of the Great Path from the sky. Gu Fei stared at the changes in the sky. The vision produced by the extreme divine weapon of the Great Path was so vast that all the powerful existences in the virtual sky world lost their voices. The terrifying existences in the ominous city also fell completely silent. Groups of ancient corpse soldiers had disappeared, and the terrifying aura of death had completely vanished. The extreme divine might shocked the whole world, and no one dared to come out at this time. Sensing the changes in the ominous city, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel excited. At this time, all the living beings in the virtual sky world were lying on the ground, trembling in fear. No one could stand up at this time, not even Old Man Joey. At the exit of the virtual sky world, ancient Semi-Saint Join found it difficult to move his feet. The extreme Tao's divine might descended from the sky, making him feel as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. He almost couldn't straighten his back. At this time, perhaps only Gu Fei could walk freely in the entire virtual sky world. Let's go in and have a look. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. With the mountain and river cauldron on his head, he walked down the mountain. At this time, it was difficult for him to fly in the air. However, Gu Fei's physique was incomparably strong. Even though his martial Tao true force was suppressed, his martial body was still as strong as ever. With a single step, his entire being transformed into an afterimage, appearing in the distance. Very quickly, he arrived near the Millennium Ominous City. However, this ominous city was floating in the air. It was difficult for him to fly, so it would be difficult to enter the ominous city. The ground within 1,000 miles of the ancient ominous city had sunk so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Gu Fei came to the side of this huge pit and couldn't help but frown. The place where he was standing was definitely more than 400 miles away from the eternal ominous city, if not 500 miles. Such a distance, of course, was not difficult for him under normal circumstances. But now, the extreme Tao's divine might was vast and mighty in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, intimidating all directions. No one could fly in the sky under this kind of divine might. Even if Gu Fei had the cauldron of mountain and river, it was no exception. Jumping 500 miles, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and capabilities, he could do it. But the problem was that he couldn't do it now. He could only rely on the power of his martial body. Even though the martial body was powerful, jumping 500 miles in one go, Gu Fei really wasn't confident. He looked around and saw a huge rock not far from him. It was a rock with a diameter of a few meters. He had an idea and walked over. The rock that was close to 5,000 pounds was lifted up by Gu Fei with one hand. He walked to the edge of the crater and smashed the boulder with one hand. Then, his body sank and he stomped on the ground with both feet. Bang! The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet caved in. His entire being shot up into the sky and leaped a few hundred miles, catching up to the rock that he threw earlier. He stepped on the rock and his divine body once again soared into the sky. Like a giant bird, he flew across hundreds of miles and landed in the ancient city. Buzz! The moment he entered the ancient city, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head suddenly let out a buzzing sound, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. The street was quiet and there wasn't even a shadow. The ancient corpse soldiers that appeared before were nowhere to be seen. A skull was rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. This was an ancient city that even a fully awakened saint weapon couldn't break. Nobody knew what terrifying existences were in the depths of this city. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light from treasures in the city. There must be treasures in this ancient city. This wasn't the first time Gu Fei had entered this ancient city. The last time he came here, he obtained the mountain and river cauldron. The appearance of the mountain and river cauldron changed his life. He was looking forward to seeing what other treasures there were in this ancient city. As soon as he entered the ancient city, Gu Fei immediately sensed that the extreme divine might descending from the sky had weakened significantly, allowing him to feel a lot more relaxed. Bang! Gu Fei tried to throw a punch. A layer of earth chi rushed out from his fist, causing the void to tremble. I can use true power of the martial way. Gu Fei was surprised and happy. In this ancient city, there were dangers everywhere. If he could recover his strength, he would have more capital to protect his life. Even under the intimidation of the extreme Dao's aura, there was still a sinister and terrifying aura coming from the depths of this ancient city. This place was really not ordinary. Inside the extreme Dao divine city, there was a terrifying force. Shua! Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. This was the divine sword that he had refined himself, the 9 Heaven Stars sword. This divine sword had been refined by him using a special method, and the water chestnut had been polished off. The divine sword became simple and unadorned. The 9 ancient words that were imprinted on the sword body had Dao rhymes circling around it. As a martial artist, there was no need to refine a divine weapon. One must know that a martial artist's martial body was already the best divine weapon for a martial artist. A martial body of great success could directly clash with a divine weapon that was refined by a peak great saint and could shatter an ordinary divine weapon. The indestructible martial body was even more powerful. The strength of his physique had reached the level of being indestructible. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter a peak great saint's divine weapon. Even a quasi-supreme divine weapon would not be able to harm the indestructible martial body in the slightest. With such a powerful martial body, why would he need a divine weapon? However, the path that Gu Fei had taken was different from ordinary martial artists. He had accidentally obtained a primordial spirit and could cultivate both immortal and martial arts. However, he still focused on the martial way and the immortal way as a supplement. Since he had an immortal divine material, it would be a pity if he did not refine an immortal divine weapon. Just as Gu Fei was walking towards the depths of the ancient city, a sigh suddenly came from a corner of the ancient city without any warning. Chapter 1684. There was no sound in the ancient city, as if even the air was still. In the dark corners of the city, skeletons could be seen scattered on the ground. Countless ancient corpse soldiers were nowhere to be seen, as if they had never appeared. This ancient city seemed to be deserted, like an empty city. However, Gu Fei knew that this ancient city was definitely not empty. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head, gently vibrating. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He carefully walked on the street with the 9th Heaven Stars sword in his hand. Above the sky, the aura of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The peerless ominous saber was still evolving. The divinity inside the saber was fusing and the extreme path Dao patterns were lingering. In the end, countless extreme path Dao patterns formed a huge cocoon, wrapping the 2 halves of the peerless ominous saber inside. The peerless ominous saber was metamorphosing, about to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Countless extreme path Tao patterns intertwined. A wave of extreme path power that could make even the heavens tremble was being nurtured inside. The domineering aura spread in all directions. The entire virtual sky world was silent. All creatures were trembling. This wave of extreme path divine power even spread from the spatial passage to the outside world. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the 100,000 mountains, as if a terrifying existence was alarmed by this wave of extreme path divine power. Although it was only a wisp of aura, it made the 100,000 mountains boil. What's going on? Is there a divine weapon of extreme path? All the cultivators sensed a supreme and sacred aura coming from the 100,000 mountains, and all of them were shocked to the extreme. The birth of a divine weapon of extreme path was a big event. At this time, the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had already sealed the spatial passage to the virtual sky world. People outside could enter and people inside could come out at any time. With the appearance of the aura, the other cultivators from the southern wilderness who couldn't find the exact location finally sensed the exact location of the virtual sky world's entrance. Boom! The void shook. A ball of fire wrapped around a mountain-sized divine phoenix swept across the sky. The terrifying heat descended from the sky, causing all the plants in the vicinity to wither rapidly. Roar! From another direction, a dragon roar could be heard. A huge dragon soared through the clouds and flew towards the broken sky valley at high speed. A terrifying draconic aura could be felt in the surroundings. The experts of the southern wasteland 100 races had arrived. The arrival of these peerless experts increased the pressure on the Zhou clan. These people were all existences that had lived for countless years. Their cultivation was so strong that it could cause others to feel despair. The 100 races of the southern wasteland were a powerful force that could contend against the ancient desolate era's forces. The depth of their foundation was probably something that no ancient desolate era's forces could compare to. After all, the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland were all inheritances of extreme divine beasts. If the 4 great ancient clans were to join forces, it would be sufficient to sweep through the entire mortal dimension. A great war inevitably broke out. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity wouldn't let people from other forces enter the virtual sky world so easily. Rumble! In the sky above the sky-splitting valley, flames covered the entire sky. The divine phoenix was fighting with a middle-aged Taoist, causing the void to shatter and collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, in another direction, a great battle erupted as well. A great dragon tore apart an immortal Tao Supreme Being. The scene was incomparably bloody. After searching for hundreds of years, the entrance to the virtual sky world is actually here. On the peak of a mountain thousands of miles away from the sky-splitting valley, a blood-haired youth muttered to himself. Not only did he have long blood-red hair, but even his pupils were also blood-red. Devil Monarch of 6 Paths, you actually dared to come here. All of a sudden, a divine light rushed over from afar and landed on a mountain opposite the blood-haired youth. Cold words echoed in the mountains. The person who came was a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe. He wasn't some human emperor. His demonic aura soared into the sky, and the shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. This was a terrifying great demon that could transform into a human. An imperial aura emanated from the middle-aged man's body. Demon Lord Huang Long. After seeing the middle-aged man, the blood-haired youth's blood-red pupils couldn't help but contract. This person was actually his old enemy. For hundreds of years, the demon and the demon had fought countless times, but the 2 great experts couldn't really kill each other. Although there were victories and defeats, they couldn't truly decide life and death. I'm afraid this is the end of your reign as the demon lord of the human realm. Devil Monarch of 6 Paths sneered. The return of the demon lord of the wilderness was a huge blow to demon lord Huang Long. After all, the demon lord of the wilderness was a demonic quasi-saint. What's the point of having an empty reputation? Power is the most important thing, said demon lord Huang Long. The 2 great experts didn't say much. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths stretched out his hand, and a monstrous amount of demonic chi rushed out of his hand. The demonic chi condensed into a giant hand, which grabbed at the demon Lord Yellow Dragon. A powerful demonic aura spread out. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huang Long immediately used a killing move. A huge shadow of a dragon rushed out from his body and collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths' demonic hand. The force of this collision caused the whole world to move, as if the whole world was going to suppress Demon Monarch of Six Paths. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The shadow of the dragon and the huge hand collided. Demon Monarch of Six Paths' huge hand was instantly destroyed. Demon Lord Huang Long's attack had caused the whole world to move. The shadow of the dragon rushed towards Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Its powerful force caused the whole world to tremble. Good! Demon Monarch of Six Paths shouted. He soared into the sky and dodged the dragon. Then, he attacked Demon Lord Huang Long. A blood-red light rushed out from his body and slashed at Demon Lord Huang Long. Bang! With a muffled sound, Demon Lord Huang Long's dragon collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red demonic light. The dragon dissipated, and the blood-red demonic light also collapsed in the void. Demon Lord Huang Long rushed forward and started a life-and-death battle with Demon Monarch of Six Paths. While the experts were fighting in the innumerable huge mountains, inside the virtual sky world, in the ancient ominous city, Gu Fei was also in danger. Just when Gu Fei was about to reach the center of the ancient city, the window of a building next to the street suddenly flew out with a bang. A terrifying figure appeared in the window, and a gloomy aura spread out from the window. Gu Fei was shocked. The evil people in the city finally couldn't hold back anymore. A black figure jumped out of the window and directly pounced on Gu Fei, who was on the street. A rotten smell assaulted Gu Fei's nostrils. Gu Fei almost vomited. The smell was too unpleasant. Chapter 1685. When Gu Fei approached the center of the ancient city, the evil in the city finally appeared. A black shadow rushed out from a window on the side of the street. A putrid stench that made people want to puke immediately filled the air. When Gu Fei saw this evil creature, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This was a rotten corpse. To be precise, it was a rotten corpse that could attack people. But Gu Fei directly punched out, and the rotten corpse that was surrounded by a rancid smell was immediately smashed into more than a dozen pieces by his fist force, exploding in the air. The stinking black blood splattered in all directions. The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head vibrated, blocking all the black blood outside. It couldn't get close to him at all. Drops of black blood dripped onto the ground, and black gas rose from the ground. The rotten blood of the rotten corpse actually had a terrifying corrosive power, and countless black spots appeared on the ground. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. After dealing with this rotten corpse, he continued forward. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, he could go anywhere. He had no scruples. Even if he encountered a terrifying existence in the city, he could escape unscathed. At this time, in the sky above, the extreme ominous saber reassembled and displayed all kinds of strange phenomena. Around the giant cocoon that was formed by countless extreme Tao patterns, faint and illusory scenes constantly appeared. Someone noticed these strange phenomena. In the blurry images, there seemed to be a figure holding a large saber and fighting with some unknown creatures. Rumble, the world shook, and many figures appeared around the extreme Tao cocoon. The figure holding the large saber was fighting with a demonic figure, and there was a mighty extreme Tao aura. Suddenly, the scenes changed, and a blood-red land appeared. A figure holding a large saber stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and in his left hand was the head of a great demon. Is this the reappearance of what the extreme Tao divine saber and its master experienced? 10,000 miles away, under the protection of the stone pagoda, Zhouyi old man saw this scene with his divine eyes. He was shocked to the extreme. The peerless ominous saber had a great origin. This ominous saber was most likely an extreme ominous saber refined by that legendary person. Within the giant cocoon formed by the interweaving Tao patterns of the extreme path, there seemed to be a life being nurtured, a life of the extreme path. The aura of the extreme path gradually became stronger. The billions of creatures in the virtual sky world all trembled in fear. Even though this sort of extreme godly might was strong, it could only intimidate all living beings in the world. One must know that the peerless ominous saber had reformed itself in the sky. As long as he didn't get close to the peerless ominous saber, he wouldn't be in any danger. But even so, all the creatures in the virtual sky world were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over as they kowtowed to the huge cocoon in the sky. The appearance of the fluctuation of the extreme path also affected the outside world. The spatial passage connecting the virtual sky world and the outside world became unstable. At this time, Sky-Splitting Valley was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The supreme aura of the Great Path seeped out from the spatial passage. No one dared to approach it. Even those who were 10,000 miles away could feel the boundless pressure. The battle in the 100,000 mountains continued. A great ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan came out of seclusion and fought with a peerless figure from the Zhou clan of the ancients. A supreme elder of the Azure Dragon clan came out of seclusion. The aura of a true dragon filled the world. This old dragon was fighting with an elder of the Dongfang clan. The appearance of the divine weapon of the extreme path made everyone's eyes red. It was a supreme divine weapon that could make all the cultivators in the world of cultivation go crazy. The most intense battle was the one between Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Demon Lord Huang Long. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huang Long displayed the secret technique of the Dragon Clan. He turned into an Azure Dragon and borrowed the momentum of the whole world to launch a powerful attack on Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Under this attack, the entire void was annihilated. This attack sent Demon Monarch of Six Paths into the chaos. Buzz! Blood-colored demonic light rushed out of the chaos. Demon Monarch of Six Paths used the demonic saber in his hand to break through the chaos and rushed out. His whole body was surging with demonic aura. Celestial Demon Slaughtering Saint. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared. The blood-colored demonic saber in his hand shot out billions of demonic lights. The whole world was illuminated by the blood-colored demonic light. Whoosh! The blade light of the Celestial Demon Slaughtering Saint rushed out from the Celestial Demon Saber. An extremely terrifying and powerful demonic energy suddenly burst out. Demonic runes could be vaguely seen in the blood-colored saber light. Demon Lord Huang Long knew how powerful it was. He soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The Celestial Demon Blood Saber was Demon Monarch of Six Paths' trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was going to risk his life. Was he really going to fight to the death with Demon Lord Huang Long here and now? Large areas of the mountains were crushed by the power of the two experts. This was the power of a peak expert. The aura of a peak expert could shock the whole area. In the past 100 years, people like Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of Six Paths' cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds. They were no worse than some heaven-defying monsters. The arrival of the Great Era in the human world caused the emergence of countless experts in the cultivation world in just 100 years. Some people said that this was a great era where people could become saints, and there were even supreme beings. The growing prosperity of the cultivation world was the best proof. Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of Six Paths were only one step away from becoming half-saints. In the end, the two experts fought their way into the depths of the innumerable mountains. No one knew the result of the battle because everyone's attention was attracted by the virtual sky world. At this time, in the virtual sky world, in the ominous city of eternity, Gu Fei was fighting against the evil in the city. Roar! A 3-meter-tall golden divine ape rushed out from the depths of the ancient city, roaring as it pounced towards Gu Fei. The divine ape's entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was made of pure gold. Golden spiritual ape. When Gu Fei saw this divine ape, he couldn't help but be shocked. He moved his feet and instantly retreated hundreds of meters away. He saw a small hole between the divine ape's eyebrows. Golden divine blood was flowing out of the small hole, and the blood seemed to have not dried yet. There's no fluctuation of life. It's a corpse. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. A golden spirit ape had died here. It seemed to have been killed by a finger. The small hole on its forehead should have been the result of someone piercing through the golden spirit ape's Niwan palace. The golden spiritual ape was extremely ferocious, and its movements were also very fast. When it moved, it was like a golden bolt of lightning that swept across the void in an instant. However, the eyes of this golden spiritual ape were gray and lifeless. Bang! Gu Fei punched, wanting to smash the golden spiritual ape into pieces. Unexpectedly, his punch landed on the golden spiritual ape's body, but it couldn't hurt it at all. Gu Fei's ferocious fist force only sent the golden spirit ape flying. The golden spirit ape once again pounced on him, still as fierce as ever. The golden spiritual ape bloodline was sparse. The golden spiritual ape clan in the human realm had long been extinct. Only the branch in the heaven realm stubbornly survived. Could this golden spiritual ape be Yuan Hong's ancestor? Gu Fei thought of Yuan Hong in the heaven realm. He didn't know how Yuan Hong was now. There was an ambitious Eastern Emperor Xian in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Emperor Xian of the eastern land had a great enmity with Gu Fei for killing his son and was also a great enemy of the golden spiritual ape bloodline. Because two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, there could only be one ruler in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Could it be that the golden spiritual ape of the human realm had fallen here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that this golden spiritual ape had directly blocked his punch with its body and was unharmed. Such a physique was probably comparable to the indestructible martial body. Roar! The golden spiritual ape roared wildly. It was once again sent flying by Gu Fei, but just like before, Gu Fei's attack couldn't do anything to this divine ape. Even though it had fallen, it still had a strong body. It was controlled by the evil in the ancient city and became a terrifying evil corpse, guarding this ancient city. I'm sorry. Gu Fei put away the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and took out the purple gold divine sword. This was an extreme sword weapon. Even though it couldn't display its extreme divine power, there weren't many things in the world that could block the purple gold divine sword. The golden spiritual ape rushed over again. Its body was full of golden essence. Even though it had died countless years ago, the essence of this golden spiritual ape had not been lost. It had to be said that this physical body was really powerful. It was hard to imagine how high this golden spiritual ape's cultivation had reached when it was alive. Swoosh! A sword shadow flashed in an instant. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape passed by each other. Then the golden spiritual ape stopped moving and stood there motionlessly. There was silence all around. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape just stood there. Whoosh! A breeze blew and a line of golden blood seeped out of the golden spiritual ape's neck. Then, the golden spiritual ape's head fell and rolled to the side of the street. Bang! The golden spiritual ape's body fell and the ground shook. Even the golden spiritual ape's powerful physical body couldn't withstand the purple gold divine sword's blade. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword directly destroyed the divine sense in the golden spiritual ape's body. After Gu Fei killed the golden spiritual ape, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded on the street in front of him. It wasn't the footsteps of a single person. The footsteps got closer and closer. Soon, Gu Fei saw a team of ancient corpse soldiers walking towards him. There were more than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers in this team, and each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Swoosh! Before the ancient corpse soldiers came close, they had already attacked Gu Fei. The ancient corpse soldiers raised the bronze spears in their hands and pierced towards Gu Fei. More than a dozen divine lights gathered together and erupted with a shocking power. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he faced such an attack. He was shaken back a few steps. This was something that had never happened before. He was protected by the mountain and river cauldron. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it, but it really happened. Chapter 1686. More than a dozen lifeless ancient corpse soldiers attacked at the same time, displaying incredible combat power. Divine runes of the Great Path could be faintly seen on the bronze spears. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps rang out. A small group of ancient corpse soldiers marched in an orderly manner towards Gu Fei. A powerful aura of death assaulted his senses. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years, but each of them was like an unfalling ancient monument, advancing forward with incomparable terror. What kind of power made these ancient corpse soldiers immortal? Gu Fei was shocked. This ancient city was absolutely hiding a huge secret. There were immortal ancient corpse soldiers guarding it, and countless powerful existences had turned into evil creatures. Could it be that all the experts who had fallen in the ancient city had turned into evil creatures? Roar! Gu Fei roared, then took a step forward and punched with all his might. A dazzling golden light rushed out from his fist. This was the chi aura formed by the martial true power. He punched out the strongest metal element fist, but such a powerful punch could not shake the void of the ancient city. The entire ancient city was extremely stable. Swish! More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers attacked again. The bronze spears emitted the light of death, more powerful and terrifying than before. It seemed to have triggered the evil power in the ancient city. Boom! Two powerful forces collided together, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The void shook, but it soon calmed down. What? Gu Fei sensed that the ancient city was actually devouring his power. The martial power that he had punched out was absorbed by the ancient city and integrated into it. How could he continue fighting? These ancient corpse soldiers were getting stronger and stronger, while his own power was constantly being consumed. The final result seemed to have been decided. The violent power caused Gu Fei to involuntarily take a dozen steps back. And those ancient corpse soldiers were also blocked by Gu Fei's punch. More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers were shaken by Gu Fei's punch, but soon they regained their balance. Shua! Gu Fei had no choice but to use the purple gold divine sword. Only the purple gold divine sword could destroy the evil power in the ancient city. Just now, the golden spirit ape had been slain by his sword and had not stood up again. The killing intent on the extreme Dao divine weapon was too strong and terrifying. It could destroy the connection between the evil power of the ancient city and the evil in the city. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, and Gu Fei pounced forward, waving the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Clang! The bronze battle spears thrust out by the ancient corpse soldiers were all broken. Even though these battle spears were imprinted with divine patterns of the Great Path, they were nothing in front of the purple gold divine sword. The power of the extreme Dao could destroy everything. Sword lights flashed again and again. One ancient corpse soldier after another was cut down by Gu Fei. He didn't need to display his extreme divine power. Just the murderous aura exuded from the purple gold divine sword was enough to deal with these ancient corpse soldiers. All the ancient corpse soldiers that were cut by the purple gold divine sword fell to the ground. Even those that were grazed by the purple gold divine sword were not spared. The ancient corpse soldiers turned into dust and dissipated into the void. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years. The reason why they were immortal was that they were controlled by the evil power in the ancient city. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword could destroy this evil power. Without the support of the evil power in the ancient city, these ancient corpse soldiers quickly decayed and turned into dust. Even the bronze battle spears were turned into dust. After killing these ancient corpse soldiers, Gu Fei didn't stop. He directly used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, he attacked the depths of the ancient city. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar sounded from the depths of the ancient city. The entire ancient city shook as if a terrifying existence had been provoked. Bang! From the houses on both sides of the ancient city streets, evil spirits constantly broke through the windows and rushed out, pouncing at Gu Fei. Every evil spirit was extremely powerful. A powerful aura of death began to awaken in the ancient city. The evil power that was originally silent was gradually getting stronger. If it wasn't for the deterrence of the extreme divine might descending from the sky, the evil power in the ancient city would have already exploded. Even with the protection of the extreme divine weapon, Gu Fei had to be careful. If he was trapped in the ancient city, it would be bad. Just as Gu Fei was killing his way into the depths of the ancient city, The battle outside the sky-splitting valley was still going on. However, with the arrival of the powerful figures from the other super forces, even the experts from the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan were having a hard time fighting against them. The people from the Zhou clan were gradually losing ground and were in danger of being ganged up on. Boom! Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a loud sound came from afar. In the distant sky, a giant tiger rushed down from the clouds, directly shattering dozens of mountains on the ground below. Everyone was startled by this scene. An extremely violent aura spread out from the white tiger's body, intimidating everyone. The people from the White Tiger clan are finally here. Someone exclaimed. Out of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, 3 of them had already arrived. Only one of the 4 ancient clans, the Black Tortoise clan, had yet to show up. The white tiger on the horizon let out a furious roar and leaped into the air. With just a fierce pounce, it instantly crossed the distance of the void and came close to them. With the arrival of the White Tiger clan, the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan finally could not hold on any longer and were gradually suppressed. Roar! The roar of the tiger shook the sky. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain was surrounded by the supreme Tao patterns of the White Tiger clan. It was a terrifying existence. To think that it's the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. Someone recognized the origin of the white tiger. It was a war tiger of the White Tiger clan. Some people thought that this ancient relic had already fallen in the Dark Ages, but to think that it would appear again in the current era. This war tiger was an expert from the end of the ancient era. It was originally a tiger saint, but for some unknown reason, the cultivation of this invincible tiger saint had fallen from the saint realm. Even though he was no longer the tiger saint, no one dared to look down on this old relic. The black tiger ancestor, who had revealed his true form, let out a roar. He opened his mouth and sucked in a breath towards the dozen experts from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the tiger's mouth and directly swept the dozen experts into the tiger's mouth. They were all swallowed into the tiger's stomach with boundless ferocity. What? Everyone felt their scalps go numb at this scene. This tiger was too cruel. Those were the people from the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan would definitely not let this go just like that. This was definitely a big deal. Once the Zhou clan was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially for an ancient power like the Zhou clan that had once produced an invincible emperor. Chapter 1687. He's too cruel. The black tiger ancestor from the white tiger clan actually swallowed a dozen strong cultivators from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. At this point in the battle, no one really dared to slaughter the Zhou clan's descendants, but the black tiger ancestor dared to. He pierced the heavens, someone's voice trembled. The dozen Zhou clan's descendants were not ordinary people. They were outstanding descendants chosen by the Zhou clan to enter the virtual sky world to gain experience. However, these people were very unlucky. Before they could enter the virtual sky world, they were swallowed by Black Tiger clan's White Tiger clan's Black Tiger old ancestor and became his food. Black Tiger, phew, a loud shout rang out. The eyes of the middle-aged Taoist who was fighting with the cultivator from the vermilion bird race turned red. He abandoned the cultivator from the vermilion bird race and charged towards the white tiger that was as large as a mountain. His killing intent soared into the sky. At this time, the vermilion bird cultivator didn't stop him. The black tiger ancestor had really passed this time. Killing a dozen of the Zhou clan's outstanding descendants in one go was really a heaven-piercing feat. The Zhou clan wouldn't let this go so easily. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. Go ask the ancestor to use the ancestral imperial weapon. Someone shouted. The Zhou clan had been operating near the sky-splitting valley for many years. There were many transportation formations nearby that could directly connect to the Zhou clan's ancestral land. Everyone's expression changed. The Zhou clan was going to be ruthless and use the ancestral imperial weapon. After all, it was a Renhuang divine weapon. Haha, do you want to use it? Bring it on. The tiger's body was surrounded by countless runes of the Great Path. It spoke in the human language and its tone was full of arrogance. It actually dared to challenge the Renhuang divine weapon. I'll kill you first. The middle-aged Taoist had already charged over at this time. He raised his hand and shot out 10 beams of immortal Tao divine light. These were not ordinary immortal Tao divine light. Within each beam of immortal Tao divine light, there were great Tao divine patterns faintly visible. This attack used the great path nomological laws cultivated by the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist was going to fight with his life on the line. This tiger had killed dozens of the most outstanding disciples of their families. Behind those disciples were all influential figures of the Zhou clan. If these people died, the middle-aged Taoist wouldn't be able to answer for it. This responsibility was too great. But the void trembled. 10 streaks of immortal Tao divine light were like 10 heavenly swords, tearing apart the void, piercing through heaven and earth, hacking towards that white tiger. Roar! The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain merely roared at the divine light of the immortal Tao. A ripple visible to the naked eye immediately rushed out. The 10 streaks of divine light shook in unison, and then they actually shattered in the void. Bang! An invisible force sent the middle-aged Taoist who was charging over flying. After that, his entire body crumbled and turned into a mist of blood. What? That was a peak expert who was only half a step away from becoming a half-step sage, but he died just like that. Everyone who saw this felt a little surreal. To think that old ancestor Mystic Tiger's cultivation base and strength would be so strong that he could instantly kill peak experts. That middle-aged Taoist was incomparably strong. Earlier on, he had even fought against an old ancestor of the vermilion bird race. His battle prowess was something that everyone could see for themselves. And yet, someone as strong as him was roared to death by that white tiger. Could it be that mystic tiger that old fogey has actually taken that step? High up in the skies, a godly flame floated there like a sun, emitting a fiery glow. This was the old fogey of the vermilion bird race that had fought against the middle-aged Taoist earlier on. At this moment, a gigantic dragon silhouette stopped in the skies as well. This was not a true dragon, but a phenomenon born from the aura of a human. It was an old man dressed in green robes, extremely powerful. He came from one of the 4 ancient races of the southern wasteland, the Azure Dragon race. Reckless fool. A tyrannical voice rang out as the white tiger transformed. A tall old man with white hair and a beard appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, old ancestor Mystic Tiger took on human form. Boom! At this moment, the space near the sky-splitting valleys suddenly collapsed. A 5-colored divine light broke through the void and appeared between heaven and earth. It was a spatial passageway formed from the power of the 5 elements. A terrifying aura rushed out from the spatial passageway, causing everyone's soul to tremble. This was a vast and boundless fluctuation, as if a supreme being was awakening. What? The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity is really using the Renhuang divine weapon? Everyone was shocked. Some people retreated at the first moment. What a joke! The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity was really going all out this time. Old ancestor Mystic Tiger had gone too far. More than 10 outstanding disciples were originally the hope of the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity. If they didn't die, these people would become a powerful force that could support the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity. Old fart Mystic Tiger, hand over your life. An ancient voice rang out from within the 5-colored spatial passageway. An old man walked out from the spatial passageway. This old man was wearing an ancient armor. A Renhuang aura that made all living beings tremble spread out from the old man's armor. This aura wasn't strong, but it shook people's hearts as if they were facing an invincible Renhuang. They almost wanted to kneel down and worship him. Ancient patterns of Tao were imprinted on the armor. In addition to the patterns, it was also covered with cuts from swords, spears, and halberds. The Renhuang divine armor. After seeing the old man's armor, old ancestor Mystic Tiger couldn't help but be moved even though he was extremely ferocious. He never expected the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity to be able to use the Renhuang divine weapon in such a short time. This kind of Renhuang divine weapon, which was second only to, or even equal to, a divine weapon of the extreme path, wasn't easy to use. This was also the reason why old ancestor Mystic Tiger dared to act so forcefully. By the time the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity invited the Renhuang divine weapon, the matter here would probably be over. However, old ancestor Mystic Tiger was wrong. In order to enter the virtual sky world, the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity had been planning for nearly 100 years. The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity had already prepared the Renhuang divine weapon. The god inside the Renhuang divine weapon was in a half-asleep state. When the old man from the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity walked out, some people in the vicinity immediately retreated. Even the old antiques from the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan retreated. I didn't expect you to still be alive. When old ancestor Mystic Tiger saw the old man, his eyes immediately lit up. He recognized this person. His condition was the same as his own. Both of them had fallen from the saint level. However, old ancestor Mystic Tiger seemed to have taken that step again. Chapter 1688. Great ancestor Xuanhu killed more than a dozen outstanding children of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was furious and didn't hesitate to use the ultimate power of the family to deal with great ancestor Xuanhu. With the appearance of a great ancestor of the Zhou family, the whole world seemed to collapse. The aura of Renhuang filled the air, shocking the heavens. Zhou Huang, I can't believe you're still alive. Great ancestor Xuanhu recognized the old man. He was a genius of the Zhou family. In the distant past, this old man almost became a Renhuang. The Zhou family almost had a second Renhuang, but unfortunately, old man Zhou Huang failed to reach the Renhuang realm and almost died. He disappeared from then on. Unexpectedly, old man Zhou Huang didn't die and his cultivation recovered to the semi-saint realm. He was definitely one of the most powerful people in the Zhou family. Xuanhu, your time has come. Wearing Renhuang armor, old man Zhou Huang walked toward great ancestor Xuanhu step by step. Even the divine might from the virtual sky world couldn't affect him. Ancient Renhuang, to some extent, were already strong cultivators of the extreme path. They could ignore the pressure of supreme masters. Wearing Renhuang armor, old man Zhou Huang's body surged with power. The patterns on the ancient armor began to awaken. The half-asleep Renhuang armors will begin to awaken. Roar! Great ancestor Xuanhu roared. He didn't say anything and directly attacked. His hands turned into tiger claws and grabbed at old man Zhou Huang. Violent power erupted. Old man Zhou Huang was attacking with all his strength. He couldn't let old man Zhou Huang awaken the Renhuang armor's will. Otherwise, he would die without a burial. If the Renhuang divine weapon was completely awakened, even a true saint wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from it. Rumble! The void of heaven and earth was shattered by the claws. Mountains collapsed one after another. The energy ripples coming from the two tiger claws were too strong. The tiger stripes of the white tiger clan shone brightly. At this moment, everyone retreated far away. What a joke! The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was serious. Who could contend against a Renhuang divine weapon? Old man Zhou Huang was still calm in the face of great ancestor Xuanhu's powerful attack. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The two tiger claws that were about to grab Elder Zhou Huang immediately collapsed. In front of the Renhuang armor, this kind of attack from the Xuanhu great ancestor seemed to be nothing. What? The black tiger great ancestor was taken aback. He never expected that the Renhuang armor could already display such combat strength before it was fully awakened. At this time, the other experts who were fighting had already stopped. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. The Renhuang armor of the Zhou clan of the ancients truly lived up to its name. After all, it was a supreme imperial weapon refined by the Renhuang of the ancients. Although Black Tiger Old Ancestor was domineering, it did not mean that he did not fear death. Shua! Old Ancestor Black Tiger decisively turned around and fled. If he didn't flee now, then there was no need to flee anymore. He could just wait here for his old rival to kill him. So what if you have become a quasi-sage? Even if a sage comes, he will still die. Elder Zhou Huang roared angrily. He took a step forward, and the divine light of the great path surged beneath his feet. He traversed the void in an instant and appeared behind the Xuanhu Great Elder. He then slammed a palm at the Xuanhu Great Elder. Bang! Without any suspense, A muffled sound was heard, and the Xuanhu Great Elder was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Renhuang armor was unimaginably powerful. The aura from Elder Zhou Huang made all living beings tremble, and the sky and earth lost their colors. With just one slap, he almost killed the ferocious Xuanhu Great Elder on the spot. This kind of power was not Elder Zhou Huang's own power. As one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, the White Tiger clan had an extremely deep foundation. They were not much weaker than the Zhou clan of the ancients. Zhou Huang, how dare you? The Xuanhu Great Elder was shocked. The power of the Renhuang divine weapon made a new quasi-sage like him shudder. Even a quasi-sage would not be able to fight back at all. The Renhuang divine weapon had been awakened, and it could really kill a sage. But Elder Zhou Huang struck again. This time, the physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was smashed into pieces. A cloud of blood exploded in the air. That was the blood of a quasi-sage. However, very quickly, the blood mist gathered together again. The broken pieces of the physical body flew back, and the broken pieces of flesh quickly reassembled. In just a few breaths, the Xuanhu Great Elder had recovered. It was extremely difficult to kill an existence of this level unless one used a special method. However, the Black Tiger Old Ancestor's aura had weakened by more than half. Although the Xuanhu Great Elder was not killed by Elder Zhou Huang, he was still severely injured. After his physical body was reassembled, the first thing the Xuanhu Great Elder did was to escape. In front of the Renhuang divine weapon, even a quasi-sage like him was as weak as an ant. I'm still lacking a little. Elder Zhou Huang sighed. At this moment, the deity's will in the Renhuang armor had not fully awakened. Otherwise, the 2 attacks just now would have killed the Xuanhu Great Elder countless times over. He took a step forward and caught up to the Xuanhu Great Elder. He slapped out again. At this moment, the deity's will in the Renhuang armor recovered a little more. A surge of Renhuang power gathered on Elder Zhou Huang's right hand and rushed out from his hand. No one stopped it. Everyone knew that the Xuanhu Great Elder had gone too far this time, causing the Zhou clan of the ancients to retaliate. Even the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan did not stand out. There was no suspense in what happened next. The physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was continuously smashed into pieces and then reassembled. The power of the Xuanhu Great Elder was constantly weakening. Boom! In the final attack, the Xuanhu Great Elder's body shone with divine light. The deity's will in the Renhuang battle skill had finally awakened. The power of the Renhuang caused the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body and primordial spirit to collapse. This time, the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body could no longer be reassembled. Both his body and primordial spirit were destroyed. A quasi-sage of the White Tiger clan had fallen just like that. To the White Tiger clan, this was definitely a great loss. The Zhou clan of the ancients and the White Tiger clan could be considered to have formed a great enmity. Rumble, the world shook. At this time, the Zhou clan of the ancients' Renhuang battle armor had completely awakened. The mighty divine power of the Renhuang emitted from the Renhuang battle armor intimidated everyone present. Elder Zhou Huang directly entered the virtual sky world. With the protection of the Renhuang divine weapon, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. He wanted to go in and see what was happening inside. After Elder Zhou Huang entered the virtual sky world, the aura of the extreme great path emitted from the virtual sky world began to weaken. At this time, inside the virtual sky world, the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the giant cocoon in the sky began to converge. The reconstruction of the peerless ominous saber was almost complete. The divine power of the extreme great path that enveloped the entire virtual sky world began to fade. At this time, Gu Fei had already broken into the central area of the ancient ominous city. He had been here before. The streets were filled with scattered bones. Countless evil and ancient corpse soldiers surrounded Gu Fei and kept attacking him. At Gu Fei's feet, there were no less than hundreds of corpses. They were all ancient corpse soldiers or other evil corpses controlled by the evil power in the ancient ominous city. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. The evil corpses around him couldn't attack him at all. However, every time Gu Fei brandished the purple gold divine sword, Evil corpses were hit and rolled on the ground, motionless. Just as Gu Fei was about to kill, he suddenly felt something and looked at the giant cocoon in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading. This wasn't a good thing. Outrageous. I've worked in vain. Gu Fei knew that if the giant cocoon in the sky no longer emitted the divine power of the extreme great path, he would be in danger. The evil power in the ancient ominous city was about to recover. He was already not far from one of the divine treasures in the city. Although Gu Fei was somewhat unwilling to retreat now, he had no other choice. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading, and the evil power in the ancient ominous city was recovering. Ancient corpse soldiers kept coming from the distance. Soon enough, Gu Fei was surrounded by more than 1,000 evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers. Moreover, more and more evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers were gathering from the surroundings of the ancient city. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient city. Some terrifying existences sensed the changes in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path began to converge, and the domineering fluctuation retreated. Swish! Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He used the purple gold divine sword to open a path and killed his way out of the encirclement of the ancient corpse soldiers. Ancient corpse soldiers kept falling under his feet. Nothing could stop the divine sword of the extreme great path. Gu Fei continued to kill his way out of the ominous city. Ancient corpse soldiers were like moths flying into a flame, rushing towards him, and all of them were killed by him. The existences in the depths of the ancient city wanted to trap Gu Fei inside, but Gu Fei had 2 divine treasures to protect him. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had to be cautious. In the end, Gu Fei took advantage of the fact that the divine power in the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient ominous city. However, just as Gu Fei came out of the ancient city, a vast aura appeared between heaven and earth. Then he saw a scene that shocked even him. An old man wearing an ancient armor actually soared into the sky and rushed towards the giant cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade. There was actually someone who was not afraid of the divine power of the extreme great path and wanted to take the giant cocoon. Where did this guy come from? Gu Fei sensed the strangeness of the old man's armor. A powerful aura that was not weaker than the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the armor. It's not a divine weapon of the extreme great path. Could it be? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. It was not a divine weapon of the extreme great path, but it was able to withstand the divine power of the extreme great path. Could it be that the old man was wearing a legendary divine weapon of the human emperor? Chapter 1689. Although Gu Fei was protected by the mountain and river cauldron and had the purple gold divine sword in his hand, the divine might of the extreme great path in the sky began to recede, and the terrifying power in the vicious city of the eternal era began to erupt again. He knew that once the divine might of the extreme great path from the extreme ominous blade in the sky completely receded, it would be impossible for him to kill his way out of the vicious city of the eternal era. Unless he could truly drive the divine weapon of the extreme great path and display the true divine might of the extreme great path. As a last resort, Gu Fei could only take advantage of the fact that the divine might of the extreme great path from the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient city. He had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him and the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Although the evil in the city was powerful, they could not stop him. However, when Gu Fei killed his way out of the vicious city, the scene he saw shocked him to the extreme. It was really unbelievable. He saw an old man wearing ancient armor who could actually soar into the sky and rush towards the huge cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade in the sky. This old man could actually ignore the divine might of the extreme great path. How was this possible? No one knew the terror of the divine might of the extreme great path better than Gu Fei. Just a wisp of this kind of aura was enough to shock the world. In the entire virtual sky world, only Gu Fei could move freely. No matter how powerful the other creatures were, they had to tremble and kneel on the ground in fear. At this time, the old man wearing ancient armor had already approached the huge cocoon. Ancient divine patterns began to appear on the armor on his body. An aura similar to the divine might of the extreme great path spread from the old man's armor as if a life had awakened. It's the Renhuang divine weapon. No wonder Gu Fei sensed the aura spreading from the old man and couldn't help but be moved. This was the imperial might of an invincible Renhuang that could challenge the extreme great path. This was an invincible will that looked down on the world. Up in the sky, the old man roared. Although he was wearing Renhuang armor, he still encountered great resistance. The ultimate laws were vast and mighty. He wanted to rush through, but it was very difficult. Although the ancient Renhuangs were not extreme path supremes, great accomplishment Renhuangs were enough to compete with extreme path supremes. The Renhuang divine weapons refined by Renhuangs also contained God's will. Such a divine weapon was equivalent to an extension of the life of a human emperor. Rumble. Two invincible laws of the great path were fighting against each other, causing the entire virtual sky world to shake. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme path sensed the aura of the human emperor armor and reacted instinctively. The Renhuang battle techniques on the old man's body were completely activated. Invincible Renhuang laws rushed out, and the ancient patterns emitted dazzling divine light of the great path. He pressed forward with great difficulty, but the extreme ominous saber was, after all, an extreme Tao divine weapon refined by a supreme being. The extreme Tao laws could block all kinds of power. The giant cocoon gradually dissipated, and the extreme Tao essence Qi was devoured by the extreme Tao ominous saber inside. Buzz! With a deafening sound, the giant cocoon was instantly torn apart, then turned into rays of extreme Tao divine light and was devoured by the divine path divine blade. It was a flawless divine blade. At this time, the God's will that was divided into two halves of the extreme Tao ominous saber finally fused together. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme Tao ominous saber was truly reassembled. Roar! A dragon roar resounded in the sky. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the divine blade floating high in the sky and stood horizontally in the sky. This dragon shadow was so huge that it blocked the entire sky, giving people a great sense of oppression. Even the old man wearing the Renhuang armor couldn't help but tremble. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Even if he was wearing the Renhuang armor, he still couldn't block that kind of pressure. A complete extreme Tao divine weapon was too powerful. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Let's go. Zhou Huang knew that he had missed the best opportunity. It was impossible to take the extreme Tao divine weapon at this time. The God inside the extreme Tao divine weapon would not easily yield to anyone. The weapon's soul was unyielding. Even if he could temporarily suppress it, the extreme Tao divine weapon would fly away on its own after a long time. He was very decisive. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he immediately retreated. The God inside the Renhuang armor was also unwilling to confront the extreme Tao divine weapon head-on. After all, this might result in both sides suffering. The Renhuang armor was the ultimate heritage of the Zhou family of the ancients. It couldn't be damaged in any way. It wasn't easy for the Zhou family of the ancients to survive until now. This family had faced several crises of being exterminated, but in the end, they were saved. Because of the Renhuang armor left by Emperor Wudi, the Zhou family of the ancients was able to survive. Zhou Huang retreated carefully. At this time, the extreme Tao divine might emanating from the extreme ominous saber in the sky also gradually faded. The hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, the extreme Tao divine might completely disappeared into the extreme ominous saber. The God inside the saber began to sleep, and the huge dragon shadow in the sky gradually dissipated into the void. When everything was silent, the divine saber turned into a beam of saber light and rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei held the extreme ominous saber in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found that there wasn't even a mark on this extreme ominous saber. The entire saber was natural, as if it had never been broken. Good saber. He could sense that even though the God in the extreme ominous saber in his hand was in a deep slumber, the murderous aura on the divine saber was enough to move him. The murderous aura on the extreme ominous saber was even more terrifying than the murderous aura of the purple gold divine sword. At this time, all the creatures in the virtual sky world could move freely. Old Man Zhou-Yi was the first to rush over with the stone tower in his hand. Then, the old man in the ancient armor also appeared. Rumble! The ancient ominous city floating in the void was shaking. A huge figure stood up in the ancient ominous city, and a terrifying aura of death spread out from the city. The powerful beings who were suppressed by the extreme Tao divine might jumped out at once. Hand over the divine weapon in your hand. Old man Zhou Huang, who was wearing the Renhuang armor, was very direct. He pressed towards Gu Fei, and the aura of the Renhuang spread out from the armor on his body. Gu Fei snorted coldly and said nothing. He just stared coldly at the old man who was pressing towards him. The aura of the Renhuang made him feel great pressure. But at this time, the mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head suddenly shook, and primordial chaotic aura loomed over the cauldron. This extreme Tao divine weapon seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Seeing this, old man Zhou Huang stopped immediately. He knew that the Renhuang armor on his body could cause the extreme Tao divine weapon on his opponent to react. They were both the most powerful divine weapons in the world. When a Renhuang divine weapon and a extreme Tao divine weapon met, the gods contained in both of them would sense it and awaken from their slumber. Although old man Zhou Huang was powerful, the other party had 3 extreme Tao divine weapons. When the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons awakened together, even with the protection of a Renhuang divine weapon, old man Zhou Huang was afraid that he would not be a match for him. Gu Fei, I think it's better for you to hand over the divine weapon. At this time, old man Zhou-Yi spoke. The divine weapon is on me. Take it from me if you have the ability. Gu Fei's expression became a little ugly. These guys were not good people. The world of cultivation was cruel. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Moreover, only the strong would be respected by others. It was difficult for the weak to survive even if they wanted to. You don't know what's good for you. Old man Zhou Huang was very unhappy. This little guy did not know how to appreciate favors. Gu Fei, although you have the extreme Tao divine weapon, you can't use it. Sooner or later, it will be taken away by others, old man Zhou-Yi advised. He did not want the extreme Tao divine weapon to fall into the hands of others. Why are you saying so much? Don't you just want the divine weapon in my hands? Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. These guys really took him for a fool. These high-sounding words were of no use to him. Old man Zhou-Yi's face turned red, but he did not know what to say for a moment. Swoosh! Gu Fei retreated right away. He felt uncomfortable being stared at by these 2 great cultivators. He knew that the old man in the Renhuang armor did not dare to attack him. If this old man dared to attack, the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons on him would awaken. When the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons were awakened, even a real Renhuang would be stunned. Old man Zhou-Yi wanted to attack, but he had scruples about the purple gold divine sword and the extreme Tao fierce blade in Gu Fei's hands. The 2 cultivators of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity could only watch as Gu Fei disappeared in front of their eyes with the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons. They could only stare at him helplessly. This is outrageous. Old man Zhou Huang blew his beard and glared at Yi Futin. His face turned red from anger. A junior dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, ignoring the existence of his people. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Old man Zhou-Yi's expression was also extremely gloomy. He was the one who invited Gu Fei, and now his intestines were green with regret. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity had made a wedding dress for someone else. They had gone to great lengths to enter the virtual sky world, but the extreme Tao divine weapons had been taken away by someone else. Old man Zhou-Yi was extremely depressed. After a while, old man Zhou Huang finally said, "At least we have to unite with the other 2 forces of the remote antiquity and invite their Renhuang divine weapons to suppress that little guy." The Renhuang divine weapons could awaken the gods in the extreme Tao divine weapons. The consequences of this kind of collision of the extreme Tao divine weapons were unimaginable. However, they could not let Gu Fei leave. Old man Zhou pondered for a long time before saying, "Then let's invite the Jiang family and the Li family." "Alas, that's the only way." Old man Zhou Huang nodded. The situation in front of them was the last thing they wanted to see. They were originally their own extreme Dao divine weapons, but now they had to share them with others. If they wanted the Jiang family and the Li family to mobilize their Renhuang divine weapons, they had to pay such a price, and the price was too high. Chapter 1690. There were very few divine weapons of the highest path refined by supreme beings, but Renhuang divine weapons were not rare. In ancient times, there were many invincible Renhuang divine weapons. For example, the Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, the Li clan, and other superforces of the remote antiquity should have divine weapons left by Renhuang divine weapons. Only in this way could these forces be inherited. The semi-saint of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity knew that it would be difficult to seize the divine weapons of the highest path from Gu Fei alone. Divine weapons of the highest path and Renhuang divine weapons could sense each other. Once the Renhuang divine weapons were awakened, Gu Fei's divine weapons of the highest path would also inevitably react. No one could compete with the three divine weapons of the highest path. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had to invite the other two clans with Renhuang divine weapons. If they gathered the three Renhuang divine weapons, they should be able to suppress Gu Fei's three divine weapons of the highest path. At this time, because the ominous saber of the highest path had completely restrained its aura and was taken away by Gu Fei, the people outside the virtual sky world began to enter it. The legendary virtual sky world attracted the attention of countless strong cultivators. Even the demons came to participate. Rumble! In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, the world shook and mountains turned into dust. Two strong cultivators were fighting, and their terrifying aura spread in all directions. The dragon's roar shook the sky. A golden dragon shadow loomed between heaven and earth, and the aura of a real dragon swept in all directions, intimidating all creatures in the entire area. Dragons were supreme divine beasts. They were born to be above all living beings, and their aura could intimidate all beasts. A demonic shadow loomed in the void, fighting endlessly with the golden dragon. This was a kind of vision derived from the fighting intent of the two strong cultivators. As for the real battle, it was between two fast-moving silhouettes. Boom! The two cultivators collided head-on. The void shattered, and rocks flew through the air. The two figures were quickly separated, and each was sent flying thousands of feet away by the other's power. Yellow Dragon, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it. The devil chi was vast and mighty. It was a great devil that was surrounded by devil chi. Within the pitch-black devil chi, there were indistinct Dao patterns of the devil Dao. A powerful devil Dao power spread out. They were none other than the demon lord of the human realm, Yellow Dragon, and demon monarch of 6 paths. These two powerhouses were mortal enemies. So, they would fight to the death if they encountered each other. After all, these two existences were only half a step away from the semi-sage realm. Such an existence was incomparably powerful. Even in the entire human realm, he would be an expert of a region. After all, even though there were many half-saints in the mortal dimension, it was far from being to the extent that they could be seen everywhere. In the eyes of the people of the world, only peak experts were true existences. Preposterous! Demon Lord Huang Long's eyes widened in anger. He used a secret technique of the Dragon Clan and struck out with the Azure Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw instantly covered the space in front of him and tore apart the heavens and earth. It emitted extremely terrifying ripples as it grabbed towards Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, Demonic Dao Samsara. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths shouted loudly. A blood-red demonic light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was as if a blood-red demonic eye had appeared there. The demonic eye seemed to be connected to a blood-red demonic domain. It emitted a power that could devour the sky. It was trying to devour the Azure Dragon Claw into the blood-red domain behind the demonic eye. Rumble! The two Dao laws collided. The Azure Dragon Claw collided with the blood-red vortex that had rushed out from between Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' eyebrows. The Azure Dragon Claw directly tore the vortex apart and forced Demon Monarch of 6 Paths to retreat. This Demon Monarch of Six Paths was shocked. He had never expected that his old rival had cultivated a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. It was truly powerful. Clang! A blood-red saber light suddenly appeared in Demon Monarch of Six Paths' hand. The Sky Devil saber instantly soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic power spread out from the demonic saber. This demonic power could disturb a person's mind. It could even cause a cultivator to develop inner demons. However, for an expert like Demon Lord Huang Long, this demonic aura could not affect his mind. Swish! The saber light of the Sky Devil saber flashed through the void and fiercely slashed at the Azure Dragon Claw. The sound of metal clashing was heard. The blood-red saber light collapsed, and the Azure Dragon Claw also dissipated into the void. Die! Demon Monarch of Six Paths was extremely powerful. He held the demonic saber in his hand and rushed through the energy storm that swept out when the Azure Dragon Claw dissipated. He directly slashed at Demon Lord Huang Long's head. Demon Lord Huang Long flipped his right hand, and a small flag appeared in his palm. The small flag instantly enlarged and was grasped by Demon Lord Huang Long. Whoosh! The Demon Lord, Huang Long, waved the demon flag in his hand. A terrifying force immediately surged out from the demon flag and collided with the Sky Demon Blade. This is... Demon Monarch of Six Paths was shocked. The demon flag in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand wasn't a complete one. It was a damaged demon flag. The ancient demon flag was engraved with ancient demon marks. An ancient aura spread out from the ancient demon flag. It was an antique, and although half of it had decayed, it still displayed great power. When the broken flag swept over, Demon Monarch of Six Paths felt his hands tremble. The Sky Devil saber almost flew out of his hand, which shocked him greatly. Good fella. Let's fight again in the future. Demon Monarch of Six Paths knew that the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand probably had a great origin. Although it was broken, it could still deflect the saber aura of the Sky Devil saber. Demon Monarch of Six Paths saw that the situation was not in his favor. Where do you think you're going? Demon Lord Huang Long waved the big flag in his hand and chased after Demon Monarch of Six Paths. He knew Demon Monarch of Six Paths' character very well. Soon, the two of them disappeared into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. At the same time, outside the sky-splitting valley, a group of experts entered the virtual sky world. Although the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had used the human emperor's divine weapon, Elder Zhou Huang didn't dare to start a massacre. One had to know that these people all had extraordinary origins. They all had powerful inheritances behind them. Previously, the great ancestor of Black Tiger came from the White Tiger clan, one of the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland. This was the inheritance of the White Tiger, a supreme divine beast. However, the great ancestor of Black Tiger went too far and killed more than 10 outstanding disciples of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Therefore, when Elder Zhou Huang of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity arrived and killed him on the spot, no one was willing to help the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Killing outstanding figures of the younger generation was a taboo. Zhou Huang, you killed my big brother. I'll pay you back with your life. Just as everyone entered the virtual sky world, a huge white tiger appeared in the sky. Its aura was no less fierce than that of the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Clang! At that moment, the ancient armor on Elder Zhou Huang's body vibrated. The aura of the human emperor's great path lingered, and the god inside the armor was automatically awakening. What? Elder Zhou Huang was shocked. This kind of situation would only happen when the human emperor's divine weapon encountered a divine weapon of the same level. Could it be? Elder Zhou Huang thought of a possibility and couldn't help but change his expression. Boom! At that moment, a ferocious aura that was many times stronger than that of the white tiger suddenly burst out, sweeping over like an avalanche. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the mountains shook. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, the whole Rift Valley would have collapsed. The power of the ancient four spiritual formations stabilized this violent force. On the four ancient formation platforms, Old Monster Xianyuan was surrounded by pieces of top-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were providing him with a steady stream of spiritual aura, replenishing the primordial chi in his body and helping him control the ancient four spiritual formation. Endless starlight fell from the four constellations and entered the four ancient formation platforms. Even the fluctuation of power comparable to that of the human emperor's divine weapon couldn't shake it. The White Tiger Clan. Old man Zhou Huang stood high up in the sky. His pupils constricted. The white tiger in the distant sky was rapidly approaching. The white tiger had something in its mouth. When the huge white tiger came close, it suddenly disappeared. In its place was an incomparably wild white-haired man dressed in animal skin. The man held a large seal in his hand, which had the illusion of a white tiger circling above it. The white-haired man directly struck out with the seal in his hand. The large seal rose into the sky, emitting countless divine patterns of the Great Path, intertwining with the power of the Great Path. Flawless Great Path. The Renhuang armor on Elder Zhou Huang's body clanked. The large seal smashed towards him, causing him to be moved. This was the foundation of the White Tiger Clan. Although it wasn't a divine weapon of the Great Path, it was infinitely close to it. Bang! Elder Zhou Huang punched out, and the power of Renhuang gathered on his right fist, causing his fist to burst with dazzling divine light, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, everyone nearby scrambled to hide. These two guys actually dared to use such power to fight. Did they want to destroy the entire 100,000 mountains? Boom! Amidst a deafening rumble, old man Zhou Huang's fist collided violently with the huge seal that was pressing down on him. The two powers that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao spread out, destroying everything in their path. Most of the sky-splitting valley collapsed, and the earth was sinking. Mountains were instantly turned into flying ash, completely disappearing between heaven and earth in an instant. Even the four ancient formation platforms were affected by the shockwaves and began to tremble. Two madmen. Aren't they afraid of attracting those people? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the point where it was difficult to be more shocked. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into powder under this blow. It's the legendary White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal. I didn't expect the ancestors of the White Tiger Clan to leave behind such a supreme seal. The White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal versus the Renhuang armor was destined to be a fierce battle. It should be known that this divine implement of the White Tiger Clan was not inferior to the Renhuang armor. Chapter 1691. Elder Zhou Huang killed the great ancestor of the White Tiger Clan, and the younger brother of the great ancestor of the White Tiger Clan came to avenge the great ancestor of the White Tiger Clan. The White Tiger Clan had always been strong and famous in the southern wilderness. Even if the great ancestor of the Black Tiger Clan went too far, his brothers still stood up for him. Boom! With a loud noise, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying pressure swept through the world, making all the cultivators in the nearby area feel their souls tremble. This was a supreme aura, comparable to that of an extreme supreme being, making all living beings tremble. The cultivators of the White Tiger Clan met it head-on, directly using the White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal, the supreme divine weapon of the White Tiger Clan, wanting to smash Elder Zhou Huang into minced meat. However, Elder Zhou Huang was wearing the Renhuang armor, so he could use the power of the armor for his own use. With one punch, a hole would be smashed in the world. Two supreme forces collided. The White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal was sent flying by Elder Zhou Huang's punch, and Elder Zhou Huang was also knocked down from the sky by the power that erupted from the seal. Swish! Elder Zhou Huang rose from the ground, then directly rushed into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Zhou Huang, you old fool, where do you think you're going? The wild man roared and recalled the White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal, then chased after Elder Zhou Huang. His murderous aura soared into the sky, making people's hearts palpitate. The White Tiger Clan has really gone too far. Elder Zhou Yi stood high in the sky, holding the stone tower in his hand. His expression was extremely ugly. The people of the White Tiger Clan were extremely arrogant. Did they really think that their clan was already invincible? He didn't chase after them because he knew that even if he did, it would be of no help. Even if he had a holy weapon, he would still be vulnerable in front of the White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal. As the two great cultivators left, the cultivators in the nearby area gathered again and began to enter the virtual sky world. Many people also chased after them. A battle between cultivators of this level could only be encountered by chance. Some people wanted to watch the battle, but there weren't many of them. Most people were attracted by the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world was a legendary existence. There were countless dangers inside, but there were also countless opportunities. There were immortals' caves left by ancient cultivators, divine medicines that could increase one's cultivation level, and rare divine materials. Everyone wanted to go in and try their luck. Back then, the founders of the three great Taoist groups in the human world accidentally entered the virtual sky world and obtained a Taoist book. Afterwards, they founded the three great Taoist groups. While the experts outside were scrambling to enter the virtual sky world, Gu Fei was already heading toward the depths of the virtual sky world. No one knew what was in the depths of the virtual sky world. Even back then, Gu Fei and the others didn't set foot in that area, so there might be an inheritance of the extreme Tao there. After all, in this virtual sky world, traces of divine tools of extreme Tao and what was suspected to be immortal divine medicine had appeared one after another. All of this was enough to drive all cultivators crazy. Boom! The void trembled, and a divine bird as large as a mountain flew across the sky. It was like an ancient golden crow, and endless flames illuminated the world. This was a strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan who had awakened the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. Here, this strong cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. After entering the virtual sky world, there was only one possibility: this cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. That was, this cultivator had a divine tool with him. Only a divine tool could isolate the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. After the strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan passed by, a huge dragon flew over from the horizon. This was an azure dragon, and with endless dragon might, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. Boom! Soon, a terrifying fluctuation infinitely close to the divine might of the extreme Tao broke out in this part of the world. Finally, someone used the second Emperor divine weapon. This kind of fluctuation was monstrous. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world couldn't do anything to this kind of power. That direction. On the top of a mountain in the depths of the virtual sky world, Gu Fei looked in the direction of the eternal ominous city in surprise. The Supreme Emperor's might came from there. Is someone attacking the eternal ominous city with the human emperor divine weapon? Gu Fei was bewildered. There must be divine treasures in the eternal ominous city. Even the death aura in the city couldn't completely cover that kind of treasure light. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't care less about the eternal ominous city. Moreover, someone was coming with the human emperor divine weapon. If he went there, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The human emperor divine weapon was extremely powerful, especially in the hands of the descendant of the human emperor. In front of the mountain, black chi surged, and a black pillar of smoke rose up into the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. A terrifying aura could be felt from it. Gu Fei didn't expect there to be such a place in the depths of the virtual sky world. In front of him seemed to be a ghost realm. It was gloomy, terrifying, and dark, and there seemed to be ghost shadows looming inside. In the ghost realm in front of him, faint ghost howls could be heard. It seemed to be a place where the souls of the dead gathered. Is it man-made or naturally formed? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He carefully observed the terrain in front of him. There were mountains on both sides, but there was a circle in the middle. This kind of layout was suitable for gathering qi. With the surrounding mountains as a barrier, it was difficult for the yin qi in the circle to leak out, and it was also difficult for the spiritual aura from the outside to enter. Over time, the yin qi condensed and formed this kind of area. If it was formed naturally, this ghost realm would not be so terrible. However, if it was formed artificially, then it was a different story. Such a yin land was definitely an excellent place to raise corpses. If someone put some evil corpses inside, the consequences would be unpredictable. To enter or not to enter. Gu Fei was a little hesitant. It should be known that the area in front of him was definitely not a good place. There must be danger inside. Such an area was likely to have given birth to experts of the ghost path. How can you get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became very firm. Then he rushed forward into the sky. The black fog lingered in the circle, blocking his line of sight. He couldn't see very far. In this kind of place, Gu Fei was very cautious. He landed on the ground from the sky. Gotcha! As soon as Gu Fei's feet touched the ground, he crushed a dry bone. The ground was covered with white bones. It was unknown how many creatures had been buried in this circle. Under the shroud of the black fog, these white bones extended all the way into the circle. He couldn't see the end of it. Seeing this situation, Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. Countless creatures had died here. It was no wonder that this place was filled with resentment and gathered yin qi. Roar! Less than 5 kilometers after Gu Fei entered the death circle, a roar came from the front. A figure walked out of the black fog. Chapter 1692. The frightening ghost domain was a place where yin qi gathered. The yin qi here had existed for an unknown number of years. Even an expert like Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart when he walked in such a place. The ground was covered with dried bones and yin qi lingered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. It was like a different world compared to the lush vitality of the outside world. Could it be that this is also an ancient battlefield? Gu Fei was very surprised that such a place suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain. It was out of tune with the environment of the mountain. He had just entered the ghost domain for more than 10 miles when a strong death aura appeared in front of him. That death aura was rapidly approaching him. Soon, a figure silently walked out from the fog in front of him. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. In front of him was an evil corpse. Its fluffy yellow hair covered the face of this evil corpse. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered behind the withered yellow hair. A sinister and terrifying aura spread out from the evil corpse's body. The clothes on the evil corpse were tattered and almost completely rotten. The skin and flesh under the clothes were shriveled and tightly stuck to the bones. Gu Fei discovered that there was a visible black aura lingering around this evil corpse. The evil corpse was very quiet. Its blood-red eyes were not focused and there was no spirit in them. It only stared at Gu Fei motionlessly, as if it was an evil corpse that had not developed intelligence. Roar! Suddenly, the evil corpse let out a low roar. Like a wild beast, it suddenly pounced towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! The evil corpse's hands suddenly straightened. Its skinny arms were like rotten wood, as if they could not be bent at all. Its 10 fingernails were several inches long and shiny black. They were like 10 small black swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. This evil corpse's pounce was extremely fierce. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in an instant. A gust of cold wind blew over, causing Gu Fei to frown. Too slow. In Gu Fei's eyes, the evil corpse's speed was like slow motion. Every movement of the evil corpse was captured by Gu Fei in an instant. Gu Fei leisurely punched out. On his right fist, there was no resplendent qi aura rushing out, nor was there any powerful martial path true power undulation. Gotcha! Gu Fei's fist directly smashed into the evil corpse's claws, shattering its bones and shattering its palms. Black corpse blood splattered everywhere. This kind of corpse blood contained corpse poison and yin qi, and it had a very strong corrosive power. If ordinary Feis were to come into contact with this kind of corpse blood, their spirit qi would quickly be corroded, and they would turn into ordinary items. This kind of corpse blood was also the bane of flying swords. The true power on Gu Fei's body surged, a layer of qi aura faintly appearing on his martial body. The corpse blood that splashed out did not even stain his clothes. He took a step forward and punched again. Bang! Cut! The sound of bones breaking rang out once more. This time, Gu Fei's punch went straight to the center and landed on the evil corpse's chest, shattering its sternum and causing its chest to cave in. This punch not only shattered the evil corpse's sternum, but also shattered all the bones in its body. Like a pile of mud, it softly fell to the ground. However, even after receiving such a powerful blow, the evil corpse still moved, wanting to stand up. At this time, Gu Fei no longer looked at the evil corpse and continued to walk forward. Although this kind of evil creature was terrifying, in his eyes, it was not much different from an ant. Of course, if Gu Fei's cultivation was also suppressed by the virtual sky world's law, the situation would be different. This evil corpse could definitely tear a cultivator in the awakening self realm to pieces. Roar. In the depths of the ghost domain, roars and roars came from time to time. There were many powerful ghosts walking around, and the powerful death aura was vast and mighty, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The deeper Gu Fei went, the stronger the Yin aura around him became, and the stronger the evil creatures he encountered were. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps came from the left. A huge monster quickly walked over. The Yin aura dispersed, revealing this evil creature's ferocious head. This was an evil creature transformed from the corpse of a strange beast. Its entire body was filled with murderous aura. Half of its ferocious head was white bone, while the other half was flesh and blood. With a dragon's head and a Qilin's body, this was a strange beast that Gu Fei had never seen before. It was incomparably powerful, far from what the evil corpse from before could compare to. This beast was 6 feet tall, and its 2 hind legs were large and thick. It stood on its hind legs and rushed towards Gu Fei. Then, its 2 slightly thin front legs directly slammed down towards Gu Fei. What is this thing? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this ferocious beast. He could sense that there were 2 different types of energy inside this ferocious beast. The essence energy contained within the beast's flesh and blood, as well as the energy of death. This was a half-corpse beast. The essence energy within its flesh and blood hadn't completely dissipated, resulting in such a strange state. The 2 forces interweaved within its body, causing its combat strength to greatly increase. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei once again punched upwards. It seemed like a casual punch, but it directly shattered the beast's 2 claws and sent it flying. He took a step forward, instantly catching up to the beast and stomped down. Bang! The huge beast was directly torn apart by Gu Fei's stomp. Large amounts of blood rained down from the sky. This was the essence energy contained within the beast that hadn't dissipated yet. The beast was killed on the spot. Gu Fei was very curious as to why this beast would suddenly attack him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart shook. He then walked in the direction of the beast. He followed the beast's footprints on the ground, walking for several li. A towering mound appeared in Gu Fei's line of sight. It was like a short mountain standing in the black mist, faintly discernible. This was a flatland. How could there be a short mountain in a flatland? This was completely out of place with the terrain of this region. When Gu Fei walked forward, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. A gust of wind suddenly pounced down from above without any warning. Bang! Gu Fei didn't even think about it and directly punched upward. Gua! A strange cry rang out as a black shadow was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. At this time, the mist ahead was blown away by the astral wind. A black stone tablet appeared in front of Gu Fei. The mound in front of him wasn't a short mountain at all. It was a huge tomb. Chapter 1693. A huge hill stood erect on the ground, giving off a strong sense of oppression. In front of the hill stood a stone tablet that was more than 10 zhang tall. On the stone tablet, there were a few words written in bold calligraphy. It was a type of ancient godly script that had appeared since the beginning of time. No one in the current era could understand these godly inscriptions. Only a super antique from the era of legends would know what was written on the stone tablet. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the stone tablet, his eyes never left the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet. Gu Fei was shocked. There was nothing special about the ancient godly inscriptions. Moreover, due to the passage of time, the ancient characters had become a little blurry. However, when Gu Fei saw the ancient characters, he could no longer look away. The ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet contained a trace of Taoist rhyme. The ancient characters were like bottomless whirlpools that sucked in Gu Fei's consciousness. Boom! Gu Fei only felt a tremor. Then he felt the world spinning around him. In the next moment he found himself in a pitch-black void. There was no sky or earth, it was as if he was in the void. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. At this time, Gu Fei stood motionlessly in front of the stone tablet. It was as if his divine soul had left his body. No aura could be felt from his body. This was the divine soul leaving his body. In front of the stone tablet, Gu Fei was like a walking corpse. At this time, even his primordial spirit was sitting quietly in his Naiwen palace. His essence, qi, and spirit had completely quietened down. Reading a novel, if someone were to attack him at this time, he would be in danger. However, the surroundings of the ancient tomb were very quiet. There were no ferocious beasts around. That was because the exotic beast from the ancient era that was killed by Gu Fei was entrenched in this region. That exotic beast was the ruler of this region. The vicinity of the ancient tomb was the beast's territory. Other ferocious beasts did not dare to come close. At this time, Gu Fei's divine soul entered a mysterious place. In the pitch-black void, there was no sky or earth. However, a trace of Taoist rhyme lingered in this place. Gu Fei sensed that this Taoist rhyme was definitely left behind by a supreme. In other words, the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet were left behind by a supreme. Even after so many years, this Taoist rhyme did not disperse. Gu Fei immediately sat down cross-legged in the air and used his heart to comprehend the Taoist charm. One must know that this was a great fortune. A strand of Taoist charm left behind by a sovereign was equivalent to an ancient sovereign's inheritance. He tried to resonate with the Taoist rhyme in the air, but he found that it was very difficult. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He needed to comprehend it. Just as Gu Fei's divine soul entered a special state, the area 10,000 miles around the ancient ominous city was shrouded by a powerful aura. At this time, the ancient ominous city was still floating in the void. The ancient city walls were like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's way. Ancient chariots appeared in the sky thousands of miles away from the ancient ominous city. The beasts that pulled the chariots were rarely seen in the human world. Such beasts could not be raised by ordinary forces. The beasts roared from time to time. On top of the chariots stood powerful cultivators. According to the flags on the chariots, one could tell that these cultivators came from different super forces. These were people from several camps. From time to time, treasures would rush out from the ancient ominous city, attracting these people. Some people even used the human sovereign divine weapon to attack the ancient city. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. A human sovereign divine weapon could not break through the ancient city. Moreover, this ancient city seemed to be nurturing a peerless evil force. This force was extremely terrifying, causing experts to be shocked. Could there be the corpse of a supreme in the city? Such a terrifying change reminded people of an ancient legend. According to legend, after a supreme died, his body would be indestructible and could coexist with heaven and earth. Such a corpse would turn into a zombie in a special place or for a special reason. Once the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would be very terrifying. Some people were buried in a place where Yin energy gathered. Their bodies would not rot and they would turn into zombies. Once this kind of zombie was born, everything within 1,000 miles would be slaughtered. This zombie would suck the blood out of their bodies and kill them. If the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would cause chaos in an area, let alone the corpse of an extreme grade supreme. Once the corpse of an extreme grade supreme changed, it would be absolutely terrifying. If the corpse of a supreme really existed in the ancient ominous city, the consequences would be unimaginable. An incomparably evil aura came from the depths of the ancient city. The place was shrouded in a black mist. Even experts who had cultivated the divine eye could not see through the mist. Within the mist, there was a vague black shadow. Fellow Zhou, what do you think? High up in the sky, a tall old man with a head full of white hair asked an old man in ancient armor. The old man in ancient armor was Zhou Huang, an ancient half-sage from the Zhou clan of the ancients. The armor that Zhou Huang was wearing was the ultimate trump card of the Zhou clan of the ancients, the human emperor armor. Taoist Jiang, you are too humble. How can you not see anything at this time? Zhou Huang smiled. An ancient city that even the human emperor divine weapon could not break through was already a problem. This was at least an ancient city of the same level as the human emperor divine weapon. Is there really a supreme divine treasure in the city? Jiang Xian's eyes flickered. A strong aura was emitted from his tall body, as if a hidden dragon had suddenly awakened. We will know after we break through this ancient city. Old Zhou Huang said. The Zhou clan of the ancients had a good relationship with the Jiang clan of the ancients. Old Zhou Huang had a good relationship with an ancient half-sage of the Jiang clan, Jiang Xian. This time, after receiving the invitation from the Zhou clan of the ancients, Jiang Xian immediately brought the ultimate trump card of his clan and rushed here. The people from the Li clan of the ancients had not arrived yet. At this time, 3 major forces had appeared around the ancient ominous city. These 3 forces each occupied a side of the sky. The Zhou clan of the ancients, the Dongfang clan, and the 100 races of the southern wilderness. These 3 super forces were in a stalemate. No one dared to act rashly. Even the younger brother of the Black Tiger ancestor, who had a grudge against old Zhou Huang, did not make a move. No one knew the outcome of the battle in the mountains. Old man Zhou Huang and the White Tiger clan powerhouse didn't say anything either. However, the other cultivators were guessing that the 2 powerhouses couldn't do anything to each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Some people gradually lost their patience, while others could not hold it in any longer. Chapter 1694. In the sky outside the city, the 3 forces were confronting each other. No one was willing to act rashly. Once a battle of this level broke out, the consequences would be unpredictable. Granduncle, it's not good for us to continue like this. In the western sky, a figure stood in a chariot. It was a dark god of war who seemed to stand in the darkness forever. This person was ancient sage to be ancient sage to be ancient sage to be of the Dongfang clan. Wherever he stood, a cold aura lingered. At this time, next to ancient sage to be ancient sage to be ancient sage to be was a worried middle-aged cultivator. They were the weakest of the 3 forces. They also received news that the Li clan of the remote antiquity was coming to the virtual sky world. The Li clan of the remote antiquity was a very special clan among the forces of the ancient antiquity. This clan claimed to be the descendants of the supreme Tao ancestor, who once produced an invincible human sovereign. Such a clan possessed a heritage that the other forces of the ancient antiquity could not compare to. I hope the Zhao clan can arrive in time. Ancient sage to be also felt great pressure. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity had already arrived with the Jiang clan's human sovereign divine weapon. At this time, Jiang Renwang was standing together with Zhou Huang. The other party had 2 human sovereign divine weapons. He was no match for them at all unless the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity arrived in time. However, the Li clan of the remote antiquity was already on their way. The Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, and the Li clan. Once the 3 great clans of the clan of the ancients were united, they would be a force that could shake the entire human world of cultivation. Among the 4 clans of the remote antiquity, only the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity was allied with the Dongfang clan. When Madman Li arrives, we will immediately attack the city. On the other side, Elder Zhou Huang was extremely confident. With the 3 clans of the remote antiquity united, no force in the human world could compete with them. Unless those people took action, the combined power of the 3 clans of the remote antiquity was enough to sweep the entire cultivation world. Why don't we kill that ancient sage to be first? Jiang Renwang's words were extremely cold. A chilling murderous aura spread from his body, causing the wild beasts that pulled the chariot to roar anxiously. Just as Jiang Renwang's murderous aura appeared, ancient sage to be ancient sage to be ancient sage to be felt a dangerous aura coming from the direction of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Could it be that the 9 ancient half-sage's heart trembled? The other party was about to make a move. It seems necessary to chase away some kittens and puppies. Elder Zhou Huang nodded. The virtual sky world was originally opened by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era after almost 100 years, but those guys from the Dongfang clan actually wanted to take advantage of it. It was necessary to let those guys know that it wasn't that easy to take advantage of them. Then let's do it. A strong will to fight erupted from Jiang Renwang's body. He took a step forward from the chariot and instantly traversed thousands of miles, appearing in front of the Dongfang family's camp. Boom! A powerful ancient semi-sage aura burst out from Jiang Renwang's body, causing the entire world to shake. All the disciples of the Dongfang family were sent flying by this extremely terrifying aura and were sent flying backwards. Only the 9-yin ancient half-saint could still stand on the war chariot. He was shocked and furious. He never expected the other party to be so decisive, about to take action as soon as killing intent arose. Apart from ancient half-sage Join, the other disciples of the Dongfang family were not prepared at all. Even the expert of the Dongfang family beside ancient half-sage Join's chariot was sent flying. The ancient semi-sage's powerful aura was not something that just anyone could resist. "You what? I'm going to kill you." Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He stretched his hand forward and performed the life-killing technique. The huge hand split the sky and obliterated the 9-yin ancient half-saint. "Hand of heaven!" Ancient half-sage Join roared and also threw a palm forward. Countless Tao patterns emerged on his palm and a huge hand rushed out from his hand. Everywhere it passed, the void was silently annihilated. Boom! Jiang Renwang's white hair danced in the wind. His tall body stood still like a huge mountain. The killing technique he performed collided with ancient half-sage Join's hand of heaven. This was a fight between ancient semi-sages. Every move they made contained great power. All kinds of life-killing techniques were at their fingertips. As soon as they attacked, they pierced through the void between heaven and earth. When the two extremely powerful forces collided, a destructive storm swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake violently. The cultivation of such existences was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. Both of them had divine tools on them, which allowed them to display their strength to the fullest. The two figures separated. The chariot under ancient half-sage Join's feet collapsed, and the beast that pulled the chariot turned into a mist of blood. What? Aren't they going to attack this ancient city together? Why are they fighting? Many cultivators outside of the three great forces had also arrived. They were shocked to see the sudden outbreak of the battle. Some of them recognized the tall and brave old man. That's Divine King Jiang, the ancient king of the Jiang clan. As one of the four great clans of the Clan of the Ancients, the Jiang clan of the Clan of the Ancients had a deep foundation. No one dared to look down on them, especially Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. This was very rare even among the ancient semi-sages of the four great clans of the Clan of the Ancients. It should be noted that in the distant past era, there were many strong cultivators. Sages did not disappear, and there were even traces of supreme venerables. Jiang Renwang's attack shocked everyone. Jiang Renwang was incomparably powerful. He took another step forward and attacked ancient half-sage Join. Terrifying waves of divine power spread in all directions. Even the stars in the sky trembled. Jiang Renwang, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Ancient half-sage Join was furious. Jiang Renwang attacked without warning. There was no hatred between the Dongfang clan and the Jiang clan of the Clan of the Ancients, which made him inexplicably angry. The battle between ancient semi-sages erupted. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. Everyone had to retreat. The attack of an ancient semi-sage was enough to shake the world. Its power was so great that it could move mountains and drain seas. If one was too close and was affected, it would be unlucky. While Jiang Renwang and ancient half-sage Join were fighting, in the depths of the virtual sky world, in the ghost realm, in front of the great tomb, a figure stood motionless. This person was Gu Fei. His spirit had left his body and entered a special place to comprehend the great path. His body was standing in front of the ancient monument. Gu Fei's spirit sat cross-legged in the dark void. Ancient patterns of the great path appeared faintly around his body. His spirit resonated with the great path, and a spell was imprinted in his heart. Chapter 1695. Gu Fei's spirit left his body and resonated with the Taoist rhyme on the stone tablet. He obtained a cultivation technique. This was a technique left behind by a supreme being, so it was extraordinary. A technique valued by an ancient supreme being was definitely extraordinary. This technique shocked Gu Fei because it was actually one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. This secret technique was called returning to truth. Once it was used, it could return everything in the world to their original state. In the distant past, this secret technique was known to be able to break all kinds of divine abilities. No matter how monstrous your magic power was or how invincible your divine abilities were, as long as this secret technique was used, all magic power and divine abilities would be broken, and all power would be transformed into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Those who cultivated this secret technique of the Immortal Path could transform the opponent's power for their own use. This secret technique could transform the opponent's power into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth could be refined and absorbed by cultivators. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei comprehended the secret technique of returning to truth, the entire dark void trembled. Then, Gu Fei felt as if an invisible hand had struck his spirit out. Swoosh! Gu Fei's spirit turned into a divine light and rushed out of the stone tablet, entering the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. When his spirit returned, Gu Fei's whole body trembled. Light rushed out from the depths of his dull eyes, and his whole body became spirited. As Gu Fei's dormant qi and blood circulated within his body, a powerful aura spread out from his body, causing the surrounding black mist to ripple. Swoosh! 2 beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes, as if they had been struck by lightning. I didn't expect this trip to the virtual sky world to have such a harvest. Gu Fei's true force surged, and the Yuan Xin in his Naiwen Palace seemed to have grown stronger. Divine halos revolved around his Yuan Xin. The little person in his Naiwen Palace was no different from Gu Fei. However, the aura of the little person was completely different from that of Gu Fei. This was the nascent divinity of the immortal Tao. The little person was like a supreme immortal sovereign from the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. The aura of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, and below the nascent divinity was a mass of primordial chaos. Within the primordial chaos, various sceneries could be seen. This was the inner world that Gu Fei had cultivated. Through that layer of primordial energy, one would be able to enter Gu Fei's inner world. There were 2 inner worlds in Gu Fei's body. One of them was located in the Mud Pill Palace, which was formed by the chaotic nascent embryo that was nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron. The other was in his Dantian. After Gu Fei killed the God Clan primogenitor of the Hell Path, he had refined the God Clan primogenitor's internal world. At that time, the primordial ancestor of the God Clan was the strongest existence in the entire Hell Tao. He was a mighty cultivator of the immortal Tao. The inner world refined by a mighty cultivator of the immortal Tao was naturally much better than that of Gu Fei's. The inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian was a divine land that was nourished by the divine spring of life and had immortal divine herbs as roots. Such a divine land was hard to come by even for supremes who had yet to achieve the Tao when they were young. As for the inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian, it grew with the improvement of his cultivation level. There was also the divine spring of life in the Dantian. These 2 inner worlds could provide Gu Fei with endless spiritual aura. Gu Fei didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the secret art of restoring truth. In this way, he was only 1 secret away from completing the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This was something that countless cultivators had dreamed of for countless years. It should be noted that ever since the Supreme Tao Ancestor created the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, this secret art had been regarded as the supreme secret art of the immortal Tao. However, these 9 secret arts were no longer complete in ancient times. Even the descendants of the Tao Ancestor had only mastered a few secrets. The loss of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao caused the Tao Ancestor's lineage to be suppressed by other forces. Countless years had passed, and the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were likely to reappear on Gu Fei. Right now, Gu Fei had already obtained 8 of the 9 secrets of the immortal's Tao. With just 1 more secret, he would be able to make the 9 secrets of the immortal's Tao flawless. A flawless 9 secrets of the Immortals Tao was something that even an existence of the supreme level would covet. Gu Fei activated the secret art of restoring truth. A wave of immortal Tao mana immediately surged out from his mud pill palace, and the surrounding yin qi and ghost fog were drawn in. Under the effect of the secret art of restoring truth, the yin qi and ghost fog gradually transformed. Soon, spots of spiritual light appeared around Gu Fei's body. These spiritual lights then gathered between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered his mud pill palace. It can actually be done. Gu Fei was moved. The surrounding yin qi and ghost fog could actually be transformed into spiritual aura. The secret art of restoring truth was really amazing. In this way, he could even use demonic aura. The Supreme Tao Ancestor was really too heaven-defying. He actually created the secret art of restoring truth that could use all the power in the world. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. Then, a monstrous wave came from afar. This was an aura that could make all living things tremble. Is someone using the human emperor's divine weapon? Gu Fei stopped. All the spiritual lights around him were absorbed by his primordial spirit. Then, he soared into the sky and appeared in the sky above the ghost domain. That direction. After sensing the direction of the wave, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It was the direction of the ancient ominous city. Someone was attacking the city with the human emperor's divine weapon. He knew that those people would not give up the divine treasures in the ancient city so easily. After all, it was very likely to be a divine treasure of the extreme path. Because the ancient ominous city could withstand the attack of a fully awakened divine weapon, it was very likely to be an immortal divine city. Only the legendary supreme martial artist could refine this kind of immortal divine city. A tiger's roar was heard. A wave of pressure that was not weaker than the previous one suddenly burst out. In the distant sky, a white tiger seemed to appear. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions and spread throughout the entire virtual sky world. Another human emperor's divine weapon, but it doesn't seem to be one. It seems to be a divine weapon of the White Tiger clan. The 100 clans of the southern wilderness really have a deep foundation, Gu Fei said to himself. It wasn't a human emperor's divine weapon, but it could compete with it. Could it be a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist? Gu Fei's expression became solemn. According to legend, the White Tiger clan was the descendant of the White Tiger, the supreme martial beast of the distant past. The blood of the White Tiger flowed through their veins. The supreme martial beast was a supreme existence comparable to the supreme martial artist. The power of a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist was infinitely close to that of a divine weapon of the extreme path. The experts of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness have also arrived. The virtual sky world is going to be lively. Gu Fei's pupils flickered. He hadn't completely fallen out with the Zhou clan of the ancients, but at this time, he no longer had a good impression of the Zhou clan of the ancients. The Zhou family of the primordial antiquity only wanted to use him to open the gate of the void sky. Since the gate of the void sky was already open, he was no longer of any use to the Zhou family of the primordial antiquity. Although Gu Fei knew that he was being used, he was also using them. The relationship between Gu Fei and the Zhou clan of the primordial clan was one of mutual benefit. The moment the Zhou clan of the primordial clan discovered that Gu Fei had an extreme Tao divine armament, they immediately wanted to make a move against him. The so-called old-timers of the clan of the ancients were unreliable. Gu Fei pondered for a while and flew directly in the direction of the ancient fierce city. If those people could really break through the ancient fierce city, he could also fish in troubled waters. At this time, a great battle broke out near the ancient ominous city. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the primordial antiquity had suddenly wanted to attack the ancient half-saint of 9 Yin. At this time, Jiang Renwang and the ancient 7-step saint were already wounded, but they still didn't use their human emperor divine weapons. They wanted to defeat their opponents with their own strength. The ancient 7-step saint of 9 Yin had the 9 Yin godly physique, possessing talent that others couldn't hope to reach. However, Jiang Renwang's physical body was also a rare type of divine body. At this time, Jiang Renhuang's body was surrounded by five-colored divine light, as if he was wearing a five-colored divine robe. The power of the five elements between heaven and earth was drawn over by him. This was the five elements' divine body, innately close to the power of the five elements between heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, he could attract the power of the five elements between heaven and earth. At this time, Old Man Zhou Huang of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity and the expert of the White Tiger clan fought. Buzz! The armor on Old Man Zhou Huang's body was vibrating. The god's will in the human emperor armor had completely awakened, and the terrifying might of the human emperor spread in all directions. Above the head of that expert from the White Tiger clan, there was a huge seal floating in the air. An incomparably overbearing aura spread out from that huge seal. This was the foundation of the White Tiger clan, the White Tiger sky-flipping seal. According to legend, this huge seal was refined by the supreme divine beast, the White Tiger. Although it wasn't an extreme divine weapon, it was infinitely close to it. The aura of the supreme divine beast made all the birds and beasts in the virtual sky world tremble. In the camp of the 100 clans of the southern desolate wilderness, the White Tiger clan and the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity had a great enmity, but the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan had no enmity with the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity. Everyone thought that the four great ancient clans of the southern desolate wilderness were united and would advance and retreat together, but that wasn't the case. This was the trouble caused by the White Tiger clan, and the other ancient clans didn't want to get involved. After all, starting a war with the ancient clans wasn't a trivial matter. The four great ancient clans were clans that once produced invincible human emperors. No one dared to look down on the bloodline of the human emperor. The foundation left by the human emperor could definitely protect his clansmen. Now was the time of the great era. Starting a war too early wasn't a good thing. When Gu Fei arrived nearby, he realized that these guys hadn't attacked the Millennium Ominous City yet, but they had already started fighting. Soon he saw the origin of the two sides fighting. When did the Dongfang clan join hands with the White Tiger clan? Gu Fei was very surprised. The ancient half-saint of Nine Yin was fighting endlessly with a tall old man, while Old Man Zhou Huang was fighting with the expert of the White Tiger clan. Chapter 1696. In the area near the Millennium Fierce City, the people from the two camps fought fiercely, especially the Old Man Zhou Huang and the cultivators of the White Tiger clan, who actually used Renhuang-level divine weapons. Terrifying vibrations swept across the area. Everyone retreated far away. Nobody dared to get close, fearing that they would be affected by the Renhuang weapons. To know that those were Renhuang weapons. Nobody could handle them. Even holy weapons would not be enough. If they were hit by the Renhuang weapons, their holy weapons would shatter into pieces. Gu Fei hid his qi and did not get close. Instead, he blended in with the other cultivators. The White Tiger clan and the Dongfang clan have joined forces. This way, the Zhou clan will not be able to gain any advantage, a chubby Taoist said. You're wrong. I heard that the Li clan of the ancients is on their way. Someone had a different opinion. If the Li clan of the ancients were here, the balance between the two groups would be broken. Even if the Dongfang clan and the White Tiger clan joined forces, they would not be able to change anything. I heard that the Zhao clan of the ancients is here as well, a tall and skinny middle-aged cultivator with a sallow face said. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Were all four clans of the clan of the ancients coming? Was the war going to start so early? The appearance of a great era would definitely be accompanied by chaos. Everyone would be fighting for the opportunity to become a saint. The war was unavoidable, but it would not happen too early. In the history of the world of cultivation, whenever a great era appeared, the world of cultivation would welcome a period of prosperity. However, behind the prosperity, there would be chaos and danger. Every time a great era appeared, it would decline. In the end, the entire world of cultivation would be in turmoil. All forces would fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Therefore, blood would flow like a river. Countless talented people would die on the path to becoming a saint. The Holy Road was destined to be a path built with flesh and blood. Boom! The two divine weapons clashed against each other, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Old man Zhou Huang and that white tiger expert were both flung backwards. Ha! I did not expect this place to be so lively. Just at this moment, an elderly voice rang out as a figure appeared in the horizon. He then strode through the void and walked over step by step. This is... When Gu Fei saw that person, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was an old man, an expert who was not affected by the laws of this world. Madman Li, come and help me. When Jiang Renwang saw the old man, he was pleasantly surprised. The Li family from the primordial antiquity had finally arrived, and the person who had come was a rare super antique of the Li family. The newcomer wore a sloppy Taoist robe, and every step he took would instantly cross a distance of several hundred kilometers. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. It's Big Guy Zhang's voice. This kid actually arrived earlier than me. After hearing Jiang Renwang's voice, the old man's cloudy eyes immediately emitted rays of light. His entire aura became much stronger. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Dongfang family's celestial Yin physique. No wonder even Big Guy Jiang has fallen into a bitter battle. The newcomer quickly understood the situation in front of him. Hey, isn't that the White Tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan? The old man was knowledgeable, and as soon as he arrived, he saw through the background of the Dongfang family and the White Tiger clan. Especially the White Tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan. Even Elder Zhou Huang, wearing the human emperor's armor, found it hard to suppress the White Tiger sky-turning seal. This is bad. Seeing the old man's arrival, the Jiuyin half-saint and the White Tiger clan's expressions changed. The Li family of the primordial antiquity had arrived earlier than the Zhao family. The old man's appearance had broken the balance of power between the two sides. That ancient city is suspected to be the immortal city of the primordial antiquity. At this time, the old man's gaze fell on the ancient city that was floating in the sky 1,000 kilometers away. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the ancient city was not ordinary. Let's deal with these people first. Jiang Renwang spoke again. His right shoulder had been hit by the Jiuyin half-saint. His flesh was instantly mangled, and his bones were almost shattered. The ancient half-saint's blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Jiang Renwang kicked the Jiuyin half-saint's abdomen, sending him flying thousands of meters away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This was a battle between the divine body of extreme Yin and the divine body of 5 elements. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family of the primordial antiquity and the Jiuyin half-saint of the Dongfang family seemed to be equally matched. Neither could truly suppress the other. Neither of them used the human emperor's divine weapon. This kind of battle was even more dangerous. You scoundrel! You really live up to your reputation. Jiang Renwang's bones and muscles shook. The divine power of 5 elements quickly circulated in his body, and the wound on his shoulder quickly healed. In just a few breaths, his injury had completely recovered. Scoundrel! The Jiuyin half-saint's eyes turned red with anger when he heard Jiang Renwang's words. Jiang Renwang had kicked him in the abdomen, and his internal organs had almost flipped over. The Jiuyin half-saint's injuries were not light. However, under the circulation of the divine power of extreme Yin, his injury also rapidly healed. The physical injuries of an existence at this level were negligible. No matter how serious the injuries were, they could be healed in an instant. The Jiuyin half-saint's physical body was extremely strong. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, his physical body would not be destroyed. It was very difficult to kill such an existence. One had to use a special method to destroy his primordial spirit. Both of them knew that once they started fighting, they would not stop until one of them died. I'm going to kill you. The Jiuyin half-saint was furious. He was like a god of war standing in the darkness. The divine power of extreme Yin surged from his body, and the void where he was standing became pitch black. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out from the Jiuyin half-saint's body. Then, a water-blue sword light rushed out from his body and slashed towards Jiang Renwang. The cold sword chi filled the air. This was the attack of the divine sword of extreme Yin. The sword chi of extreme Yin instantly soared up to thousands of meters. It was like a heavenly sword, as if it could split the world in half. A powerful saint-level aura appeared between the sky and the earth. The Join half-saint had only used the divine weapon that he had refined when he was a sage. He did not use the ultimate trump card of the Dongfang family, the Emperor's Seal. Buzz. Facing the furious attack of the Join half-saint, Jiang Renwang had to take it seriously. A divine bell rushed out from the top of his head, vibrating with invisible sound waves to resist the dazzling sword light that fell from the sky. Clang. The divine bell rang. Countless Tao inscriptions appeared on the body of the divine bell. The divine bell rushed up and collided with the divine sword qi of extreme yin, shattering the sword light. At the same time, the invisible sound from the divine bell attacked the Join half-saint. Chapter 1697. The battle between the divine body of 5 elements of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients and the godly body of Taiyin from the Dongfang family was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. These 2 divine bodies had appeared before in the history of the world of cultivators. When the divine body of 5 elements reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be the divine man of 5 elements. However, not everyone could reach the great accomplishment stage. However, in the distant past, the divine man of 5 elements had indeed appeared. Such an existence was unimaginably powerful and could even challenge a supreme being. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family was once a sage. However, his cultivation had fallen from the sage realm. Even so, his combat strength was still heaven-defying. The godly body of Taiyin was also extraordinary. In the desolate era, there was once a sovereign of Taiyin who was comparable to a Renhuang. Of course, that sovereign of Taiyin had nothing to do with the Dongfang family. Clang! The divine bell of 5 elements rang and emitted the divine sound of the great path. It turned into the art of life and death and attacked the ancient half-saint of 9 yin. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the bell, connecting with the heaven and earth and drawing in the endless essence of the 5 elements. Ancient half-sage 9 yin let out a furious roar as he was sent flying by a soundless sound wave. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart, and his muscles were covered in hideous and terrifying cracks. Damn you, Jiang Renwang! The ancient half-saint of 9 yin suffered a great impact. His godly body of Taiyin was almost shattered. Blood seeped out of his ears and his spiritual soul was shaken. He almost fell from the sky. He was shocked and angry. The sovereign of the Jiang family was far more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, his opponent also had a divine body that was naturally close to the 5 elements. Even those who were watching from afar were affected by the divine sound of the great path from the divine bell of 5 elements. Many of them fell from the sky. Up in the sky, Gu Fei, who was mixed in with the rogue cultivators, was also shocked. This kind of sound was definitely a terrifying art of sound. If he was hit by it, even his soul would be destroyed. The ancient half-saint of 9 yin was extremely powerful. As an ancient half-saint with the godly body of Taiyin, Jiang Renwang's attack only injured him but not killed him. Buzz! Ancient sage to be Join shook his divine sword. Dazzling sword light rushed out of his body and turned into sword qi of the great path. The sword qi cut through the void and instantly crossed the violent void, heading straight for Jiang Renwang. This was the sword qi unleashed by the half-step Saint Gu, and it contained the power of the great Tao. If he was struck by it, even Jiang Renwang would be in danger of being killed. Jiang Renwang could not afford to be careless. Clang! The 5 elements divine bell hovered above Jiang Renwang's head. His entire body radiated with the 5 elements divine light. Within the divine light, the 5 elements Tao patterns were faintly discernible. He was like a supreme 5 elements divine being as he rushed forward. A terrifying saint's might filled the air, shocking everyone to the extreme. Existences like them wouldn't be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world, so they could display their fighting prowess to their heart's content. Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, a sword light was crushed. After 9 steps, he had already crushed 9 Taiyin sword lights. Seeing this scene, the half-step Saint Gu Yin was extremely shocked. His opponent actually crushed his sword lights and rushed toward him. This was too fierce. He knew very well how powerful his sword lights were, But no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't stop Jiang Renwang, who seemed to have transformed into a 5 elements divine being. Jiang Renwang let out a furious roar. His towering figure was like an ancient sacred mountain pressing down on the 9 ancient sage-level saint. The mighty divine might caused the entire area to tremble. Although he didn't use the Renhuang divine weapon, the fighting prowess Jiang Renwang displayed was enough to intimidate all the cultivators present. Even the half-step Saint Gu Yin found it hard to resist such a fighting prowess. Damn it, you're forcing me to fight with my life on the line. The half-step Saint Gu Yin knew that Jiang Renwang really wanted to kill him. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and soon his expression became extremely determined. The half-step Saint Gu Yin screamed and spat a mouthful of blood at the Taiyin divine sword in front of him. This mouthful of blood landed on the Taiyin divine sword and entered it. But after the Taiyin divine sword absorbed the mouthful of blood, it immediately vibrated. The great path seal in the divine sword was instantly awakened. It was as if a real sage had suddenly appeared in the world. The sword chi that erupted from the Taiyin divine sword was so powerful that it made everyone's spiritual soul tremble. This was the power of a sage. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, as if they were being pointed at by countless divine weapons. They broke out in a cold sweat. In the face of this power, everyone felt how weak they were. Finally, they're getting serious. Seeing this, Gu Fei was secretly shocked. These half-step saints were really extraordinary. If it was an ordinary half-step saint, it would be impossible for them to completely awaken the sacred weapon in such a short time. Of course, the Taiyin divine sword was a sacred weapon that the half-step Saint Gu Yin refined himself when he was still a sage. Now that he had spat out his blood, the Taiyin divine sword had no choice but to awaken. At this time, the old Taoist from the Li family of the ancients did not make a move. He only watched from the side. If the old Taoist also made a move, the half-step Saint Gu Yin would definitely not be a match. However, the old Taoist seemed to care about his identity and did not want to join forces with Jiang Renwang to fight against the half-step Saint Gu Yin. The old Taoist, who was called Crazy Li by Jiang Renwang, also had the arrogance of an ancient half-step saint. After Join ancient sage to be spat out his blood essence, the Taiyin divine sword immediately gave off an unprecedentedly powerful sword chi wave. Many divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the divine sword, activating the power of the Great Path. Go! The ancient sage to be Join pointed with his finger and the Taiyin divine sword immediately flew towards Jiang Renwang. The terrifying sword chi fluctuated in all directions. Even 1,000 miles away, one could feel the chilling aura. Let's go all out. I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Renwang bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the 5 elements divine bell. Buzz! The divine bell vibrated, and circles of visible ripples spread from the divine bell. At this moment, the divine bell had completely awakened. Using the essence blood as a guide,